Latin America program analyzing the left in Latin America. And I'm not going to fall into the trap of saying that populism is a phenomenon of the left, and as we'll see over the course of the day, it most certainly is not. But the project has been aimed at identifying what explains the rise of so many left governments in the first decade of the 21st century, and more particularly, how have left governments governed in key areas of political participation, poverty, inequality, relations between civil society and the state. In other words, how have they addressed the multiple deficits that have been associated with liberal democracy and the consolidation of democracy 25 to 30 years after the transitions to democratic governance. Part of the analysis has led us to distinguish between the social democratic left, which is based on and arising from institutionalized party systems and represents, as Ken Roberts and others have indicated, a maturation of the political system, and the populist left, particularly in the Andean region, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Bolivia, but also, as Cynthia, I'm sure, will tell us, to a lesser extent in Peru, which has emerged out of the crisis or the breakdown of party systems, facilitating the rise of leaders who define themselves as outsiders, run outside the system of political parties, and have mobilized followers on the basis of antagonism to the existing social, economic, and political order. The populist left further distinguishes itself from the social democratic left by its attitude towards private property and indeed its antagonism towards particularly international capital, but also domestic capital. So our conference today seeks to deepen the understanding of contemporary Latin American politics by delving further into these populist manifestations of left governance and populist manifestations in general. One need look no further than Honduras to know that populism is a deeply polarizing concept with foreign policy implications that affect not only the United States, but indeed the entire hemisphere. In raising the case of Honduras, I want to refer to what I think is a fundamental divide between scholars and policymakers in the understanding of populism. And since the very purpose of the Wilson Center is to bridge these divides between the scholarly world and the world of public policy, I want to identify what these differences are about. The goal of social science is to understand, to explain, to identify the conditions that have given rise to a particular regime type, to explain its behavior, its its relationship to society, and the processes for ensuring itself in its own survival. Social scientists are quick to identify and even to condemn the inherent biases and value judgments and assumptions that govern our analysis of democracy and shape our view not only of what is, but what ought to be. Policymakers, I think, engage in an entirely different process. Liberal democracy, with its checks and balances, its institutionalized challenges of participation and conflict resolution and mediation, its possibilities of alternation in power, and its grounding in a concept of the rule of law, is understood as a preferred form of government, a model to be aspired to and consolidated, even if reality and ideal types are sometimes far apart. Populism, then, is something to be feared and even opposed as antithetic to liberal democracy and the values inherent in it, such as civil liberties, the free competition for power in free elections, etc. The relevant policy questions around populism then become how to limit, prevent, or even reverse the consolidation of a populist regime, encourage the democratic opposition, and support other fragile or crumbling democracies that might yield to the populist persuasion. I identify the different perspectives of social scientists and policymakers because we are, after all, in Washington, but also to indicate that, that populism has become a deeply polarizing concept, not only within the countries and societies of Latin America, a polarization reflected in the academy, but also in the international and foreign policy communities. As today's agenda indicates, our day is divided into two parts. This morning is dedicated to a clarification of key concepts, definitions, distinctions among and between different countries, as well as between contemporary forms of populism and its historic manifestations. Later, we will examine populism as it has manifested itself or not manifested itself. In the case of Brazil, I think, as Leslie Bethel will tell us, in a number of countries of the region. The goal ultimately is to produce a synthesis, to have the discussion this morning inform the case studies, and to serve as a basis for the revision of the draft chapters and move quickly towards the publication of a book. I'm going to call first on my colleague and dear friend, Carlos de la Torre of Flaxo, Ecuador, who was a fellow here at the Wilson Center last year, and with whom I have co-conspired to plan and execute this conference. Carlos, it's a pleasure to have you back. You have the first word. We have an extremely rich as well as packed agenda, and therefore I will start out and call on all further moderators to limit the paper presenters to a strict limit of 20 minutes or less, and we'll be passing pieces of paper back and forth so that people do not exceed the limits. Carlos?
Thank you, Cindy. After the remarks that I only have 20 minutes, I was not going to say hello to all of you, but I cannot do that, so I will say hello. And I'm very happy and excited to be here. What I want to do in this talk is to focus on controversies on Latin America, on the rich literature on Latin American populism, to explore the different theoretical and methodological answers to the research questions set up by Gino Germani in the 1950s. And so you all know, but let me repeat that. Germani argued that national populist regimes were a phase in the transition to modernity. This period was linked to the economic, moral, and political crisis of traditional society. This crisis produced anomic masses available for top-down mobilization. And even though populist regimes were democratizing insofar as they incorporated previously excluded masses, they had authoritarian traits. Since the time of Germani, there has been a move away from structuralist explanations and interpretations of populism, and these have been replaced by discursive or by political approaches. And these approaches, based on discourse and on politics, open to empirical research the links between politics, culture, and economics. And the move away from dependency and modernization approaches also had the advantage of not leaving out of the picture the experiences of nations that did not follow the developmental process characterized as typical of populism. I will not go too much into details on what are the structural conditions that allow populism to occur. But in general, scholars have focused on the weakness of political institutions, on the links between states and societies, and others on the links between state, society, and the economy in two critical junctures where most populist experiences have occurred. Scholars have distinguished 5 linkages between leaders and followers in populist experience. The first one is populist organization, second is clientelism, mass rallies will be the third, television, and discourse. Political organizations do not quite fit into Germani's model of anomy and availability for mobilization. Historians of Peronism and Vargism have shown, for example, that even though charismatic leaders had a great power setting agendas, working class organizations use the openings of the political system to present their own demands that sometimes differ from those of the leaders. Similarly, ethnographic research on the poor who make a living in the informal sector has demonstrated that they have strategic capacities to negotiate with the state and with political parties. Populist organizations, nonetheless, have low levels of institutionalization. Leaders set their agendas and strategies, and it is difficult to build identities that differ from the image of the people as constructed by the populist leader. These organizations are based on insularity, as they do not promote solidarity with similar organizations in civil society. Populist organizations do not value pluralism because they adopt the idea of the popular as an undifferentiated fusion of the romantic notion of the people with the Marxist idea of class, and they transform the people into a unified, homogeneous entity. Hence, the people can only be organized under loyal organizations to the leaders, yet sometimes common people use the opponents of the political system, the discourse on their behalf, to present their own agendas in different populist experiences. As many researchers have also shown, populist parties and populist movements are organized through clientelism and informal networks that distribute resources, information, and jobs to the poor. The first round of studies of political clientelism showed that the poor were not irrational, as some of Germany followers claim. The poor instead voted instrumentally for the candidate with the best capacity to deliver goods and services. And recent studies of clientelism have shown that in addition of instrumental rationality, clientelistic exchanges also generate identities. Political rallies where crowds show their adherence to populist leaders have been seen as important sites where identities and loyalties are created and recreated. But scholars of neopopulism have argued that mass rallies have been replaced by television and public opinion polls. And television will have an important role in election contexts where common people with low levels of education are largely exposed to this media without alternative channels. Taylor Boas, in an interesting empirical paper, tested the hypothesis that populist appeals determined the elections of Fernando Collor, Alberto Fujimori, and Alejandro Toledo, and he shows that television was indeed important in the elections of Collor in 1989 and Fujimori in 2000, but its influence was based on media bias and not on populist strategies. Similarly, research on the reception of media images and messages in Brazil shows that family, friends, the Catholic Church, and neighborhood associations mediate how people interpret the messages that are presented in television. And perhaps it's time to abandon the idea of the lonely actor who decides her vote in front of a television set. Other academics have argued that politics based on reason have been transformed into media politics based on melodrama. Rational politics have become telenovelas. These narratives of decay are based on the old Western distinction of mind versus body, emotion versus reasons. And some have idealized old-based politics, supposedly based on ideology, assuming that ideological politics did not have emotions. And other scholars argue that the scientificization of politics and the rise of campaign technocrats, together with the deactivation of citizens, have transformed rational deliberation into media manipulation. Instead of assuming that television has replaced older mechanisms of gathering voters, perhaps it is more fruitful to analyze how traditional and modern electoral techniques have become hybridized. And that has been shown by several authors analyzing how Carlos Menem's electoral strategies coexisted with traditional mechanisms of gathering votes, and similarly in the election in Ecuador in 2006, Catherine Conaghan and I were able to show how traditional campaigning techniques coexisted with television. Discourse has been conceptualized as one of the main sites where populist identities are created and recreated. This particular way of framing social reality produces antagonistic conflict between groups and constitute identities. Populism builds the struggle between the people and the oligarchy as an ethical and moral confrontation between good and evil, redemption and downfall. The term the people, however, is profoundly vague and elastic, and it's never, as Laclau says, a primary datum, but a construct. And what needs to be researched is who is excluded and included in these discourses, who has created these categories, and what are the levels of political and social polarization produced by populist discourse. I don't want to enter into the debates about discourse. What I want to stress is that populism cannot be reduced to the words, actions, and strategies of leaders. The autonomous expectations, cultures, and discourses of followers are equally important in understanding the populist bond. In order to comprehend the appeal of populism, serious attention should be paid to the communication and conversations between leaders and followers as they occur during political rallies and in daily interactions between brokers and common followers. Populist narratives are based on a logic of us and them, where us includes all of those who have been abused, exploited, or relegated by them, the powerful. These narratives have empowered common people who have to endure humiliations in their daily lives. Populist leaders have symbolically dignified the poor and the non-white that are portrayed by elites and by the media as the rabble they have given them back dignity. Now, disputes over the meaning of populism turn out to be debates over the interpretation of democracy. Some scholars see populism and democracy, as Cindy was saying, as incompatible and antagonistic. Others understand them as intimately interdependent. The incompatibilities between populism and democracy can be explained by how these traditions have conceptualized political representation, their different notions of the category the people, and their divergent understandings of politics as a contest between rivals or as a struggle between enemies. Whereas liberals advocate for mediated forms of representation, populists argue that mediated institutions do not allow room for the expression of the voice of the people. In turn, supporters of populism promote direct and non-mediated forms based on the unity and total identity between a representative and those who seek to be represented. Populists conceive the people as a homogeneous body with a single political will. Liberal argues that in a complex society, the people cannot be conceptualized as an homogeneous body with one identity and one will, differently from liberals who construct opponents as rivals, who share institutional or procedural spaces. Populists see them as enemies who need to be crushed. Latin American populists have privileged notions of democracy based on the liturgical incorporation of common people in mass rallies more than in the institutionalization of popular participation through the rule of law. However, as critics of populism have been arguing for a long time, mobilization and participation in mass rallies do not entail autonomy. Latin American populists understand sovereignty not just as plebiscitary acclamation, but primarily as elections. Classical populism expanded the franchise. Contemporary radical populists such as Chavez, Correa, and Morales have embarked in permanent political campaigns. The electoral logic, based on confrontation between enemies, has had primacy over the need to search for agreements with their political adversaries. They have been engaged in a permanent revolution of social mobilization and confrontation against political parties, the media, some business elite, the US government, and when they exhausted external enemies, they have searched for enemies inside their coalitions. As a result, and as Germani argued long ago, even though populism continues to include and to mobilize common people, its understanding of sovereignty and participation continues to institutionalize democratic politics, and hence has the danger of replacing mediated and institutional politics with the plebiscitary acclamation of a caudillo. Finally, what I want to talk a little about the differences between classical populism, neopopulism, and radical populism of the 21st century. Classical populism represented the first incorporation of previously excluded people into the national community. It was based on the exaltation of common people as the embodiment of the true and uncorrupted national traditions and values against foreign-oriented liberal elites. In the more developed nations such as Argentina and Brazil, It built or co-opted labor organizations and followed nationalist and redistributed social policies that coincided with import substitution industrialization. In agrarian-based societies, it was not linked to import substitution industrialization, but represented the political inclusion of previously excluded electors. Populists expanded the franchise and through mass rallies and demonstrations gave a symbolic sense of belonging, inclusion, and dignity to the poor and the marginalized. Neoliberal populists use discourses against political parties, portraying them as oligarchic cliques that have illegally appropriated the people's sovereignty. Differently from classical populist experience, where political divisions led to social polarization, these movements and regimes were confined to political divisions. Neopopulism, in some cases, such as in Fujimori's Peru, led and coincided with the destruction of previously existing political systems. In nations where workers' organizations were stronger, it contributed to their weakening. Yet, similarly to classical populism, it included previously excluded people, this time those who made a living in the informal sector of the economy and were not part of working or middle-class organizations. As with classical populism, it led to the renewal of economic elites. And even though in the rhetoric they focus on the values of common people, their policies abandoned nationalism and pursued the opening of their economies to international markets. In many instances, they privatized what their predecessors have nationalized, and differently from efforts to build a strong intervention in the states, they reduced their size. Radical populists of the 21st century are similar to classical populists in their politicization of social and economic exclusions. As in some classical populist experiences, political and social polarization coincide. Similarly to neopopulists, they have portrayed traditional political parties as the source of their country's ills and have led and have contributed to the collapse of the party systems in these nations. They also share the anti-liberal rhetoric of their classical predecessors. They link neoliberal economic policies directly with liberal politics, practices, and values. As a result, the evils of the long night of neoliberalism, as President Correa likes to say, are intimately tied to the failures of liberal democracy. In mineral-rich nations such as Venezuela, Ecuador, and Bolivia, they have reversed neoliberal policies and are implementing nationalist and redistributive policies based on mineral resources rent. Yet they have kept the policies of their neopopulist predecessors, targeting the poor who make a living in the formal sector. And rent distribution, at least in Venezuela, has been motivated by political and not by technical considerations. Radical populists of the 21st century differ in their leadership styles and in the type of relationship between leaders and social movement organizations. Rafael Correa and Hugo Chavez have resorted to a leadership style based on unity and command from above, where the leader appears to be the condensation of diverse demands made from below. These leaders claim to embody the demands of diverse constituencies, and they claim to directly represent the sovereignty of the people. Evo Morales has followed a different leadership strategy. Similarly to Lula in Brazil, he has pursued convergence and persuasion, allowing for more autonomy to his grassroots constituency. Chavez and Correa have followed top-down strategies of mobilizations and have co-opted previously existing social movement organizations. The relationship between Correa and social movements are so bad that the government just killed an indigenous teacher in the Amazonia region not too long ago in a demonstration. It remains to be seen whether these organizations created by Morales will keep their autonomy or will be co-opted into corporatist structures as the ones built by the MNR in the 1950s. As with previous populist experiences, these leaders have promised more democracy and better democratic arrangements to improve the failures of participation and representation of liberal democratic regimes. Yet, as in previous populism, populist organizations are subordinated to the will of leaders, and atmospheres of political confrontation and polarization have been created. It is an open question whether authoritarian or democratizing tendencies will prevail in these recent radical populist experiences. Gracias.
Thank you. Carlos, Francisco.
Good morning. Well, first, would like to thank Cynthia and Carlos for organizing this workshop, which I think is extremely timely. Basically, I think that what I want to say in my paper is really crystallized in the title and subtitle. For those of you who haven't, the title is "What do we talk about when we talk about populism?" and the subtitle, which is in Spanish, is "Más populista será tu abuela." I welcome suggestion of a non-literary translation of the second, but I also have to, if I had a little more time, I would talk where the title comes from. It's a reference to a book which has nothing to do with politics and has a lot to do with the dual task of running and writing. I'll be revealing an email I'll circulate when I go back to England in a few days, asking me to sponsor when I run the New York Marathon in about 3 weeks' time. Anyway, enough of that. But I think that I'll start by the subtitle, but Más populista será tu abuela, and why I think it is interesting. I think it is interesting because it really crystallizes a number of questions I have been trying to develop and think when writing about populism. And the Más populista será tu abuela was the reply of somebody who has a very strong chance of being the next president of Uruguay, José Pepe Mujica, which I think you will hear a lot more about him in the next few months, particularly if he wins the election. And it originated in a polemic he had a few weeks ago, which started by an article published by a free market economist, Ernesto Talvi. And Talvi wrote in his article that effectively Uruguayan society had changed quite a lot over the last 10 or 50 years. And it has changed in a way very similar to other societies in Latin America. It has become more unequal and more polarized. And particularly these socioeconomic changes have led to the rise of a kind of underclass of what he says is poorly educated people with no aspirations of social mobility that become dependent on state handouts and have effectively separated from traditional middle class culture and values which have characterized Uruguayan society for a long time. And then he says, well, it's not a surprise given the growth of this kind of underclass that a new kind of politicians have emerged in Uruguay, which he described as atypical candidates whose language, ways of dressing and attitude are in contrast with the more formal suit and tie candidates' characteristics of a country traditional political class. To which Mujica answered, obviously he was talking about Pepe Mujica. Mujica answer was, "Más populista será tu abuela," to which I guess Talvi could have said, "I rest my case." But I would like to dwell a little bit on the whole of the answer of Mujica, because I think it encapsulates what we are talking about when we are talking about populism. This is not a paper about Mujica, by the way, but I just want to look at that in a little bit of detail to make my further point. Sorry, it is in Spanish again because I didn't want to miss the flavor of what he said there. It was published in a blog that he contains. And what is interesting there in this answer is that Mujica plays with 2 or 3 different meanings of populism, and then he gives the reason why he is not a populist. The first one is effectively the one that Talvi uses, the kind of idea of the populist leader as the populachero, the one that represents the populacho, the one that is badly dressed, that speaks is a kind of popular language, and maybe dresses like the common people, and so on, which is a very common representation of populism. He said, well, yeah, this is obviously he is talking about me, this said Mujica. And in a certain way, yeah, and the idea that, this kind of populachero leader represent this kind of underclass is also very common. And of course he said, well, no, that's wrong. And effectively he then plays with he said, well, there is also a common sense view of populism, and it is the idea of the populist as the demagogue, that is the economically responsible and politically manipulative. The economically responsible, very much a kind of Don Bush and Edwards idea of economic populism, the one that gives short-term benefit for long-term pain. And the manipulative, of course, the one that manipulates and uses the people for its own political advantage. And he said, well, effectively, I'm not neither an economic populist or a politically manipulative one. Effectively, he said, we don't manipulate the poor. I express them politically because we care about them and we want them to improve. And then he ends making a reference to Lula and Brazil, and it's a very shrewd way of marking distance with what we traditionally understand by populism. And the last thing I want to call your attention about that is, intriguingly, he says, well, this is a common sense view of populism, and I'm nothing like that. But I said, I know that in the world of political analysis, so that's our world, the word populist is used in more than one sense, and in a certain context, it could be a term of praise. Tantalizingly, he doesn't say what is this positive, what is this good version of populism is about. So this introduction brings me to what this populism is about, brings me to the title of the presentation, what we talk about when we talk about populism, to try to clarify all these questions. And what I'm going to do now is not try to go again about definition of populism. I have a definition of populism quite minimalist. I don't want to exhaust the different angles that we can analyze populism. I limit myself to the more discursive elements of populism. I know that there are dimensions. I know there are different definitions of populism. What I try to do is to, in a certain way, to deconstruct or to make some analytical distinctions about what we talk when we talk about populism, which I think will help to raise the questions that I would conclude at the end. And I think we can, when we talk about populism, we talk normally and sometimes without making clear distinctions about four different questions. The first one is a rhetorical, or if you want, symbolic dimension of populism. The second one is populism as representing the people, the representational element of populism. The third one is populism as a political strategy, as Carlos said, based in constructing the antagonist between the people and their enemies. And the fourth one, which is in many ways not analyzed enough in studies of populism, is a more normative dimension in terms of populism as a promise of redemption. Now, let me just look very quickly at this fourth dimension of populism. The rhetorical dimension of populism, which was the one in a certain way that one of the ways in which Talvi was accusing Mujica, has to do, if you want, these discourses with a way of dressing, with the symbology, with the music, something that then that Carlos has forces in society voting for universal, like justice, sovereignty, and so on, more than, I'll give you a little bit more share of the gas resources. So these two elements, the distribution and recognition, are, I think, part of what populist representation is. And let me just give you the last quote of Mujica, which I think what I find is interesting is how he merged the two ideas of representation, the idea of looking like the people or whatever, and representing those at the bottom of society. That's when he won the primary election of the Frente Amplio. He said, well, I know what I represent within the Frente Amplio, within this society. And the first thing, he looked at the idea of I represent because how I look or my social status. There is a black in the United States, an Indian in Bolivia, and without hate, I said, I represent those who are at the bottom of society, so how to look at these two dimensions of representation very neatly there. So that's about representation, the politics of, as I said, of redistribution and recognition. And this has to do, I guess, with two questions that have been traditionally associated as conditions of emergence of populism, lead me to my third element, the populism as a political strategy. Because in societies that have a crisis of representation or have an economic crisis, it's much more easier for the emergence of this kind of dichotomic strategy of dividing the people against the dominant order, the partitocracia, or whatever it is. Now, this raises what I think is the central question in my paper. What happens in societies that maybe they don't have a crisis of representation? Maybe that the state, in a perhaps imperfect way, as any state, is able to attend the social demands reasonably well. Societies that were structured, well institutionalized in a certain way, like Uruguayan society, is it possible to have the idea or the notion that there could be kind of a populist possibilities in these societies, like the one that Mujica is supposed to be? Aren't these societies fascinated against populism, so to speak? I would say that yes, in a certain extent they are, but I think if we, instead of talking or thinking about populist politicians or populist discourse, we talk about populist interventions, I think we can agree that every society or every democratic society, there are politicians that use populist interventions to try to create a relation of representation, to try to reach sectors that are not, that don't regard themselves as having voice within the system. I give a few examples there of how Lula da Silva used that when he was, or his party was accused about corruption. He was saying, well, they are accusing us of corruption because we are not part of the system. We are, they accuse Getulio Vargas and so ever. Is this conspiracy of elites, discourse that Lula has used many ways. And then I say, well, the problem with corruption, everybody is, so we are part of the system, so we are like everybody. So he was using two completely different discourses to justify his question. So in a certain way, what I'm saying, the populist is part of a rhetorical arsenal of this kind of selective political strategy that politicians in every society, and even in the most democratic society where there is a gap between the represented and the representative, has at this combination. And finally, the fourth dimension, which I think is overlooked, is the redemptive promise of populism, because the idea of populism is not only to divide society between the people and the enemies, but the promise of creating, so to speak, a better society when the enemies of the people are divided. And again, is it possible in a society that is well institutionalized that they, to have this kind of redemptive, foundational aspect of populism? I think there is, again, within certain limits and within certain contexts. And I gave two examples in my paper of very, very different politicians. One was Carlos Menem's famous 89 slogan, "Síganme, no los voy a defraudar," following "I will not let you down," which in many ways has been seen as a proof of how empty the promise of populism is. But if you look at the context of Argentina in 89, a society that was falling apart, it was a hell of a promise to make. And the other one is for a politician who is completely the opposite of Menem, and I'm talking about Obama here, and the famous "Yes, we can." They are completely different. One was a sort of appeal to follow a leadership, the other an appeal to a collective endeavor. But what I'm wrecking about that both have this kind of redemptive promise to social sectors that they didn't feel that the society were offering to them what they wanted. And again, I would talk about Fome Zero in Lula together with a letter to the Brazilian people, as how politicians use sort of pragmatic and redemptive elements in their discourses. So, to conclude, can we then sort of broaden the concept of populism and understand that could be populist in well-institutionalized democratic society, liberal democratic society with a relatively efficient state and so on? My argument would be not try to widen the concept of populism, which is promiscuous enough, but try to break up the divides and say, well, we can only have populism in this kind of critical societies, and we can only have populism if we have a crisis of representation or economic crisis. Populism is part of the democratic discourse, and in many societies, in every society, you have populist intervention, if not necessarily populist politicians. I think we can talk about populist politicians in terms of politicians that effectively use this kind of dichotomic, antagonistic discourse as in a fundamental way, rather than part of a wider repertoire. And I conclude with the idea of good and bad politicians. If we assume, for the sake of the argument, I know something I'm defending, I throw a wobble in my conclusions there, but maybe we can talk about people like Lula or Mujica or why not Obama as populists, or at least using populist intervention. Are they the good politicians, the inclusive politicians, as different to the bad populists, the Chavez, the Morales, or whatever, the one that divides society in a certain way? Then we talk about populists that are bridge builders rather than trench diggers, people that bring people into the system rather than divide the system and try to refound it on different ground. I leave the question open for discussion, and I throw over partly because populism is such a toxic brand that calling certain politicians populists is quite problematic. And also, my last intervention, it may be, in some cases, in societies that are irredeemable damage and the political system are completely beyond salvation. Maybe the good populists are the ones that try to create a better system. So it depends on your politics, it depends on your context, it depends on your country, where we believe who the good guys or the bad guys are. Thank you.
Great. Thanks to you both. The floor is open for comments and questions. Kurt and Ken, I'll keep a running list. Go ahead. Wait, just let me ask. Nikki, are you here? Camilo, do we have a microphone to pass around? Wait for the mic. It'll help us with the... Thanks. Great.
So I wanted to call attention to two issues that I think deserve a good amount of discussion. One is, for many years we've discussed is to what extent is populism democratic and in what way, and is there a participatory dimension and is it against a liberal dimension? But it's really struck me in the last years. I mean, I think we used to assume that most of these third wave democracies in Latin America are now pretty consolidated. I think in the last year it has really become obvious that there is a very serious threat that emanates from what you call radical populism. I mean, Chavez has turned much more authoritarian, much more crackdown on the opposition, and we've seen kind of the Chavista recipe of using a constituent assembly, kind of the majoritarian dimension of democracy, to really crack down on the opposition, to really limit the liberal dimensions, catch on in Ecuador, in Bolivia, even starting in a place like Honduras where you wouldn't have expected it. And so I think that issue of, is this radical populism turning into a really serious threat to what we define as democracy in Latin America? It used to be just exceptional. Fujimori messes around and everybody gets on his case and he has to back off or he gets thrown out or whatnot. But now I see much more of kind of a trend, a recipe that's catching on, and that I think that issue that, well, maybe it's half democratic and half not, I think it has become much more sinister as a threat. The second thing is, which is something that I usually don't do, is I would like to call attention to kind of the borderline cases, because you mentioned this is radical populism, and we tend to group Chavez and Correa and Morales in the same kind of category. But I think it's actually very questionable to include Morales as a populist if we use the political definition that this project is adopting. And so I think we have to get very clear. You see it in the papers. Crabtree, well, we don't really know. Ken Roberts, well, yeah, he's in my category of radical populism, but then he isn't a real populist. And so, where do these people fit? And also retrospectively, like, I've been struck by the very quick reinterpretation of Brazil. Brazil used to have a weak party system, used to be fragmented and incoherent. There was a real populist threat in the early 90s with Fernando Collor de Mello. Now we've forgotten it. Now 15 years later, Brazil has a strong and institutionalized party system. Although the president's party still gets a fraction of the vote that the president gets in presidential elections. So, how quickly can some weak, incoherent party system morph into an institutionalized party system? Populism, which was a real threat, is now seen as totally not on the agenda in Brazil. So, maybe we've been kind of a little too fast of sort of, as I say, I'm usually not, that's what I usually try to do, but it strikes me that there are a number of these borderline cases that maybe we are pushing and shoving a little too much into our neat little categories at this point.
Keep going with questions, or did you want to?
Keep going.
Just quickly in response to the two presentations, and probably in particular to Francisco with sort of the interesting discussion of the Uruguayan case. But as we think about populist discourse and the role that charismatic figures typically play and as they try to mobilize popular support and reach out to El Pueblo, but it struck me that we should also give some thought to the role that the conservative establishment may play in constructing El Pueblo through their oppositional kinds of strategies as they use populism as an epithet to try to discredit leaders and to discredit the movements and in a sense the constituencies associated with that. And it seems to me that not only is El Pueblo constructed by the populist figures and their constituents, but in many, I think increasingly, and as you see conservative establishments in a sense reacting against against the sort of the specter of Chavismo spreading across the region, but I think we see that you don't find populist figures talking about leading populist movements. It's the conservative establishment that tends to use the epithet, and I think is playing a critical role in constructing the polarization that exists in a number of countries.
Sure. Hector?
Okay, I have a couple of comments and then a question. I want to start with, I find it very inspiring. Some of the things I talk about in my paper on Argentina speak to what you guys said. First of all, Francisco, I want to start with that, with this question, can we broaden the concept of populism? We can broaden any concept as much as we want. The question is that useful? Is it useful in terms of how we define it? We broaden it, then we add more and more defining characteristics. Is it useful empirically? Do we capture what we expect to capture? And that's the key question. We were on the elevator with Carlos and Leslie saying, well, it's great to have a conference about something that doesn't exist anymore, which is my position, right? But we'll talk about it. Because we need the core of the concept. If it is about populist interventions, well, George W. Bush was very populist on the carrier, right? Yeah. Way back in 2003. If it was about redemption, hey, Obama in Chicago and everybody crying was Andrew Lloyd Webber, and Madonna on the balcony and the people crying, right? Well, what is specific to populism and what is specific to politics? That we need to spend some time defining, right? If it is about multi-class appeal and a heterogeneous vote, well, there are two different things. A multi-class coalition is not the same as a heterogeneous vote. Parties are catch-all all over if they expect to win an election. They need to have a heterogeneous vote to win the election. That is not a multi-class coalition, stricto sensu. And we need to clarify that as well. I like the way Carlos started, and that's how I started with Germani and everybody else when we talk about populism. Why? Well, because concepts have a biography. And we can redefine the concept any way we want, but can we do it, violating the biographical data of the concept? Can we ignore Gramsci when we talk about hegemony? I don't think so. Can we ignore Weber when we talk about legitimacy? I don't think so. Can we ignore Germani, Cardoso and Faleto, Yanni, Di Tella, and so on and so on and so forth when we talk about populism? I don't think so. And again, maybe we can redefine it, but and add as many adjectives as we want. The question is it useful? Concepts are data containers. They tell us very quickly what we should see when we think about something, right? When we say democracy, what do we think about it? Well, certainly not what's going on in Honduras right now, right? But if we say democracy and we can think about the US and Honduras together, well, it's not going to help us communicate with one another. The question of the incompatibility between populism and democracy, again, yes and no. Not any more than democracy is incompatible with the American South. Not any more than democracy is incompatible with the urban machine in United States history. But that's what we have to deal with. And in some places, and I like Kurt's comment on Brazil, in some places the old populists have made contributions to democracy, and in some other countries the old populists have not. And I agree, yeah, Brazil was all you said, but now it seems something different. Yeah, it's a legitimate question. How quickly can you leave all that behind and adopt a liberal democratic system? Well, I think that's the great thing about Lula. I mean, that he has been, and before Lula, the way Cardoso left a couple of things tied in his second term, right, about democratic government and democratic governance. But I think that is the question. Now, that is the issue to explore. One last thing that it's a question that I want to leave open for everybody, especially for Enrique that is going to talk about that. We talk all the time about crisis of representation. Francisco just mentioned it. And maybe we should also spend a little bit of time trying to see if we mean the same thing. What is the crisis of representation? The crisis, there is a paper in Latin America that has been written by one person, and then everybody came afterwards. Who was it? I don't know. It's the crisis of representation in, fill in the blanks, right? Wherever you go, there's been such a crisis of representation. What do we mean? What is that? Parties are not representing. Parties are in trouble everywhere, not just in Latin America. Democracy, the impossibility of parties parties were forged at least 100 years ago or more. Societies have changed so drastically, they are in trouble all over. It's not an accident that all the barometers in the world rank parties at the bottom of the scale. And all kinds of other institutions are much higher up than parties. So, since Enrique, I leave it for Enrique because that's what he's going to talk about. Thank you. Bye.
Great. I'm going to ask another question that follows directly on what Hector just said, and then I have Cynthia and Enrique, so we can bring the microphone down here. Francisco, I was struck by the same point that Hector talked to when you made references to populism in the United States and the work of Michael Kazin, who also is a former fellow here. And I'll just read a paragraph from your paper, and I don't have page numbers on this draft, but it says, does it make sense to speak of populism in well-institutionalized political systems with checks and balances, a strong and active civil society, and well-functioning representative institutions? Now, my answer to that question would be absolutely not, but you answer it and say, I think it does, as long as we don't refer to populism as a political regime or as a kind of encompassing totality, but as suggested above, as populist interventions made within a wider discursive and institutional political environment. I mean, I really take exception to that. I realize that there are various different definitions of populism, and one of the things we're trying to clarify today is exactly what that is. But it seems to me that there is a huge difference between a politician in Texas, you know, getting up at a barbecue in a string tie and a pair of boots and, you know, bringing on the strongest, you know, Southern accent and talking about, you know, the people of Texas. There is a difference between populist discourse and a populist mode of governance that is, by definition, I think, anti-institutional, and against the, as Kurt was saying, the sort of, the sorts of checks and balances and whatever that we associate with liberal democracy. So I'm afraid of, there may be a populist discourse that is possible within democratic systems, but I would be very careful about saying that populist discourse is in and of itself a definition of a populist system. So I just wanted to call attention, to that element. We have Cynthia and then Enrique and then Julio.
Yeah, this follows up a little bit on both what Ken was saying as well. It seems to me that the concept of populism, especially when it's used in the press, but to some extent in more academic writings, is sort of denigrating and critical. There's that component that populism is, in some respects, irrational. And I think that's worrisome for some of the reasons that Hector and Ken were giving. I think that the issue of conceptualization and classification, there's an inevitable simplification. And I'm thinking, for example, the term oligarchy and the term the people. As political scientists, as scholars, we stand back and say, no, that's a simplification. But if you're a politician and you're trying to understand Peru in the 1940s or 1950s or 1960s, well, I would submit, no, you could do a lot worse than oligarchy and the people. I mean, you've got to come down to something. So there was sort of virtual consensus, I'd say, in Peru that there was an oligarchy. And so, to use that conceptualization to make that division, was it somehow, irrational? I don't think so. And coming back on what Hector was just saying, the crisis of representation, well, that means that the traditional political class weren't doing that well. And again, you look at Peru and a lot of periods, unfortunately, they weren't doing that well. So is it irrational for politicians to say, okay, we're going to find something else? So just basically that point of trying to figure out, is there some kind of, because again, in the press, when the word populism is used, it's a tendency to say, oh, these kind of crazy Latins who, like they're charismatic leaders. And, I think it's more than that.
Enrique.
Also follow from the previous intervention, to what extent we need to stretch the concept, and I would be rather skeptical about that strategy. And I think we already have that strategy in the work of Laclau that stretches the concept of populism and equates it to the concept of the political. So I would be, and he does it by, and I think we should be careful of these populist interventions, that we linking them with the normative promise of democracy. There is always a redemptive a feature in democratic representation, in representative democracy. There is always the role of charisma, the attempt to create and recreate the constituencies to appeal. I think that's part also of the normal dynamics of representative democracy. And I think the attempts by Laclau to say, well, all politics is populism, is predicated on the idea that representative democracy is boring, politics has been replaced by administration, a lot of presuppositions that I think were already present in the attack of Carl Schmitt on representative democracy and this understanding of democracy as an alternative. So I think that in stretching this concept, I think we should be careful of not falling into that type of temptation.
Okay. Julio down here, and then in the back.
I think that there is time now for another paper entitled Populism with Adjective, right? to follow on the famous Collier and Levinsky paper on democracy with adjective. I'm sure that at this very moment, someplace in Europe, there is a conference like this debating about the rise of populism in Europe, right? Now, are they talking about the same that we're talking about here? To what extent we can find common ground with the scholars over there in Western Europe that are concerned about the rise of populism that has a very strong right-wing component, whereas we're talking about populism in Latin America with a left-wing component. And I think part of the confusion is that we are really talking about different things, at least two. I'm not saying that there are only two, but at least two different things. Populism as a regime type or as a form of political representation, and populism as either ideology, mentality, or movement. And I think that we cannot, or we should not, provide a similar definition when we're talking about two different things. I mean, we can debate about what means, what is populism when we talk about populism as a form of political representation, and we should probably talk about what is populism when we talk about populist movements or a populist mentality or a populist ideology. I think that it's part of the confusion. My sense is that the two presentations focus more on the latter than the former. They have put a much greater emphasis on aspects linked to political communication rather than populism as a form of political representation. And if you look at populism as political communication, obviously you have to ask the question, okay, what is the message? Because what is trying to be communicated? And what I find interesting is that if there is talk about Pueblo or the Popular or things like that, it's obvious that one of the reasons why they are doing it is because it works in an electoral context. So what has happened in Latin America that has forced politicians in general to switch the message from ciudadanía to pueblo, from citizenship to the people. It used to be that if you want to win a presidential election, you have to look the part. You have to dress a suit and a tie. You have to look like a president. So there was, back in the time, some kind of mental representation of what a president should look like. Today is different. Today, as the presentation of Mujica or the discussion of Mujica implies, people probably no longer have that idea of what a president means, right? It's more of, okay, it has to be somebody that looks like me. And I think that represents or reflects is the embodiment of social, cultural changes in the region in the last 20 years that probably we need to examine more carefully. But the whole other issue is the issue of populism as political representation that Kurt is raising, and to what extent certain populist regimes like Chavez in Venezuela have really crossed the line from some type of electoral democracy to some form of electoral authoritarianism.
Sir, in the back. People are forgetting to introduce themselves. Please do so. Yeah, that's all right.
Hi, good morning. My name is Karen Musikovic. I'm from the OAS. And I have two questions. The first one is, if we consider populism as a mode of government or as a form of political representation, whether it would be possible to include in the dimensions of populism one that would address the capacity of delivery, the responsiveness of populism to the demands of the people, and whether it would be possible to make a classification within radical populism regarding this capacity to deliver, and how could we measure that capacity to deliver. And the other question that I have is, if we identify populism as a threat to democracy, what are the threats to populism? And especially in political systems where the conservative establishments are weak, how can we have populism disintegrated, or what are the threats to populism? Is it implosion? Is it internal implosion? What is it? That's my question. Thanks.
Okay, why don't we return to Carlos and Francisco, whoever wants to go first.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'll be able to make justice to the many interesting questions here. I'll do my best. First, many of you have suggested I'm stretching the concept of populist, and I don't think I am. For those of you who have read my paper, start by a definition of populist, which is extremely orthodox and shared by most of the people that are here, basically in terms of accentuating the political strategy of dividing society into categories of people and each other. And what I don't even try to give a new definition of populist. What I try is to be a little bit more analytical in how we understand populism. And what I would suggest is many populists look at these different dimensions without making clear what they are talking about. And the same in terms of Enrique, that's saying that falling in Laclau's trap of equating populism with politics. Again, I explicitly in the paper, I said I disagree with Laclau in this identification, and I cannot elaborate that, and we can't elaborate that, but there are many, many reasons to disagree with that. What I would say nonetheless is that effectively in an era that we are living in, not only perhaps in Latin America, or if you want to characterize it in very general, of unsettlement and the alignment in which political parties and institutions, etc., are find it increasingly difficult to hold society together. The politics is becoming much more populist everywhere. So that's what I would argue there. And in terms then to Kurt, in terms of the borderline cases, I think that's more or less what my paper is about. I think there is no question about where Chavez is effectively a populist with all the characteristics that you say. But what I try to suggest here is obviously it becomes much more problematic where you go through the spectrum and say, well, is Morales a populist, or is Lula a populist, or in this case, my case, Mujica a populist. My suggestion, you can see it's a fudge. I don't think it is. I said, well, maybe that's not the proper question. Maybe that depends a little bit on your politics. Maybe what we have to try to understand that many politicians use this kind of populist strategies as part of a wider repertoire of their political strategies. And again, I time that with my answer to Cynthia on the book of Kazin, who has greatly influenced in my understanding of populism. Kazin said that tracing the history of populism in the US, he does not contend that his subjects were populists in the way that they were unionists or socialists, Protestant or Catholics, liberal Democrats or conservative Republicans. Rather, his premise that is, I think it's Levitsky and Morillo said, well, that shows the limits of populism in Argentina. For all the crisis of political parties in Argentina, there is no the space to recreate a kind of Chavista populist there. So that's about populism. And so well institutionalized, my argument would be well institutionalized societies. There is still populist intervention, and there has been throughout the history of the United States, including, of course, Bush, but they are within a context which limit the efficacy of that. I think that's, in terms of contribution to democracy, again, this is quite considered. My only answer to that is it depends quite a lot. And what I suggest there is certain types of political interventions in societies that have a strong liberal democratic institution may contribute to bring into the system, to make the system even more inclusive, to bring into the system people that still are not feeling represented in society, because even the best society, even with the best representative institutions, there is always a gap between the represented and the represented. And maybe the populist, the kind of, we can call the good populist, the Lulas or even the Mujica, they give voice to people that they really don't feel represented there. In other cases would be, I think, completely the opposite case, and would be much more destructive and much more undemocratic. But again, I think it's the case of Venezuela, for instance. But again, I said that's why the relation between populism and democracy, it depends on the political context in which the populist plays, so to speak. I think that's all for me for the moment. Thanks.
Let me try to address most of the issues. I will start with Cindy's comment about the linkage of populism with irrationality. And if you look at the history of the concept of populism, it was always linked to irrationality, irrationality of the masses, which were supposed to be stupid and manipulated by a leader, irrationality of economic policies that did not work. And therefore, I understand, and then you can see that argument played down in, for instance, in Bolivia. In Bolivia, scholars who are very institutionalist, and I will not say names, they cling to the idea of populism as something irrational, and they try to depict the Morales phenomenon as just irrationality and just populism. And therefore, other scholars who work in Bolivia and who have used the word populism before are more uncomfortable with using such a term because of that right-wing pejorative use of the concept of populism. Then, of course, you have the followers of Laclau, who always hated. I mean, Laclau is a Marxist, so he loved the idea of a rupture, of an antagonism. He doesn't really believe, I think, despite his work with Chantal Mouffe, he doesn't believe in democracy. He loves this idea of rupture. So there are very few people who will say, I am with Laclau and I want this rupture, and this is the great thing about.
I think the question of Laclau that he doesn't. His idea of radical democracy is completely incompatible with populism, because radical democracy is radical pluralism, and populism is not pluralism.
Yeah, there's a very strong contradiction there. So I understand these difficulties about using the term populism, and that leads us to the borderline cases that I will try to talk about later on. And always the concept of the pueblo and the popular is built in a dialogue with elites, with the media, with people who are depicting the pueblo in very negative terms in context of this polarization. And I think it's very interesting to look at how the concept of the pueblo is built in these instances of polarization. And that brings again to the idea of democracy. Sometimes democracy has been used to exclude common people, to say that they are not ready for democracy yet, to present liberal elites as the bearers of these democratic ideals in these uncivilized nations. And that brings me to the idea of radical populism and democracy. And what for me is fascinating is that in the cases, and let's leave Morales out of the question for the time being, I think that what is fascinating with Chavez and with Correa is that they are engaged in what they call a democratic transformation of society, with notions of radical democracy, of participatory democracy, of ideas in which the people have to get back democratic participation and representation that was kidnapped by political parties. And many of the followers continue to feel that as they are living in truly democratic, liberating moments, which are extremely anti-pluralist, which do not value all the traditions that come from a liberal understanding of democracy, focusing on the individual. So for me, what is interesting here is that, of course, we have to have at the end a normative definition of democracy. And if we have a normative definition that values liberal democracy, of freedoms, etc., those regimes can be very undemocratic. But what is also interesting is that they are trying, or they are convinced that they are bringing new forms of democratic participation and representation. It's as if the debate on democracy has not been complete yet, and that we continue to say, what is democracy? What is the way in which we can live democratically? Hector, yes, concepts have a biography, and the biography of populism always goes with the question that we have to throw the concept to the garbage. I mean, that has been the debate about Ecuadorian populism, and perhaps the most compelling argument were made by Rafael Quintero in 1980 when he shows that the dependency and modernization approaches to populism we don't need at all. But then the problem is when you throw away the concept, that you have to use it again. And sometimes people use Bonapartism, they come with other concepts that are as a stretch out or even more stretched out as populism. But I agree with you, we have to go into a concept, into a biography of these concepts. And there you have two ways in which this debate has continued. One has been to focus on populism as a political strategy, and then you have to look at the links between leaders and followers. And another is to go into discourse, where you can have approaches such as Laclau, which are very nice on paper, or you can go into Casing. I always mispronounce his name. Casing, and what Panizza is doing, which is to divide the concept to make it work better. Border cases, Morales. Yeah, if you define populism as a top-down strategy, there's nothing about populism in Morales, as Kenneth has shown, but sometimes he uses a populist discourse. And if you look at the way in which Bolivian scholars who are in Morales' government have understood the war against gas and the war of water, those are populist interventions. I mean, it's people, it's the common people, indigenous people, or assemblyist democracy that took away the power from politicians, and they created these participatory, liberating moments of democracy. So I think that it depends on how do you define populism, and that's what I have to say about that. And in terms of Karen's question, I think that the capacity to deliver of populism will be analyzed by Kurt Wayland in his paper.
Cynthia, would you allow me just
Sure,
one more? Just to, Ken, yeah, we said, well, this idea of accusation of populism is part of a conservative strategy. Of course it is. And that's why Mujica reacts as he reacted against Talvi, which exactly was playing that game. And that's why also, in my conclusion, I step back from saying, well, all of them are populist. The other reason that would be conceptual stretching, saying that, you know, Lula or even Morales, if you want, they are populist, would be a conceptual stretching. What I'm saying, well, no, I don't think that's the worst way of looking at things, but we also have to acknowledge that these politicians use this kind of intervention very strategically sometimes to try to create. And interestingly enough, about Casing, the whole argument of his book is that effectively the right had hijacked populist politics in the United States from Wallace to Reagan, and of course he published it before that to Sarah Palin. And his argument was that if the left wanted to, you know, again become hegemonic in the United States or win elections, should incorporate a populist dimension to their politics. Whether Obama has done or that, I mean, it's a big question mark. Again, I wouldn't call Obama populist partly because of such a toxic brand, I would say, but partly because it is a simplification of a much more complex discourse and politician as well.
Great. If there, Hector wants a final word, we'll take that. Not a final word. The final word of this session. Maybe we'll take a brief comment by Hector and then by Leslie, and then take a break and reconvene. Go ahead.
One quick thing.
Microphone.
About Carlos's comments. The garbage can. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I suggest to start using post-populism. I mean, and which, you know, the literature on post-communist transition talks about post-communism, recognizes the legacies of communism, the influence of communism, the obstacles presented from the communist past to the task of building democratic institutions. Why couldn't we do the same? Are there legacies? Indeed. Are there traditions, cultures, rhetorics, discourse, outlooks, and balconies? Of course. But is that populism? I think it's not. It's post-populism. It's not any different. Now, with respect to liberal, the complicated relationship between populism and liberal democracy is that, well, to the extent that democratic citizenship is three types of rights, so civil, political, and social, well, the civil rights entail private property and other liberal traditions that the populists had trouble with. So they have a very complicated relationship. And to the extent that the true democracy is social rights, well, let's use the others as, you know, pure instruments. And now, and that's the tension for the task of building democratic institutions, historical tension. Now, one of the things I want to develop is that Peronism is interesting because it has gradually, over the democratization of Argentina, began to come to terms with the other components of citizenship, timidly for some, but more with more conviction for others within the Peronist Party. And that is the process. What Kurt described in Lula is exactly that. The capacity to start coming to terms with the fact that democracy without liberalism, well, after the dictatorships, is not a democracy you would want to live in, right? So.
Okay. Leslie?
Well, I'm not sure that it's right. I should have the last word because I had very quick comment of this session, I mean, because it's by no means a wrapping up of an interesting discussion. I just had a few thoughts, really. The first is there certainly isn't a conference on populism in Europe going on at the present time like this one. That's inconceivable. On populism in Europe, because really, what is populism in Europe? There's really no such thing. We have established democracies with clear conservative pro-market political parties and clear social democratic. Some of them have absorbed communist parties in Eastern Europe, but they're socialist, social democratic parties. There seems to be a wave towards the conservative parties, except the social democrats won in Portugal and in Greece in the last few weeks. And this is the normal democratic process in Europe. What they're concerned about is the revival of fascism. This is a different matter altogether. In a number of countries, there are clear signs of nationalist, anti-immigrant, ethnically based, aggressively fascist movements emerging in a number of countries, which worries a great number of people. The second point, quickly, is that I really do, after this discussion even more so, I'm one of those, slightly different from Francisco, I think, who would really rather keep to the minimalist definitions as much as possible and not look for ways of broadening the definition of populism. We agreed that it was a historical phenomenon in Latin America from the 20s, 30s through to the 50s, 60s. It would be interesting to look at the historiography of the concept of populism. That's an interesting question that not many people have addressed, and I realized, thinking about my own paper last night, that I hadn't addressed it myself. When did people in Brazil begin to use the word populism? And when they used it, was it in fact pejorative, or was it an expression of praise? And you look at literature from the left and literature from the right about populism, really starting in the 60s and 70s. There was a little bit in the 50s, but there they were concerned with Adhemar de Barros in São Paulo more than anything else. That was where the first ideas of populism came in Brazil. In those early articles in the 50s, what do we mean by Adhemerismo in São Paulo? What is this new phenomenon that's emerged? It wasn't Getúlio, it was Adhemar de Barros. And the historiography of the concept of populism and the hostility to populism from the traditional left and from the right, this is where it emerges in the 1960s after the 64 Golpe. And I tend to think that it helps a lot if we continue to try and refine and define and understand what populism meant positively, negatively, for democracy, for social justice in that period. But then, of course, we do have the problem of neo-populism arising from the third wave of democracy, the fact that we have universal suffrage in so many countries for the first time, but still an enormous amount of poverty and inequality, and therefore potential for a new wave of populism, which comes, as we know, from both right and left. But the person who will be most pleased that we're having a conference like this here is Hugo Chavez, of course. Because really, in the end, this is what we're talking about. We come down more and more. We've abandoned the concept of neo-populism of the right. That was a phenomenon that seems to have disappeared. We're now concerned with neo-populism of the left. If Morales isn't a populist, and Lula isn't a populist, and Uribe certainly isn't a populist, we're talking about Chavez and Correa. Zelaya, perhaps. We're talking about Chavez, and this is really what it's all about, and therefore we're maybe giving too much attention to neo-populism as against populism, but that's what you'd expect a historian to say. And on the borderline cases, as I'll try and argue later, I've always taken the view that Lula was not a populist, and I tried to explain in my paper why that is so, but those who've read my paper will see, although I didn't complete the final section, I'm beginning to have doubts about what is going on in Brazil now. What is Lula up to now? What will happen in 2010? And are we looking forward to 2014? So the doubts have surfaced.
Great. On that note, let's take a break till just before 11 o'clock so we can start. Thank you to two people who have been very critical in the organization of this conference. One who is closing the door right now, Nikki Nichols, Program Assistant with the Latin American Program. Those of you who have come from out of town know Nikki at least by email. And also Camilo Zambrano, who is an intern who's been joining us this semester and last summer from American University. Deborah Elson, who's also here with us, an intern from George Washington University. Everyone who is presenting a paper will be identified, and a lot of people know each other, but I thought it would be interesting to have a quick round of introductions around the room so that people know who has been invited to this, very small discussion before we open it up. I'd especially like to welcome several colleagues from El Salvador, Antonio Cabrales from Fusades, and his colleagues who were at the center several days ago and are particularly interested in this discussion. So if you are presenting a paper or chairing a panel later, we can just, why don't we just do everybody? Julio, why don't you start? Name and institution.
Julio Carrion, Department of Political Science and International Relations, University of Delaware.
Cynthia McClintock, George Washington University.
John Crabtree from the Latin American Center. Francisco Panizza, London School of Economics.
Saro, Instituto de Ciencia Política de la Universidad de la República de Uruguay. I'm a fellow here, resident fellow.
Michael Shifter, Intermarket Dialogue.
Karen Mosikovic, Organization American States.
Antonio Cabrales from El Salvador and from Salvadorian Foundation Economic and Social Development.
Patricio Perseniewicz from the University of Vienna, Universidad Nacional.
Anthony Abbott, intern at the National Endowment for Democracy. Miguel Carter, American University.
Lázaro Cárdenas Batel, former governor of Michoacán, Mexico.
Lázaro Cárdenas.
Daniel Moravito, University of Texas at Austin.
Renata Segura, Social Science Research Council.
Ana María Bejarano, University of Toronto.
So how?
No one is going to be using PowerPoint.
Yeah, we can turn it off.
Save the noise of the fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice. But I think I need a technician here to turn this off.
Use a break.
I'm not sure I'm going to do the right thing.
This is an old-fashioned panel.
I know, it's no PowerPoint.
No fancy PowerPoints. I do have a one-page ad.
Do you want to turn this off?
Yeah.
Yeah. A control, don't you have a remote?
I would also like to
No, that's put to point.
I would like you to introduce yourself, also a member of the audiovisual team of the Populism Center from Bolivia.
Ugh. I'm seeing I'm getting the flu.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame. We have to check out in the afternoon.
It'll go off once it cools down.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we got to start because we have very tight constriction in terms of time. We have 3 panels today. I'm going to go ahead and start right away in the order in which they are listed in the program. First, Ken Roberts on populism, political parties, and political systems. You know you have 20 minutes, and
Okay.
I'll have to remind you if you forget.
Okay. Good. Yeah, let me know if I start to run over. I think this is an old-fashioned panel. None of us are using PowerPoint. I do have a very simple one-page handout, probably close to enough for everyone to have one, but a couple of you may need to share towards the back of the room. Let me just start by saying thank you to Cynthia and Carlos and the Wilson Center for organizing this and inviting me to participate in what I'm sure is going to be a very rich discussion over the course of the day. The paper that I wrote very hurriedly over the last couple of weeks and submitted is very much a preliminary work in progress, and I anticipate doing some additional work on that. So I very much look forward to the discussion and hope that the paper can help to stimulate a little bit of debate and discussion, in particular about the relationship between populism and political parties, which is really the central focus of the paper. I think that we all recognize that populism interacts with parties and party systems in very complex and often contradictory ways. And yet I think that oftentimes we haven't thought real systematically about what the ways are of the different kinds of interaction between populism and party systems. And so part of what I'm trying to do is to push us to think a little bit more systematically about the kinds of relationship between parties and populism, and to see if we can come to a better understanding of the variation that exists in these relationships. And I say this in particular because I argue that in a sense populism is a little bit like it's a little bit like Schumpeter's depiction of capitalism, where he talked about capitalism as a force of creative destruction. And I think that in many ways populism is the same thing with party systems in Latin America. On one side, populism is often part of a breakdown or dislocation of traditional party systems, but in other respects populism is often part of a rebuilding, a reconfiguration, a realignment, or a transformation of party systems. And so I think it's important for us to keep both sides as sort of this dual effect of populism in mind when we try to think about the relationship between populism and political parties. I think one of the reasons why populism tends to have this dual effect on party systems, both creative and destructive, is because I argue that populism, although populism can emerge in many different contexts at different time periods, but I think we see the strongest and purest and most powerful expressions of populism in sort of the classical critical junctures of political development in Latin American history. So I'll talk a little bit about those critical junctures today and how I think populism played a role within them and what that implied for party systems. But when you look at political parties, I think you find that populism tends to almost always pose significant challenges to established party systems. And so although you can find populist figures emerging within traditional political parties, I think the strongest and purest expressions of populism tend to be sort of the outsider populist phenomenon that we often talk about. And pretty much by definition, the outsider populist phenomenon is posing a challenge to established party systems. And so I want to try to push a little bit more and understand why that is. But I argue that part of the reason why populism poses a challenge to established party systems is because I think there are really two classic mechanisms of electoral mobilization that you can find with populism. The first is what I call an activation strategy. An activation, this was alluded to in the first panel this morning, activation is basically where a populist figure is mobilizing previously excluded popular sectors, all right, actors who either had never been politically mobilized or incorporated by traditional parties, or perhaps were not even allowed to vote because of suffrage restrictions, which of course was the historic pattern prior to the critical juncture associated with the onset of mass politics in the early stages of industrialization. Right? But activation basically means mobilizing those who have not been participating in the political process previously. With respect to traditional parties, activation doesn't necessarily take votes away from traditional parties. It could be that they retain their traditional votes, but what it does, if you're mobilizing new groups, you're expanding the electorate in ways so that traditional parties may not lose votes, but they lose vote shares because you are expanding the electorate and you're bringing new people in. So in that sense, an activation strategy requires that established parties at least share the political stage with a new rising competitor. The other mechanism of electoral mobilization by populists that I talk about is what I call conversion. And conversion is where you're quite explicitly taking votes away from traditional parties and mobilizing constituencies that previously voted for other parties. And so by definition, a conversion strategy is very much a challenge to established parties. And it is reducing their vote at the same time as you're mobilizing support. And needless to say, these two strategies, activation and conversion, they're not mutually exclusive. There's certainly no reason why they can't go together, but I think they're conceptually different, and I also think that they tend to occur when you look historically that the different critical junctures where we see powerful populist movements are rising, that they tend to prioritize one type of mechanism over another. So let me just say a few words then about the critical junctures and how I think populism plays a role within them. And this is associated with other research that I'm doing, so I won't give the whole critical juncture argument here. And many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the classic work of the Colliers, where they talked about the so-called labor incorporating critical juncture early in the 20th century with the rise of mass politics. And ultimately, I argue in my work that critical junctures are basically periods associated with fundamental changes in the mode of capitalist production so that states and markets and social actors are being realigned. And as you get this realignment of states and markets and social actors, party systems as intermediaries between states and societies are being dislocated and disrupted. So traditional patterns of political representation are basically disrupted in these periods of fundamental societal realignment. And I think those are periods then where traditional parties often, we talked about a crisis of representation this morning, but I think traditional party systems often are plunged into crisis or at least disrupted by these critical junctures. And they're periods that I think are uniquely conducive to the rise, in particular, of populist outsider kinds of figures who can mobilize support against the political establishment. All right, so the first classic period of this is associated with the work of Ruth Collier and David Collier, where they talk about the rise of new populist patterns of representation in a context where the pre-existing oligarchic political parties have been undermined by social and economic modernization, by the rise of urban, middle, and working classes. And basically, these are social groups that had not been previously activated politically. For the most part, they did not have suffrage rights. And so the rise of populism is associated both with an extension of the suffrage to these new social groups and then the political mobilization, usually by populist outsiders, through a kind of the type of activation strategy that I talked about before. The more recent critical juncture, which is where I'm trying to concentrate my own focus in the paper, the more recent critical juncture, I argue, is associated with the collapse of the ISI model of development in the 1980s and the subsequent transition to neoliberalism over the course of the 80s and the 1990s in the region. And I argue that this critical juncture essentially undermined the patterns of representation and the party systems that have been established during the middle of the 20th century and in the classic ISI era of development. I won't go into all the different effects that had on party systems and why some party systems survived that critical juncture and more or less remained intact as opposed to others. But elsewhere in my work, I talk about the adaptation of some party systems during this critical juncture, the realignment of other party systems, the breakdown or collapse of some party systems, and at least hypothetically, the possibility of a recomposition in the aftermath of a decomposition of party systems. systems. But I argue then that populism becomes part of the political mobilization of actors in a context where the pre-existing party systems have been disrupted and dislocated by the shift from one mode of development to another within Latin America. As I try to understand what the effects of that critical juncture are on party systems, a couple of things that I look at, and a couple of things that I think really undermined the traditional political parties. One is simply the political costs of the economic crises. In some countries, very severe economic crises and very prolonged crises. In other countries, less so. But part of the challenges posed to traditional parties by the critical juncture was simply the economic crisis and the way in which this led to widespread anti-incumbent and often sort of serial patterns of anti-incumbent vote shifts within the region. The other thing going on in the critical juncture that I think undermined traditional party systems was, at least temporarily, there was a programmatic de-alignment, you might call it, where you found historic traditional parties that supported state-led capitalist development and tried to provide social benefits, the classic populist parties. Typically, those were the political parties that often took the lead in the process of market reforms. I think one of the great, so far untold stories of this critical juncture, the remarkable shift in public opinion towards the right that took place in the, not public opinion, but public policies, a dramatic shift in public policies towards freer markets, generally not led by conservative, pro-business, pro-market political parties, generally led, at least in the countries that had strong historic patterns of popular mobilization. It was always the populist parties that were basically burdened with the political costs of managing the transition to market liberalism. What that meant is you basically get a collapse of the programmatic alignment of party systems, the convergence around the so-called Washington Consensus, and I think it made it, in many cases, more difficult to align electoral competition along some sort of programmatic divide. And then finally, the other thing taking place in this critical juncture that undermined party systems was the social dislocation that accompanied the economic crises, the collapse of ISI, and the shift to neoliberalism. Most dramatically, a tremendous decline in trade unionization levels across the region. This clearly undermined historic political parties that were closely associated with labor movements, but also, in at least some cases, an erosion of opportunities to use patron clientelism as a mode, especially for conservative. And trying to understand is how does populism play into, essentially play into the institutional legacies? You know, where do we get institutional legacies coming out of this critical juncture? And in particular, where do we get deinstitutionalized political legacies where populism becomes an important part of the new political phenomenon? All right, so I argue in my work that essentially the critical juncture comes to a close by the end of the 1990s, sort of the key period of market reform. This doesn't mean it's the end of the neoliberal era by any stretch of the imagination, but I argue that the critical juncture is associated with the transition to market liberalism basically loses its steam by the end of the 1990s, and that with the rise of Chavez, with the effects of the East Asian financial crisis spreading across Latin America, et cetera, the momentum for market liberalization basically stops and in some cases reverses by the end of the 1990s. And I think at that point we're in what I call the aftermath period with the so-called reactive sequences to the critical juncture. All right, so what I try to understand then is how were the transformations that occurred in party systems over the course of the 80s and 90s during this critical juncture, how have they created certain kinds of institutional legacies, and what role does populism play within that? So I argue there are two basic dimensions to these institutional legacies. The first is whether or not you have an institutionalized party system or whether or not party systems broke down and became deinstitutionalized during the critical juncture. The other dimension along the left-hand side, whether or not you have a programmatic structuring of electoral competition around, basically around the neoliberal model. In other words, do you have well-defined pro-market reform political parties, and do you have at least some sort of left-leaning alternative that is also institutionalized, that maybe has moderated it so that it accepts at least the core outlines of the neoliberal model, but clearly offers voters some sort of electoral alternative that supports a broader range of social citizenship rights within the constraints of the neoliberal model. And so when you combine these two different dimensions, you basically get four different outcomes of the critical juncture. The first, where you have institutionalized party systems with some sort of significant contestation of the neoliberal orthodoxy. So this is the upper left-hand quadrant, where what I call contested liberalism. So these are countries that basically have relatively institutionalized party systems with one or more conservative parties and some relatively well-defined party of the left that provides at least some basic programmatic cleavage in the party system. So that would be Chile, Uruguay, Brazil, Mexico, El Salvador. Those cases have been remarkably stable electorally in their party systems in the aftermath to the critical junctures. In the lower left-hand quadrant, what I call neoliberal pluralism, you have at least at the end of the critical juncture, you had institutionalized plural party systems, but you did not have a well-defined programmatic cleavage between pro-market reform and parties that were more critical of the market reforms. And what's striking about these cases, they've been remarkably unsettled in the aftermath period. The so-called reactive sequences of the effects of economic crisis in Argentina, which is very unsettling, obviously, or in the Colombia, the traditional two-party system breaks down for reasons that I think I think that the Colombian case is a quite different story because of the effects of political violence. But the other cases, Costa Rica, you've gotten the emergence of a new sort of left-leaning populist alternative. Honduras, of course, we get the Zelaya phenomenon in recent times. Paraguay, the dominant parties have broken down, and you get the emergence of a sort of a left-leaning populist kind of figure. And so it's striking in some cases, those were highly stable party systems historically through the critical juncture period, but in the aftermath period, the particular institutional legacy that they had has been quite unstable and, in fact, has been prone to the emergence of new kinds of populist phenomena of rather different manifestations. Moving to the other side, the right side of the figure, the cases where party systems basically broke down during the critical juncture or in the immediate aftermath period. And these are cases where some sort of new populist phenomenon has emerged. In the bottom right is what I call serial populism. And this is where there's not really, at least so far, a basic cleavage between pro-market reform and anti-market reform candidates, or at least not a stable cleavage. And what you basically get is this cycling of personalities, and without them necessarily being grounded in a basic social or political or ideological cleavage. And so Peru, I think, has been in that category since the rise of Fujimori in 1990. Ecuador, I think, was in that category. I think Ecuador may be shifting under Correa to the upper right category, which is what I call polarized populism. And this is where the traditional party systems have broken down and new populist figures have emerged. And it's a context where not only do you have sort of an anti-establishment conflict, but in fact there's a deeper grounding in programmatic differences and potentially at least social cleavages associated with that. So obviously Venezuela is a classic case. Bolivia, in some ways, fits. As some of you know, I'm wary of calling Bolivia populist for a variety of reasons I won't go into now. But I think it clearly is a polarizing popular movement that in some ways shares things in common with the other cases. And then, as I said, I think Ecuador is sort of moving into that category. I think my time is running up, so let me just briefly conclude by saying, these are sort of what I see as being the institutional legacies or outcomes of the critical juncture period. Obviously, these cases are not locked in stone. There continues to be some movement, but I think that what I'm trying to understand is how did the outcomes of the critical junctures create institutional legacies that have shaped sort of the reactive sequences as we've seen the reemergence of popular movements and social demands for states to respond to the unmet social needs that we find in the region today. And within these cases, clearly the serial populist pattern is highly unconducive to a rebuilding of party systems. It's sort of the logic of that. There's not a basic cleavage, and the personalities clearly don't find strong reasons to organize popular support. The polarized cases, I think there are a couple of reasons why, at least potentially, they could rebuild party systems if, in fact, their electoral competition remains in place, which could be a question mark in the Venezuelan case. But in the polarized populist cases, there is a basic social and political cleavage that can provide a foundation for rebuilding of party systems. And there also, I think, is more of a tendency on the part of the populist figures to organize popular constituencies, not simply to have relationships with atomized masses, but in fact to organize from below, in part because they are involved in serious conflicts with traditional elites. And so I think there's a logic of organization building that is associated when populist figures are challenging traditional elites, both politically and economically in these cases. And I think that they tend to organize popular constituencies to provide a counterweight against sort of the poderes fácticos that they talk about of elite actors, other kinds of power resources that the elite actors can have. And for the populist figures, it's popular organization from below that is their only effective counterweight to those elite power structures. So there's at least some potential for party building in that particular dynamic. But as we all know, leaders like Chavez are often highly resistant to party building. So anyway, I think I better leave it there because I don't want to take the time of my other presenters.
Thank you very much, Ken. Now, Enrique Perusotti, Populist Representation.
Okay. Well, thank you, and thanks to Cindy and Carlos for the invitation. I will focus also on the issue of populism, but I will narrow my discussion of populism as a political form, and a political form that expresses a specific understanding of democracy and a particular strategy to democratization. And I think that in this sense, populism has to be understood as one of the possible versions of the democratic impulse, and that the study cannot be dissociated from the discussion around democratic models. And actually, now that in part of the region, the authoritarian or non-democratic strategies have been delegitimized, part of the political conflict is around differing understandings of democracy. I will argue also that populism is a response, and here I think is Ken's presentation, to the deficit of representative institutions, to establish patterns of political representation, to these critical junctures, and that usually, therefore, its emergence and is related to a crisis of representation in terms of Germany, a crisis of political incorporation, and that populist movements usually present themselves as a formula to overcome such a crisis. This is not to say that they necessarily present an alternative or they are successful in establishing or recreating an alternative institutional order. It can be restricted to what Francisco said, a populist intervention. As a strategy, I think populism relies or depends on whether there is a successful process of plebiscitarian identification between a leader and the people to close the abyss that had existed or previously opened between political institutions and society. The problem, or what I see the problematic aspect of that response to the crisis of representation, is that it attempts to overcome the gap between representative and represented by eliminating it. Populist movements consider themselves as the very incarnation of the people, and such an attempt to totalize representation inevitably leads to the destruction of democratic representation. In fact, I think that the theory that best expresses the logic of populism, Carl Schmitt, considers such a strategy of identification as the very negation of the idea of representative government. So my paper is divided in three sections, and in the first one I discuss the work of Carl Schmitt and of some which I consider to be the paradigmatic theories of populism, and actually it's not a coincidence that the current defenses of populism, like Laclau or the Telos group of Piccone, Gary Ullman, etc., are predicated also or are based in these Schmittian presuppositions and Schmittian way of understanding politics. In the second section, I will try to establish some differences between this Schmittian model and the classical phenomena of populism in the region. And finally, if I have enough time, to to try to establish a difference between the delegative democracy, minimalist model of democracy, and populist representation as alternative models of democracy that we need to distinguish. Very briefly, Carl Schmitt, in his theory of constitutional theory, and also in the crisis of parliamentary democracy, he distinguishes between representation and identity as two opposing principles of what he calls of political form. For Schmitt, representation is in open tension with the idea of democracy, which he defines as the identity between ruler and rule. The representative element that in the case of Schmitt, he was referring to the crisis of critical juncture that was related to the crisis or the perceived crisis of liberal representative democracy in Europe. He considered this parliamentary the parliamentary mediation, parliamentarism, was actually a non-democratic element that was introduced into representation. And therefore, Carl Schmitt understands or pleads for a response to that crisis by presenting an alternative democratic model that is based in the elimination of these parliamentary mediations. And what he proposes is an understanding of democracy as identification that is entails the replacement of an indirect type of representative democracy by a direct form of democracy, in which all these representations that he considered were distorting the very logic of representation and preventing the popular, the authentic popular will from expressing themselves needed to be eliminated in favor of this unmediated democracy. For Schmitt, elections under parliamentarism only produce an elected committee of representatives that act independently of the will of the people. And therefore, he contraposes this idea of free representation that is characterizes liberal democracy and liberal representation with the formation of a process of political representation that is based on a process of the creation of a process of identification from above that can lead to the establishment of an authentic popular will. The establishment of that process of identification for Schmitt entail a process of homogenization of the political camp through political polarization. This idea of the political as based on this basic distinction between friend and enemy is predicated into this notion, and therefore if this process of polarization is successful, this strategy of what he considered democratization is successful, it will lead to the division of society into two polarized and irreconcilable camps. And therefore, this provides an opening for initiating this transition from indirect to a direct form of democracy. Of course, for Schmitt, the key issue in this strategy of democratization is who has the leadership skills and control over the means of creating that process of identification, with what he, and I quote, with which the will of the people is to be constructed. Now, for Schmitt, how that process of identification is forged is irrelevant, and actually, for Cynthia knowledge that construction might involve the use of force, manipulation, and even dictatorship, and therefore his controversial understanding of that dictatorship is not necessarily doesn't oppose to the idea of democracy, and I think but that can be one of the ways in which forging this process of political identification. I think that, again, this is an interesting discussion that highlights all of the dimensions that are present on this understanding of populist democracy. And as I said before, I think that current theories that normatively defend the idea of of populism, like Ernesto Laclau's populist reason, are an updated version and a recreation version of some of the elements of this populist model that, as Schmitt, Laclau extends to a general theory of populism. In his theory of populism is presented not just as an analysis of a particular political configuration, but as a theory of the political, as in Schmitt. Populism, Laclau argues, is the royal road to understanding something about the ontological constitution of the political as such. The usual dismissal of populism that characterizes most approaches to the subjects constitute nothing but the dismissal of politics to court. Okay, so after providing this general analysis of the Schmittian model as a way to understanding the populist democratic model, I would like to establish some distinctions about this Schmittian ideal and what we call here the classical democratic populist democratic tradition in the region. And I think that, again, Schmitt provides an important reference for understanding that democratizing impulse. Yet, I think there is a major difference between the Schmitt theories and the classical populist experience in Latin America, that in Latin American, the classical experience that was related to the crisis of an oligarchic model and in a particular shortcomings of liberal representative democracy is intimately linked to the demand for free elections. So, as against Schmitt, the classical populist projects consider elections as the central element in establishing free elections, elections that were not distorted by the hegemonic practice of oligarchic elites and by electoral fraud, as the key constitutive element that defines the democratic character of these regimes. But and I think this, in order to understand this critical conjuncture of the emergence of classical populism, we have to understand the logic that liberal and democratic principles assume in Latin America, and how oligarchic regimes express a particular combination of liberal and democratic institutions. Again, I think that the phenomenon, and here I agree with Paul Taggart, that populism rejects representative democracy, yes, is intimately linked with the notion of representative democracy, because it always emerges as an alternative, as a reaction to a liberal form of democracy, and what it perceives as the shortcomings of liberal representative institutions. And therefore, there is a reactive dimension of populism, and that makes it difficult to establish, and I think the previous discussion was clear, a common blueprint for all forms of political of populism, because it's intimately shaped by the specific conjunctures that had shaped its emergence. So for each type of a specific populist regime or intervention, I think has been shaped by the social, cultural, and historic circumstances of its emergence. I think this is an important point to bear in mind when we try to make comparisons between certain current democratic models and this populist model. The classical populist model, I argue, has to be understood through the historical relationship that liberalism and democracy develop in the region. I think that they historically develop a very conflictive relationship that set the Latin American pattern aside from other regions like Europe in one important aspect, that democracy in Latin America was, in many of these societies, an avoidable reference from the very beginning of the modern political order. And as Alperin Donghi argue, presented a constant problem for state-building elites and for the constitutional experiments of the 19th century. The answer to such an early presence of democratic discourses, and in some cases of democratic institutions, was the establishment of institutional order that formally incorporated democratic institutions, but at the same time distorted their performance through the resort to electoral form or to other mechanisms oriented to consolidate the social and political hegemony of dominant elites. So populism is actually a reaction to this distortion of the dynamics of democratic representation, and the classical experience of populism is related to this specific historical crisis of oligarchic regimes. And actually, populism emerges, and here I use the Peronist example as I think a paradigmatic case that builds its democratic legitimacy by denouncing the existence of electoral fraud in the past, and actually of the ability of populism to win electoral contexts where elections take place in a free under conditions that allow for the establishment of free elections. So against the background of fraudulent oligarchic practices, the issue of clean elections emerges as a decisive yardstick for evaluating the democratic character of the regime. Okay, and I think that it's an important aspect that free elections, they build democratic credentials through this resort to free elections, and at the same time they attempt to redefine the political landscape in a very illiberal directions. I think that this idea of establishing a form of democracy based on a process of political identification and of unmediated political identification is at odds with any idea of democratic accountability. Elections, I think, they are viewed as exclusively as a process of popular authorization that excludes most elements of democratic accountability, and therefore the populism expresses an authoritarian dimension of the democratic impulse. That is to say, is the exaggeration of the existence of democracy without the constraint of liberal institutions. And therefore, elections are here read as a decisional moment that precludes deliberation, contestation, etc., and that in which highlights the moment in which this process of identification has been successful. And here I quote, if I find the quote, there is a quote from Perón in which he argues, and here I quote, "Confronted with our firm and unbreakable will to the will of our opponents, there is only one problem to elucidate: who is right and who has the acquired right to impose his own will. We have given the people the opportunity to choose in the most honest election in Argentine history between us and our opponents. The people have chosen us. Consequently, that problem is over. In the Argentine Republic, what we decide is what's to be done." And therefore, here is the idea that elections gives the right to impose the will of what is considered the will of the people. I think I have, 2 minutes? Or?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Okay, so I think that in order to understand, therefore, the historical emergence of classical populism, we need to differentiate some of democratic models like delegative democracy that bear some affinities with the populist model, but that are also quite different from the populist model. And I think they're very different because of the critical concept, borrowing your problem. This is a delegative democracy, and the delegative democracies emerges and is a form of democracy that takes place in a context in which the region has experienced a new form of military authoritarianism and the existence of state terrorism. And therefore, this establishes clear cultural and political limits to the populist impulse, in the sense that, as opposed to the critical juncture that led to the emergence of classical liberalism, the legative democracies are being preceded by a military authoritarianism. So therefore, the claim for free elections obviously is an important demand, but it's not the only demand that is present in these societies. And as opposed to the classical populist model, in the legislative democracies have to always confront the limit that what I call the politics of social accountability and the politics of human rights presents to this delegative behavior and discretional behavior on the part of the executive. So I think this is an important element that sets the experience of the legative democracy from the classical populist model, in the sense that the emergence of a politics of social rights, or politics of social accountability, signals the existence of a social and cultural environment that poses informal limits to the delegative executive and therefore challenges important aspects of the populist democratic tradition. The aim of these models and forms of politics is to channel democratic dynamics back into a representative form of democracy. So a strategy of polarizing plebiscitarian identification would consequently encounter significant resistance, and here I agree with Francisco of the failure of the Kirchner to in using this polarizing discourse about the people versus the oligarchy that actually backfired on them, and rather than polarizing society, it depleted the Kirchners of their political capital. Are we to conclude, and this is the last minute, that the specter of populism is gone in the region? I would argue definitely not. I think that the shortcomings of the legative and of minimal forms of democracy exhibited in many of these societies are likely to generate the conditions for the reappearance of populism. It is not coincidence that radical, or what we call here radical populism, is found in societies like Ecuador and Venezuela, which had had an experience of a crisis of a liberal representative order and had no experience of bureaucratic authoritarianism. I think that the future of populism in the region depends on the ability of current regimes in pursuing reforms that could recreate and strengthen democratic representation. The latter requires a task of democratic deepening that could move the region away from delegative and minimalist regimes to a form of representative democracy that institutionalizes a broad and pluralist camp of mediated politics that could dramatically improve the receptiveness of the political system to citizens' demands. So as against Schmidt, I will argue that the solution is not the elimination of institutional dimensions, but the creation of a more complex field of institutional dimensions. I think this is not an unrealistic project. It's a project actually that that in many societies of the region are already engaging in very interesting experiments on participatory innovation. I think that the later escapes the agenda of this conference, but will be the subject of tomorrow's presentation on participatory innovation and representative democracy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Enrique. We move right away to Kurt Weiland on the next paper. The title is over here, so I'm sorry. Sorry, Kurt. Populism and Social Policies, which was one of the questions raised in the previous panel. Go ahead.
So, this conference is dedicated a lot to thinking about what populism is, what populism means, how populism comes about. What my paper tries to do is see what populists actually do when they come to office. And I focus especially on this issue that obviously is very acute in Latin America, the widespread pressing social problems. And what you see that in Latin America, you can argue that in many ways the political strategy that has been most successful in the world in addressing these types of social problems, social democracy, European style, really isn't all that viable. First, it's painfully slow. Second, it requires a level of organizational strength and base that in many Latin American countries doesn't exist. And third, the main social constituency of European social democracy, the famous working class, is in Latin America relatively small and relatively well off in these Latin American societies. So the question is whether this working class in Latin America would really want to address basic equity problems. Now, that difficulty then raises the question that's the main point of my paper, which is whether populism can fill that gap and whether populism can successfully address some of the pressing social problems in Latin American countries. And what I start with is that populism in many ways embodies more unbounded agency of a personal leader who mobilizes a mass following. And so you could say that populism might be able to fill the gaps that social democracy cannot fill because, first of all, it's capable of faster action. Second, focus on agency means that it doesn't have these organizational requirements that a true social democratic strategy has. And second, populism tends to mobilize a more heterogeneous people and can reach below the working class narrowly defined. So in some sense, could it do more for social equity in Latin America? To examine these questions, I look at social policy under contemporary populism. And as Leslie Bethel said, when people nowadays think of populism, they think of Chavez. And so Chavez has to be part of the question of the paper here. I don't actually look at Evo Morales because in my definition of populism, he doesn't fall under populism. But I do cast the net more broadly than Chavez because to the present day, populism does not have a single specific ideological orientation, but it comes in different versions, left, Chavez, and right. Since I hadn't seen Ana Maria Bejarano's paper that includes Uribe under neopopulism, I went a little further back and looked at Fujimori as a case of the more right-wing, what I used to call social policy had was similar to Chavez and to Fujimori. So it really is a comparison of populism on the one side and non-populist governments on the other. Now, my basic finding is that populist social policy is deeply shaped by the political strategy that I regard as constitutive of populism. The focus on personalistic leadership that has a plebiscitarian following that is not very mediated by institutions. What I argue in this paper is that populism therefore reflects some of the advantages, but also the problems of unbounded agency that is embodied in populism. It can bring quick progress by creating new social programs, but it does so with haste, with design flaws, with inefficiency, with implementation problems, with precarious institutionalization and questionable fiscal sustainability. So I focus first on the advantages of populist social policy. One is speed. Populists can act quickly. They concentrate power, they try to be autonomous, they don't respect checks and balances, so they can move fast. They can create new social programs, for example, by decree. They can do a lot. They can create fairly massive social programs. They're often prompted to do so by political challenges. They do it in response to upcoming elections, like Fujimori in the run-up to his 95 re-election, or Chavez, he faces a recall election. Oops, let's do something. We have to create these misiones in a rush. And so they do it fast, they do it quickly. There's a clear political rationale. It's not so much poverty alleviation, but my political survival, which then turns also into the seed of some of the disadvantages. What you see in the non-populist governments, they tend to adopt social policy initiatives that much more planned, much more well-designed, in a much more gradual fashion. For example, Lula's flagship program, Bolsa Familia, wasn't even Lula's own creation. That was actually based on core programs under Cardoso, who in turn had looked at local level, regional level programs. So it wasn't that Lula one day woke up and faced an election and created Bolsa Familia, but this was a long process where this was planned and perfected along the way. And you see the same thing in Chilean social policy, that there is very often they start with limited programs, pilot programs, and they expand over time. And you can say that's in some sense a disadvantage. It takes a long time for these non-populist governments to address pressing social issues. Another advantage of populism that I point out, and that might be a little controversial, is that I argue that populism, both the left-wing and the right-wing version, tends to have a disproportionate pro-poor orientation. That they tend to do, in some sense, in relative terms, more for the poorest sectors than the non-populist governments do. And that comes from the fact that these populists are outsiders. They're not that beholden to established existing interests. They find disproportionate support among poorer groupings, and therefore they seek to reward those followers. And that's interesting because everybody thinks, oh, that's the case with Chavez. It was also the case with Fujimori. Fujimori also consistently got more support among poorer sectors, and he targeted social policies towards those poorer groups. They do this also partly because targeting poorer groups has a greater political payoff. You know, just in very basic calculation, a dollar given to a poor person goes more in terms of buying support than to a better off a middle-class person. And we see, of course, in Fujimori's case, the neoliberal idea of targeting meant that he wanted to go to those types of groups. Also, those groups feel excluded and feel long neglected, so there's a special symbolic appreciation for the attention that they finally get from populists. And so you can say that both the left-wing and the right-wing version had a disproportionately pro-poor orientation in a number of social programs. The non-populist governments also do good things for the poor. For example, Bolsa Familia is clearly targeted poorer groups, and we know the Concertación in Chile has been very successful in diminishing poverty. But when you think of it in relative priority, like everybody makes a big deal about Bolsa Familia in Brazil, it's 0.5% of GDP. You know, the continuing social security system gives 5% of GDP to better off sectors. And so, yes, Lula gets a lot of mileage out of Bolsa Familia in relative terms. You know, there's a lot of symbolic attention to it. In terms of the real financing, it's actually not the priority in many ways. And that's, I think, the reason is that these non-populist governments feel more compelled to attend to other, more organized, better off constituents as well. I mean, they come from more organized parties that have a broader segment of the population. So what I'm saying is that populism does have some advantages in its social policies. But there are also important disadvantages because populism creates serious deficits that partly emerge from the flip side of these advantages. As I said, populism can move fast, they can quickly create new programs, but they often do so in a rush, and they do so rashly in many ways. So a number of the new programs are ill-prepared and not very well planned, and they have a hard time getting off the ground initially. For example, was turned into one of Fujimori's flagship programs. Foncordes took a couple of years to get off the ground. You see that in many ways similar with Chavez and the Plan Bolívar 2000 that didn't really work very well in the first few years of the Chavez government. You also see that in this populist social policy, you see design flaws. For example, there's a multiplication of new programs and institutions, and it's unclear how they actually can be coordinated. There's a fairly unsystematic welter of different programs. For example, Fujimori, at the same time, in the same year, in health policy, created both a top-down targeting program and a bottom-up community participation program. Nobody knew how they actually would go together. You see that in many ways similar with Chavez and the Misiones. There are so many Misiones. Who even knows what is out there and how the different things coordinate, and who can tap into 5 Misiones at the same time and somebody else doesn't tap into it at all. So you see that kind of result of the rush that populists have in their social policy. You can also say that while there is a disproportionately poor orientation in many ways, there can be substantive mistargeting of the social policy initiatives that is partly driven out of the political motivations of populists. Like Fujimori in 1997 with quote fanfare announced a new program to cover public school students in the health system, and the health experts were like, why would you do that? I mean, you know, kids in their teens, in their 20s, they don't really get sick. That's not a priority group in any social kind of program. That's, you know, you should focus on infants, on mothers, those types of things. But for Fujimori, it was politically convenient because there wouldn't be many cases that would fall under this initiative, so it would be cheap, but he could cover a large number of people. And so you see politically driven attention to problems that aren't really socially very important, but that can have a political payoff. Or Fujimori was also famous for his insistence on building one school after the other. Just build schools, where there were teachers and textbooks, and later on was not paid that much attention to. The other thing that you see in populist social policy is a fairly high level of politicization, and you saw that in Fujimori's case with very clear political usage of social programs. For example, in the allocation of Foncortes have been a number of studies that can prove statistically that there were clear political criteria in the distribution of programs. Chavez in many ways has turned, or at least for a while, turned this in a more punitive fashion with these lista tascon of the people that signed up for the recall, and then, you want to apply for a social program, you're on that list, sorry, we don't have it anymore, or you want to be a contractor for these social programs and you're on the list and you were excluded. That was done kind of proactively for a while, for a couple of years. What I think is more the case in the Chavez Misiones is that the heavy politicization of these Misiones has led to a lot of self-selection. If you are an opposition supporter, an unaligned person, you just don't tend to go there and to use these benefits. And so that undermines horizontal equity in social policy. And even more importantly, what it does is, officially, these Chavez social programs are for participation and for empowering the people, but effectively it means dependency. It means that you feel compelled to profess your support for the Chavez political project if you want to tap on those into those social programs. Now you might say, well, isn't that just typical of Latin American social policy in general? That's not typical of Chavez and Fujimori. But you actually see, for example, when you look at Bolsa Familia in Brazil, there isn't that blatantly political use of Bolsa Familia. Lula gets rewarded for Bolsa Familia, and the re-election of Lula is partly attributed in 2006 to people appreciating that program. But when there isn't much statistical evidence, and when you do case study analysis, how the benefits are distributed, there isn't the political targeting in that sense. Are you a PT person, you get it, and if you're not a PT person, you get, or it doesn't go disproportionately into PT-governed municipalities. Or when you see at the local level, how is it being distributed? It's being distributed pretty much according to a more objective type of criteria, and it's more automatically given. And I think that's the case similarly in Chile. And so what I'm saying then, through that comparison, it's not just Latin American social policy in general that's politicized and all this kind of thing, but it tends to be much more of a problem in populist social policy than in the non-populist social policies. Okay, so continuing with some of the disadvantages of populist social policies, there are also very clear implementation problems in terms of inefficiency and waste. And even to the level of corruption. There have been a number of accusations of corruption early on with Fujimori, already in 1992, some of the social programs, especially, of course, at the end of the Fujimori government. Similar in the case of Chavez, the Plan Bolívar 2000 was notorious for being used for other purposes. And when you think of the amount of money and the non-transparent allocation of funds and the non-transparent usage of funding in contemporary Venezuela, it's very likely that in these social programs there's a good amount of corruption going on, as observers say. And so you see, for example, Venezuela's ratings in Transparency International is going down. There are also implementation problems in terms of, due to the rush, due to the comparative ill planning of the social initiatives, that you see that officially services are being provided, but the supplies are not there to actually provide them. So Chavez himself declared a crisis in the health system just a couple of weeks ago. And you see that, Mercal, for example, the stores where people can buy stuff, they guarantee low prices, but there isn't always the product on the shelf, right? So, the price is low, but the product isn't there. That partly is a result of deficient institutionalization of these social programs. It's very typical that these programs are created by presidential decree. They're run out of the presidency. They're not organized and administered in the more traditional way of social policy by the line ministries that are in charge of this. But you see that they are done in a much more improvisational way. The administration isn't really regularized. You see more kind of the initial impulse of campaigns, but not the reliable institutionalization, not the setup of standard operating procedures. And so in many ways, there isn't the guarantee of reliable rights, but more in terms of the provision of more temporary favors. So in terms of institutionalization, it's unclear that these programs are not very highly institutionalized. And then maybe one of the last points, and that's, I think, one of the more serious issues, is fiscal sustainability. The social policies of non-populist governments are based on solid tax revenue. They're based on official budget allocations. What you see very often that kind of initiatives of populist social policy are based on more temporary types of revenues, like a good amount of Fujimori's pre-electoral spending in 1994 and 1995 was directly or indirectly financed out of privatization revenues, which are by nature temporary. So before the election, there was a tremendous increase in social spending. After the election, oh, no, I won, now I can cut back. And so there was adjustment. And I mean, that's, of course, I think one of the most serious problems in Chavez's social policies, that a good part of that is based on oil windfall rents. So at a time when the international oil price was very high and it turned around conveniently for Chavez in 2003, 2004, when he needed social programs to guarantee his survival in that recall election, then social spending went up tremendously. And so the funding of the Chavez Misiones is totally non-transparent. It's unclear where the money comes from, how much money is actually going around, and the basis in the budget is very weak, and it's not guaranteed through official budget resources, but through extra budget types of special funds that come directly from the oil company PDVSA. And so you see, of course, that as international oil prices go down and the windfall rents dry up, you see a tremendous cutback in some of the social programs. And so we have evidence that in 2008, 2009, a number of the misiones have shrunk very considerably in what they do and in the funding that they have. And that's, I think, part of the reason why, in the McCall stores you find empty shelves. The price is good, but the product isn't there. And so that's a little bit kind of the symbol of populist social policy. They can do things quickly, they can expand quickly. When the times are good, they can give benefits, but it's not on a solid basis. It's not very well institutionalized, it's not very efficiently done, it's not very systematically administered, and has a weak fiscal foundation. And so when the good times are over, you can see the very quick shrinking of this. And so as a result of that, in many ways, it doesn't end up being a guarantee of rights that are inherent in citizenship and that you can rely on, that you will have, and that are stably provided for, but it's more temporary favors. When I am up for a re-election, here are some favors, and then when times are bad, we have to cut back, and it's not that you can rely on it. It's not guaranteed in that sense. So it's in many ways really shaped by the political logic of populism that comes through in this kind of rash action, unbounded agency, but then not having the institutional support, not having the fiscal foundation. That's what I argue in this paper.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kurt. Well, we have only 15 minutes, unfortunately, because we have 3 excellent papers, and I suppose that we're going to have a large number of excellent questions as well. So I will try to ask you, please, to be as concise as you can in your questions. So we'll take a few. Yeah, and I will go from right to left because I didn't see the order in which they were asking. Yeah, John.
John Crabtree from Oxford. Both Ken's and Kurt's papers, I think, help us to sort of, in the difficult transition from sort of high theory down to sort of practicalities of what we're talking about here in the experience of specific countries in Latin America. And I think this is a good transition to this afternoon's discussion. What worries me here a bit is the way in which the definition of populism produces some very odd bedfellows and been putting strange, what to me seemed difficult, very different experiences in similar baskets. I mean, we have here in Ken's charts Bolivia being put in the same basket as Venezuela, which I'm rather unhappy about. I mean, I know you expressed some doubts in what you said there, Ken, but also perhaps in particular the fact that the comparison between Fujimori and Chavez, which seems to me these are about entirely different kinds of political projects, and I think putting them in the same basket tends to confuse rather more than it elucidates.
Thank you. Yeah, Francisco?
Yeah, 2 quick questions for Kurt. The first one is in terms of social policies. And what I ask here is whether the difference is in the programs themselves. And to that I would say, aren't basically modern social policy in Latin America with basically variations of cash transfer programs throughout Latin America. And the difference between populist and not populist is more in the implementation and politicization of that program than on the content. So that's my first question. And the second, in a certain way, similar to what John was said about Fujimori and Chavez in how they use these social policies. I think there is an important difference there. That maybe both are top-down, both are politicized, but Chavez used that to mobilize and organize his people, while Fujimori didn't. Fujimori just wanted the people to vote for them, but keep quiet, while Chavez has used it, to organize and mobilize in a context in which Venezuela is deeply polarized, and when the right or the anti-Chavista rather than the right is also very active in the street, just to put people in the street. Those are my two questions, the difference between the two.
Is Jorge?
Just two comments. The first about the Ken paper. I think it's very, very good to link populist to party systems in the way you've done. And if we come with this idea of having populists with adjectives, as Julio said before, we can start to learn what interventions or strategies, populist interventions, populist strategies, populist candidates or populist leaders are successful or not. And this is a question which has to be related to the strength of the party system. And I think this is perhaps the center of our discussion about, let's say, successful populism and populist governments. What or which populist leaders or populist mobilizations arrive to build governments, and this can be transferred to the Germany construction, which has been mentioned very well. Germany was one of the fathers of the populist notion in Latin America, but he was very right in many things. He was absolutely wrong in this point, because he put it in the same bolsa basket Perón and Valle in Uruguay, which were completely different party systems. And it is also a question about what is happening with the populismo realmente existente nowadays in Latin America, which populist governments have find opposition, unified, constructed, formed opposition, and which populist governments do not. So I think it's a question for the history, and it's a question for the near future. And just to point about the Kurt exposition, I think it's very good to relate also. I think this is a sort of classic question for welfare states or public policies or social citizenship. This is a question about how social policies are organized, not from the substantial point of view. The Bolsa Familia could be the same as the missions or some missions products, but what is different is institutions, and we can make we can evoke a sort of Spinander's inspiration and try to organize a sort of typology of how social policies and even welfare states were built up in Latin America, let's say before the liberal reforms. And now we can ask also if we are facing sort of clientelistic or corporatist or institutional social policies, and if these governments are building social citizenship or not in the terms of sustainability that you put it. And this is also a question for social democratic governments as well.
Thank you, Jorge. Carlos?
Three quick comments, questions. Kenneth, you talk about the cleavages in the organization that are being created in Venezuela and Ecuador are perhaps going to lead to the foundation of parties. What type of parties? Will they be like the Peronista party as described by Levinsky? What type of political party do you think it might be emerging there? For Enrique, you make a distinction between delegative democracy and the populist model of democracy, and you argue that the difference of whether or not this occurs tend to do with the bureaucratic authoritarian experience. But also it will have to do with the type of institutions that are going to be created later on. Because in Venezuela and Ecuador, the idea is to refound the nation, to rebuild everything from scratch and not account for any institutionalization that existed before. And this leads me to Kurt Wayland's paper. Perhaps this idea of refundación, of a total break with the past, will help you explain the type of policies that are being implemented in Ecuador, Venezuela, and perhaps Bolivia. And then my question will be why Bolivia is not included in this type of social policy that you're talking about, that it's politicized, that it's not very technical, etc.
Thank you very much. Leslie? I'm going to go in a much simpler way.
This will take forever. Very quick, trying to be quick. First point is just a historical point from Ken. I worry a little bit using the Colliers and this concept of early 20th century mass politics. And I am a little concerned about the extension of the suffrage, the mobilization of the excluded by outsiders, by populists that we know about. But in 1945, in Brazil, that was the first time 1/3 of the adult population had the vote and was able to be mobilized. So as late as 1945, only 1/3 of the adult population was there to be mobilized. So this is not really early 20th century mass mobilization. And as late as 1962, it was only a half. So the people in populism is the organized labor, as we know, and a lot of white-collar, lower-middle-class public and private sector workers. Second point also for Ken, and I think when we talk about populism and the party systems, I personally, as a European, I guess, would like more about the political parties of the left, the socialist and communist parties. Because in the end, political inclusion and redistribution of wealth is what the parties of the left are supposed to be doing. So we need to know why they didn't do this in Latin America. Because they were weak? Why were they weak? If they weren't weak, did populists weaken them? The relationship between the parties of the left and populist parties emerging and the antagonism between them is quite important in the classical period. And then, of course, in the later period, the left parties were even weaker, except perhaps in Chile. But new parties of the left were created in Brazil and in Bolivia and Uruguay. But populists had more of a possibility of organizing the newly enfranchised poor and the very poor, though Chavez calls himself a socialist, but none of us would probably accept that term. Third quick point to Enrique. I think when we talk about what populist democracy and direct democracy does to representative democracy, there are a number of issues. You touched on most of them. It's not just accountability that goes, it's the alternation of power. And this is not given as much attention as I think it should. Surely central to any sense of democracy is the alternation of power. It won't do just to say, well, I've been elected again, so I do whatever I like. The people elected me for the third, fourth, fifth time. Democracy usually includes alternation of power because power corrupts. And then finally, on the question of social policy, I never thought I'd find myself in this position, but I think there's rather more to be said for Chavez's social policy and less to be said for Lula's social policy than you're suggesting. Because the poor, we're not talking about the poor in Europe or even the poor in the United States. We're talking about the really poor in Latin America, the desperately poor. The Brazilians separate miseráveis from, miséria from pobreza. And there is a case for speed, even though there's mismanagement and even though there's ill planning and lack of transparency. There is a case for urgent action, where, with all the difficulties and all the things that you've pointed out, whereas I think the Bolsa Familia is too modest. It's not enough. It gets an enormous amount of attention, as you say yourself, but it's not enough, is it, to deal with the problems of the Brazilian poor. And it is politicized, I think, more than you suggest, and it does create dependency as well, as it does in Venezuela.
Thank you very much. Hector?
Yeah, quickly, about alternation of power, the Conservative Party in the UK stayed in power from 79 to 97, so they were populists by our definition.
What are we talking about here? Are you referring to Mr. Blair?
No, the Conservative Party. Anyway.
Everybody liked Margaret Thatcher.
You're right, Thatcher. Okay, anyway. To a couple of quick points. To Enrique, I agree with you. I developed that a little similar story in the paper in Argentina about the social contract of populism, how it makes it, very, unfriendly to liberal democracy, right? Issues of social, political, and civil citizenship. Then I have a question to Ken and similar question to Kurt. It's a question on trying to go in the political economy direction of your respective stories. I was puzzled when you, Ken, said, when you went through Colombia, you pulled a wild card variable there, which is, violence, does a lot. And I wonder, does violence to Colombia do any more than what oil does to the oil exporting, to the mineral states in the Andes? There too, the collapse of party systems and the reformulation or not of party systems can be linked to this wildcard explanation having to do with the price of oil. In similar fashion to Kurt, while I agree on the issue that in the end, it's not social citizenship because it doesn't become institutionalized and then it becomes just sheer, patron-client networks. However, in the empirical analysis, it's not the same to finance social policy with money emission or with privatization revenue or with fiscal surplus, as it's been the case. Oil-based in many cases, but not only oil-based, exports in general, as it was the case after 2002 or so, where most countries have been running fiscal surpluses. In the political economy story, I would suggest to draw that distinction, even if in all three examples there are no institutions that follow this type of social policy.
Thank you very much. Cindy?
Sure. My question is for Ken. We've talked through the morning about how populism emerges from times of economic and political crisis. And without asking you to sort of look into the future and predict whether we are in the middle of another unfolding critical juncture, given the global financial crisis, I was wondering if you could answer whether or not the ingredients that led to previous critical junctures that produced certain outcomes are present in the current circumstances in which the world finds itself.
Thank you. Jamil?
Thank you. Kurt, I have a question for you. I find the discussion fascinating, but what I'm thinking as you speak all the time is, what are these people thinking? The recipients of the benefits, are people just idiots? Do people not realize that this is not going to, in the end, benefit them long term? How do we explain populism from the recipient's perspective? Has there any, I'm not aware of, but has there any poll been taken as to how they perceive the regime versus the non-populist regimes? That's one question. And my other question is, what's the alternative? Has in places like Venezuela, for example, the opposition has had a lot of difficulty in articulating a viable solution. And also, it might be interesting to look at the propaganda. How do they communicate? How do they articulate the message to convince people that this is actually in their interest. But we all know that it's not. I mean, it's not going to solve poverty, but how do they get away with it?
Thank you very much. I believe that was it, right? No, one more question. Cynthia, okay. But I have a question over there, I guess, right? Oh, no, okay, Cynthia. We have no mic? Oh, yeah, we have a microphone there.
Thanks. Just really quickly, very interesting papers on Keynes and the chart. I think that the concept of low contestation of neoliberal orthodoxy, in a certain respect, I find a little bit confusing. I think you're linking it to stable political parties, but it tends to imply that maybe neoliberal orthodoxy is not being questioned. When I think in Peru, Ecuador, it really was being questioned quite severely, and there was a lot of cleavages around the issue. On Kurt's also very.
I'm Julio Carrion from the University of Delaware, and I'm going to moderate a panel this afternoon. We had a session in the morning where it was a kind of a little abstract, so somebody mentioned that we were climbing up the ladder of abstraction. This afternoon we're going to climb down the ladder of abstraction, so we're going to discuss some national cases, right, and see how this notion of populism plays out in three Andean countries. With us this afternoon we have John Crabtree from Oxford University, Cynthia McClinton from George Washington University, and Alexandra Panzarelli from the Universidad Central de Venezuela. Each panelist will speak for about 20 minutes, and after that, we're going to open for questions and comments. And I will ask you to please be brief in your comments and questions. Let's get it to the point so that we have time for more people to participate. So without further ado.
Okay. Thanks very much. I have the task of starting off the afternoon shift, which is always a tricky one, particularly after a morning that's been extremely full and rich, and there's a lot of things to digest. I also hope that, though, that the interest that there has been in Bolivia and Bolivian politics over recent times will be such as to keep you awake, or keep myself awake as well. My own work in recent times has been looking at the operation of parties and party systems in Peru and in Bolivia, more particularly on Bolivia in recent times. And one of the things that I've been trying to do in the last few months or so is to get to grips with some sort of approximation as to what the mass actually is as a kind of political phenomenon. I mean, it's a very unique political phenomenon in Latin America, but this is, of course, very much related to the questions which we posed this morning about the nature of populism. So I'm slightly a sort of agnostic when it comes to populism. I'm certainly not an atheist, but maybe thanks to the invitation here, I'll go back a true believer. But this morning, for those who weren't around, we rehearsed various different definitions of what we mean by populism, that concept which has always been very difficult to pin down in political science. We talked about populism as a challenge to the status quo, in particular towards oligarchies and foreign backers, the drawing in of excluded populations, and particularly the political mobilization, the creation of wide areas of support that cut across class lines, the emphasis on questions of nation building and of nationalism, the issues relating to low degrees of institutionalization, which tend to typify populist regimes, the ideological ambiguities of populism, and the way in which populism is underpinned politically in terms of the way at moments of critical junctures and how that changes at particular moments in history. There are, however, two aspects which I would like to sort of try and put on the table with reference to the discussion about Bolivia. One is whether or not populism is an inherently top-down force. Within populist movements, where does power exactly lie? Does it lie with the leaders or with the led? And this, of course, relates to another issue which we touched on tangentially this morning, questions of clientelism and patrimonialism. And I'd also like to raise the question, we've talked about populism this morning emerging from moments of disjuncture, of crisis, in social and economic and political relations, but how populism influences political culture, particularly over the sort of longer durée, if you like. And it seems to me very important in that respect that, in the case of Bolivia, that 1952 represents an important marker for the rest of for the last 60 years, and an important reference point around which politics is conducted. This morning we tended to see Bolivia was placed into a block of possibly populist countries, along with Venezuela and Ecuador. It was a kind of genre of new types of populism. And what I want to try and do here is to try and look at this in three different periods. The first being the nature of the MNR as it came to power as a result of the 1952 revolution. The second being the period of neoliberal restructuring, which took place after 1985. And the third, looking more concretely at the present situation in Bolivia and its immediate antecedents. So those are the three time zones, if you like, that I'm trying to focus on. First of all, 1952 was a product of the social changes that took place in the previous generations that led up to it, and in particular the social changes that took place affecting, on one hand, the peasants, the involvement of peasants who had been involved in the Chaco War, and how they gained a political voice. The role of the miners, and in particular after the foundation of the FSTMB, the Miners' Federation, in the 1940s, and the development of a small but politically important middle class in the period leading up to 1952. And in 1952 was a time when these forces, these new groups, these new actors were unleashed politically. The MNR, of course, was a party that was influenced by debates about populism at the time, and not least, of course, in populism in Argentina, but it was also influenced in some respects by some of its leaders by the imprint of Italian fascism. It was essentially a middle-class-led party, developmentalist, nationalistic in its ideology, and which sought to try and create a new framework for thinking about a nation in which grupos indios, as they would have been called at the time, transformed themselves into citizens. And this was about, around a new idea of cultural mestizaje that took place as a result. And of course, one of the important achievements of the Bolivian Revolution was the introduction of universal suffrage, nearly 30 years before the Peruvians did the same in the beginning of the 1980s. The 1952 revolution swept away many of the remnants of the old oligarchic state, replaced them with a new kind of state, but a very limited kind of state, a state that was not capable at the time of imposing discipline on the various social movements which had emerged in the genesis of the 1952 revolution. The period after the revolution saw a growing divorce between the MNR and, in particular, the mine workers in the 1950s and 1960s, the pulling apart of the alliance, which had come to pass in 1952, partly, indeed, as a result of the external pressures, the external economic pressures which Paz Estenssoro and later Siles Suazo found themselves under in the 1950s. But it was also a case that the MNR sought to try and create itself a social base. in particular in the campesino, in the area of peasants. This was the kind of structures which they had in mind based on the Sindicato Agrario, turned into essentially a clientelistic mechanism which was used by the MNR and then subsequently by military regimes to try and create a social base for government. And this emerged in more clear form with the Pacto Militar Campesino in the 1960s. So what, in a sense, was all this populist? It was certainly a challenge to the status quo, no doubt about that. It was involved the building of a multi-class alliance around a policy of nation building. It involved attempts to draw in new social forces, exercises in corporativism. It was a movement of, I would say, of confused ideology. The more left-wing elements of the MNR was swiftly displaced in the subsequent years under the kind of pressures that I've alluded to. But it certainly wasn't a part of any kind of project of import substitutive industrialization. Bolivia remained essentially agrarian export-oriented economy, exporting minerals, which a large part of the number of the people were in the agrarian sector. Though, of course, there were programs to try and increase the amount of domestic content in the mining sector. And I think the important thing to draw out here also was that despite the attempts of the MNR to try and create a kind of national movement, there were large areas of large sectors which were effectively autonomous of the state. And in particular, this was very clear in the mine workers' unions, which systematically resisted all attempts at kind of corporativistic sort of integration into the MNR. Of course, there were leaders like Juan Lechin, who managed to sort of keep one foot in both camps, but there was a permanent level of contradiction there. Moving on then to the second phase, the period of economic liberalization and the unraveling of the structures created in 1952. This was in the period post-1985. It was, of course, a slight irony that it was the person who engineered the dismantling of the legacy of 1952 was the very same person who had been involved in the setting it up in the first place, Victor Paz Estenssoro. But Bolivia goes through a period which is rather different to other countries, in which this period of restructuring along neoliberal lines went hand in hand with the development of what could be called a party system. And Bolivia had political parties before, but I think it's not fair to say that Bolivia had a party system. Something of a party system came into force in the period between 1985 and, say, 2000. It was, of course, a party system that was based a great deal on elite pacts. It was not open to the demands, increasingly less, of demands of sectors of the population who felt left out of it. But it was a relatively, and in Bolivian terms, a relatively stable period, which in a sense, many people at the time vindicated this as a sort of vindication of the success story for the Washington Consensus, a parallel process of economic liberalization and the building of liberal kind of political institutions. Now, of course, that was all on fairly thin ice, and it all came badly unstuck by the end of the 1990s. But Bolivia did not go through a period of what you might call neo-populism. I mean, in fact, a figure like Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada would have been extremely difficult to construct himself around the notion of a kind of man of the people, not least his accent and the fact that he was the country's most important private mine owner. So it was very difficult to orchestrate, but I think at the same time, there was an attempt to try and to integrate, to bring into the political process some of those sectors that had been excluded, not least the policies of popular participation, of which was one of the important corollaries of the package of reforms introduced by Sanchez de Lozada in the 1990s. But of course, as I say, this came badly unstuck in the period after 1999 with the resurgence of social movements. The social movements had been fairly quiescent since 1985 when the mine workers had largely been displaced from the scene by virtue of losing their jobs. The Cochabamba water wars of 1999 and 2000 initiated a cycle of social protest which built up during the subsequent years and became and turned into an unstoppable force, showing the weakness of the state structures in terms of controlling popular movements. We see the development of new politics that challenge the status quo. The Movimiento al Socialismo, which actually is a title of a political party which had previous rather fascistic sort of connotations, but was borrowed because as a way of getting themselves electorally registered. The MAS conceived itself as an instrumento politico, which is not the same as a political party. And indeed, it saw itself as the antithesis of the kind of political parties which had dominated the scene since 1985. The ability of the MAS, which I would argue was a quintessentially bottom-up kind of political movement, to steer the process politically and to unify otherwise fragmented social movements is something that is quite remarkable about the Bolivian story. And this converts itself into a movement of opposition to neoliberal globalization in a way that became extremely powerful in the period at the beginning of this present decade. MAS, of course, appeals to indigenous values, but it also involves social movements of other kinds. I think it's a mistake sometimes to overdo the extent to which all social movements are indigenously based in Bolivia. Many of them retain the kind of trade union base which they gained in the period after the 52 revolution. So how populist is all this? Yes, if we understand populism as the creation of a movement of antagonisms to the status quo in which new actors are drawn into the defense of collective identities, no doubt that the discourse of the MAS is highly charged by the need to refundación, Bolivia along new principles of inclusion and particularly of indigenous organization, but not so much if we understand populism as a top-down mode of mobilization to build a platform for change. Bolivia, with its bottom-up momentum, is, in a sense, you could argue, highly democratic and participatory, even though disorganized and not very institutionalized. Bolivia is not cannot, I think, in this sense, be put in the same bracket as Venezuela or Ecuador. Popular, yes, but populist, I'm not so sure. The third period, of course, is that of the MAS government, and which is what I've been looking at most recently. And it's unfortunate we've only got 5 minutes to deal with this very interesting period. We are now 4 years on, merely, from Evo's victory in 2005, and it begins to be possible some preliminary judgments about the kind of nature of the regime which is in power in Bolivia. There can be no doubt that Evo Morales has maintained his popularity, his privileged political position. He goes into an election in December of this year with an enormous advantage, at least if the opinion polls are to be believed, and I think probably, if anything, they underestimate his support. It looks as though Evo is certainly going to be elected for a period of another 4 years, another 4-year term. There have, of course, been important changes in terms of the way in which the neoliberal agenda has been adapted, especially with regard to the activities of foreign companies in the gas sector in particular. In terms of the fiscal bonanza, which is unaccustomed fiscal bonanza in Bolivia, this, I think, has actually been distributed through social programs, and we talked this morning about social programs in actually quite a conservative direction. And certainly, I think it's certainly unfair to accuse the Morales government of being populist in terms of the use of public funds. Bolivia has managed to maintain a fiscal surplus, at least over the last 3 years, and we wait to see whether that continues or not. And the constitution, as we all know, has been rewritten. One thing is, of course, to rewrite a constitution. The next thing, of course, is how that constitution is going to be applied, which will be the theme of the next presidential period. And the power of the mass has emerged as, I would say, as a representative party, but it's certainly limited to certain particular actors. It is a party which is, in a sense, a party of the social movements which gave birth to it. It is not a party which purports to represent all interests in Bolivian society, and in that sense we might conclude, therefore, that it is more populist than representative. And I think it's fair to say that the Bolivian political system as it stands at the moment remains a kind of hybrid between what you might call populist elements and elements of a more liberal democratic kind. This in part is to do with the way in which the constitution was enacted and the way in which the government was forced to make a number of important changes in condition as a way of getting it through to getting legislative approval for it. So again, how populist is all this? Certainly the mass is strongly anti-status quo in its appeal, aimed at those who have historically lacked a voice. It certainly includes elements of charismatic leadership that uses the notion of the notion of the nation to forge a community of interest. It is relatively few institutional checks and balances that restrain leadership. The discourse of the government, of the president in particular, highlights perceived enemies, though its actions are more pragmatic than that, than sometimes its discourse would lead us to believe. And it is a government which has repeatedly espoused the use of mechanisms of direct democracy through referenda and the like. But Morales' appeal to the pueblo is not just a top-down maneuver to control the popular movement. There are, I think, powerful bottom-up influences that limit presidential power. A great deal of participation is certainly going on, which of course greatly complicates the tasks of government. It's not always an easy task governing a country like Bolivia. The mass does not control the social movements as such, and if it did, the powers of the state are such that it would very limited the extent to which it could actually impose its desires on the social movements. I think there are therefore important grassroots, bottom-up aspects to current Bolivian politics, which draw into question whether or not we can really define this as a populist government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping to the scheduled time. So now we have Professor Cynthia McClintock, who has a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Is that yours?
No.
You're rushing too much, huh?
Yeah, there we go. That's it. How should we work this?
This?
Oh, okay.
Oh, if you want, feel free.
Oh, no, that's fine. I can do it from here. Just down there?
No, this one.
Oh.
This is
right,
move
right,
up,
right,
this
right,
move down.
Right.
I hope.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much. It's great to be here, and I really appreciate the invitation of Carlos de la Torre and Cindy Aronson to participate. And the morning session was really interesting, as John mentioned, and in the classification of populism that Ken Roberts presented this morning, Peru was classified as serial populism, and I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Let's see. Well, you could switch it.
So you just let me know?
Yeah, okay. Great. I couldn't agree more. As a matter of fact, depending upon the definition of populism, I probably could have begun with Aya de la Torre and kept going straight through practically every government. But fortunately for me, writing the paper, Carlos and Cindy did develop a definition of populism that limited it considerably. And John highlighted some of the dimensions of this definition. For us, in the conference, there's an emphasis upon first divisiveness, a use of divisive rhetoric by the government or the president or the candidate. There is also an emphasis upon abuse of liberal democratic principles, not acceptance of checks and balances, but abuse of checks and balances and assertion of presidential authority, and also usually charisma. As we'll see, I'm going to discuss 4 cases of populism in Peru. In 2 of those cases, I wouldn't really classify the president as charismatic. So in my own paper here, I'm emphasizing the divisive discourse and the sort of ambiguity, abuses, question marks about liberal democracy and advocacy of other alternatives. Of course, a fascinating question is why. I mean, why has populism occurred more in Peru than in most Latin American countries? And obviously, there's not enough time to go into this here, but clearly, social and economic divides in Peru have been very deep. There's also the perception, and I'm going to come back to the use of this word perception because one of the arguments in the paper is that it is pretty hard to really evaluate, is a government doing enough to bridge these divides or not, but that in any case the perception has been improved that the liberal democratic governments weren't doing enough. And also, and here is a kind of introducing a new point from I think what we've had this morning, but that there has been more of a sort of military dimension to populism in Peru than elsewhere. And I would argue that this is probably in good part to do with the Velasco government, a left-wing military government that was, I think most people would agree, the government that redistributed the most in Peru's history, and so it sort of set a different benchmark. Okay, we can move on. We talked this morning about classical populism, the populism of the earlier decades of the 20th century in comparison to recent decades. And certainly Aya de la Torre, in all of the literature, is, I think, very correctly portrayed as one prime example of classical populism. By the way, we have one of the authors of a pivotal book on this right here, Peter Claren, and I certainly looked back at his work as I was preparing this paper. Obviously, I emphasized the antagonism between, in particular, imperialism and oppressed peoples. It was originally a movement that was seen to go all around Latin America, and also over time began to include more of an emphasis on Peru's elites, but traditionally emphasized imperialism. Aya was clearly a charismatic leader, and again, in the original classical populist format, he did build a political party. He built Peru's strongest political party. But where his commitment to liberal democratic principles was in question was more about the acceptance of the rules of the game. And some of this related to the fact, and John mentioned this, that the vote in Peru was really very restricted until 1980. And so, there were just lots and lots of problems. There was a kind of a vicious circle about a very restricted democracy, and Aya's not accepting that. This is just a shot of Aya, the traditional balconazo, very traditional, I think, populist leader from the classical era. The conditions for emergence, and again, Peter has written about this extensively, the export-led growth in Peru, the expansion in particular of the coastal haciendas, and it was on those coastal haciendas that Aya de la Torre built his base. So moving quickly, because we don't have much time, the Velasco government from 1968 to 1975. And I think perhaps because it was a military government, sometimes it hasn't been included recently under this classification of populism. But if you look at the literature on Peru, and if you look at exactly what it did, obviously I submit that it was. a very, very strong emphasis in Velasco's discourse on the division between the oligarchy concept that was used over and over again in his writing and everybody else in Peru. And also Velasco belittled political parties. Some of you in this room will remember with me the no party thesis, these other sort of notorious concepts. Exactly. Who was in fact sort of had been an aprista. This was his primary sort of intellectual architect of Velasco's plans. So Velasco said he favored this, quote, fully participatory social democracy. There were sort of lots of ideas, lots of political plans for how we were going to get to social democracy and full participation. But basically nobody bought this because there were no elections and there were military guys. And so everyone, what? What is this? So the contradiction was just too extreme. Where the Velasco government does not fit our definition is that Velasco was not charismatic, and we could, military guys really was not really able, in part because he got sick kind of midway through the regime, but he was not really able to capture the popular imagination. The conditions for the emergence of the Velasco government. Here again, there was the perception that social and economic inequalities in Peru were very severe. Everybody used the word, the oligarchy. This wasn't just, some concept that Velasco came up with. This was everybody from academics to, it was very common. And indeed, I think that, I certainly used the concept myself, and I think it fit Peru during the 1960s. One figure among the many that I could cite, about 280 families, 0.1% of farm families owned more than 50% of the best land in Peru. And if you sort of know Peru's coast, if you traveled Peru's coast at that time, it was all taken up by large haciendas. So there was the perception, again, coming back to John's point about Bolivia already having the vote for illiteracy, there was a perception that Peru was behind, and in particular the perception that the Belaunde government from 63 to 68, which was had been seen as this last best hope in Peru, that it had failed, that it had not carried out the social and economic reforms. And so when Velasco was denouncing the traditional political parties, they were blah, blah, blah. And this is a recurring theme in Peru, that the civilian political parties, they talk, but they just don't get anything done. Moving on, neo-populism. And again, we talked quite a lot about Fujimori this morning. And here's a change, very major change from the classical populism, a civilian figure, but he, like Velasco, is denouncing this traditional political class. The congressmen are charlatans, the judges are jackals, and he's insulting everybody right and left. And once again, he, of course, is building on the failure, or what the perceived failure of the civilian political parties from 1980 to 1990. I think it's sometimes forgotten. We think now of Fujimori with Montesinos. I think we tend to forget that Fujimori did govern for many years in the sort of troika that included the commander of the military, Nicolas de Bari Hermosa, that these three were considered a troika for many, many years. And, of course, Montesinos himself hailed originally from the military. So there was this kind of military component to the Velasco government in important ways. Was Fujimori charismatic? I would say no. There could be debates. Why don't we got it? Next one, please. Thanks. I like the photo in particular because you I think one thing we may realize more now than we did then, that was for all his sins, Montesinos was kind of the crafty architect, and Fujimori there looking a little lost maybe. But that said, I think there was an image that was made of Fujimori in the media of this austere workaholic, constantly going to, they could have been replaying the same video, but he was constantly going off to these different communities. And this morning we spoke about, launching schools and so forth. Every other day he was inaugurated. And as I said, nowadays we could probably say just replay the video from last week and pretended he was doing it again, because we know, in fact, he was not living on a little cot in the palace. But he did manage to create this image, which certainly worked for him for a long for a long time. So the conditions for the emergence, again, as I said, we could be going through all of Peru's history here, and it's the question of perceptions and realities, but certainly both the second Belaunde government and the first government of Alan Garcia were perceived to have failed. And then the social base, as we talked about quite a bit this morning, certainly were the people, especially in the highlands, who benefited from the privatization programs. Fujimori was able to deliver, especially around right before elections. He was able to deliver benefits. He also benefited from the fact that he was, again, rightly or wrongly, given credit for the decimation of the Shining Path. And then I would submit, too, that he did have an elite base, that Peru's elites were happy with, or a lot of them were happy with the shift to the free market. Okay, so we get to probably what most of you are waiting for, more of a discussion of Ollanta Humala. And of course, Humala came within 5 percentage points of actually winning the election in 2006. And so came from nowhere, the classic outsider, and remains a presidential candidate in Peru right now. As I'll mention at the end, the forecast for the 2011 election in Peru is really uncertain. It's very, very hard to know what in the world is going to happen. But Humala's meteoric rise in 2006 caught a lot of attention. I would submit that Humala is a populist in the sense that he has a very divisive discourse. No surprise, once again, we hear the denunciations of the traditional political class. In the 2006 election, a lot of this was about salaries. We've got to pay. Nobody should earn a salary if they're in the Congress, this kind of thing. There is also in Humala a lot of traditional leftist economic discourse. I was going back and reading quite a few of his speeches for this paper, and there's a lot of emphasis upon traditional, what we would call dependency theory, basically. He's a dependista. Then what's new, I think, in Humala's discourse, and to me extremely worrying, is the extent to which he posits antagonism between Peru and Chile. And this continues. In some respects, he's mellowed a bit recently, but you hear accusations about LAN Chile and the Chilean investors all the time. Well, Humala, of course, hails from the military. He was a lieutenant colonel. That was his only job prior to running prior to 2000. And he originally emerges on Peru's political scene really as a military man. He's purported to be staging a coup attempt against Fujimori in 2000. And then his brother tries to bring down the Toledo government in this coup attempt. Ultimately, the brother is imprisoned, but Humala appears to provide support to his brother in that effort to take over a police station. Well, what does Humala, in fact, believe about democracy? At this point, I'd say it's still tough to be sure, but the signs are not very positive. If you follow this at all, you've seen that there are a lot of Humala Ollanta has a number of brothers. He has a father. He has a mother. In this family, I think we could do they need a psychoanalyst or something there. I would say this is quite some family. The father developed this ideology called ethnic Cáceres movement. This is named after Andrés Cáceres, who was a Peruvian general during the War of the Pacific, who the perception is that Peru's elite sort of didn't care. We don't Chile. We just want to keep our haciendas. We want to keep our land. And Cáceres organized Highlander peasants to fight against the Chileans. So he then became president of Peru, so he's not an unknown entity. Like other recent populist leaders, Humala talks about refounding Peru, that we need a new constitution, but it's really not very clear what he's up to here. He was very open in the 2006 election about his willingness to break the rules of the game. Some of this was out front. Basically, if Lourdes Flores, who was the contender, the front runner in the first round, if she wins, I'm going to make her life impossible. I'm going to lay siege to Lima, comments like that. And then these sort of little symbolic things, like during the one presidential debate that was held between Humala and Garcia, Humala everybody in Peru was watching this debate. Julio, I remember this. And Humala arrives just 20 minutes late, and you got the TV station. Everybody's, where is he? Where's the main guy? And he arrives and he says, "Oh, well, Garcia's thugs blocked me from arriving on time." So, well, then they show the TV guys show the video of Humala stopping at a convenience store to buy a soda. And then he arrives at the debate, and he brings his. This is the Peruvian Nationalist Party. He brings his flag, the Peruvian flag, and he plants it down here on the podium. And the moderator says, "Please, everybody agreed not to bring a flag or any kind of symbols to the podium. You got to remove it." And he says, "No." And so finally, the moderator goes and removes it himself. It's these kind of symbolic things that make you worried about what Humala's stance, toward democracy would be, as well as, of course, his military background and the actions with respect to the coup attempts and so forth. One of the interesting things is sort of Humala's ethnicity and social class. And in polls, Peruvians believed that Humala was poor, which is really not true. His family was from Ayacucho, but he himself was raised upper middle class, went to private schools. That said, again, on economic issues, and I think perhaps there's been more coverage in the United States of the fact of all the bizarre kinds of things about Humala and his military background and arguably fascist ideology. But on economic issues, he was quite conventionally leftist. Okay, so we get two photos of this. Is Humala, kind of the T-shirt is his slogan was "Amor por el Peru." Red and white is the colors of the Peruvian flag. I like that photo because it's got sort of the army type of jacket there, and then this is Humala sort of mixing indigenous symbolism in the next slide. That's why I had to do the PowerPoint. I had to let you see that slide. Right. So, as I mentioned, Humala came within 5 points of winning the runoff. He actually had won the first round, as you can see there. You can see the various parties. Ultimately, of course, it was Alan Garcia who competed in the runoff, and the victory went to Alan Garcia. So why this support for Humala? As I said, coming back, this is sort of a refrain now, this perception that the Toledo and Garcia governments hadn't done enough to bridge Peru's divides. And I'd also add here the perception that promises were broken. And I think one problem in Peru's campaigns is candidates are kind of outbidding each other and outbidding how much they're promising, and then they can't fulfill those promises. Certainly, the perception that the Toledo government was frivolous, that the corruption was severe in both governments. Clearly, Humala's base of support is the Southern Highlands. That's very clear. He does not have any kind of elite support. The big surprise here, of course, is why we'd still be thinking, okay, Humala has a chance to win in 2011 when Peru's growth has been so fabulous. And you can see there that this has been a stupendous growth record for Peru over 7 years. So what's the problem? Why is this still their perception that things aren't going that well? It's a long story. It's a very controversial story. The facts are, one, we've had this great growth record. Two, support for Garcia, as you can see there, is low, considerably lower than most of Latin America. Toledo's numbers were even worse. So what's the matter? Again, we could spend all afternoon on just this issue. Some of these tables here, this shows, I don't know if you can see Peru, it's basically the point here is just that social spending as a percentage of GDP is low in Peru relative to other countries, remained low in 2004 to 2005. Unfortunately, I don't think it's getting any better. The next slide is the distribution of wealth fair? A much smaller percentage in Peru thinking it's fair than in the rest of Latin America. And again, these are 2007, after years of terrific growth, fewer Peruvians than in other Latin American countries saying, the next one, yeah. Fewer Peruvians, more Peruvians than in other Latin American countries saying that the salary doesn't let them have ends meet. So, in other words, again, I'd be happy to address this more in questions and answers. There's a lot you can make. When you hear government officials from Peru, they can make a very good case that they are, in fact, bridging Peru's divides. The problem is that Peruvians are cynics and they just don't want to believe all of Peru's advances. But you can also make a very good case that the government, in fact, is not bridging these divides. So here we are, a little less than 2 years away from the 2011 elections. At the moment, Keiko, the daughter of Alberto Fujimori, and Luis Castañeda Locio are in the lead in the opinion polls. Humala, however, if you look at the annual polls on power in Peru, Humala is currently rated the 4th most powerful person in Peru. And early polls tend to they tend to not advantage candidates like Humala at this point. The new person in the race who you might not have heard of is Marco Arana, who is a priest on the left, who is currently kind of dividing Peru's traditional left vote. We have one shot of Marco Arana. That's Marco Arana, who's, again, the person you hear people talking about right now. It's unclear exactly what's going to happen there. And then the last slide was just a few points. Again, coming back to this question of, it is difficult to establish these benchmarks for really bridging divides in Peru, but I would submit that my own view is that since 2000, enough has not been done. I think it's also really important that the candidates try to get away from just promising and out-promising each other, and that the citizens have to look more at the records. And also, recruitment by the political parties. It's really important for the political parties to reach out more to indigenous people, to people of mixed ethnicities, so that you don't kind of get Humala standing up there like that thinking he can win votes.
Great. Thanks a lot. Alexandra Panzarelli from Universidad Central de Venezuela.
Yeah, I also had
she also has a PowerPoint
presentation. Well, thank you to the Woodrow Wilson Center for this kind invitation to Ms. Arnson and to Professor Carlos de la Torre. Unfortunately, Professor Lopez Maya couldn't make it today because she had an unavoidable compromise. So I will try to answer all the questions, as best as I can. We decided to name our paper Populism, Rentism, and 21st Century Socialism, the Venezuelan Case. It is well known, as we could see this morning, that there is no consensus about the concept of populism. However, we decided to embrace Professor de la Torre concept. So we will believe that, or we do believe that populism is an universal form of politics that uses a dichotomous discourse with two actors, the people. Oh, thank you. Okay. The people, poor and powerless, and the oligarchy, rich and powerful. Populism, as we consider it, is a form of direct democracy which favors identification links between the leader and his people, rejecting the typical forms of political mediation of a liberal democracy. As you all may know, Venezuela is a rentist country, an oil rentist country. Since the democratic beginning during the end of the 50s, the political leaders created a discourse where democracy implied social and economical inclusion. However, since the 80s, these promises of social and economical inclusion were undermined by severe economical crisis. A very illustrative moment of this crisis was what we call the Black Friday in 1983. One of the headlines of the newspapers after the Black Friday was, "The party is over." That was a clear message that this dream of having a great Venezuela is over. So after Luis Herrera and after the Black Friday, the political parties ADEN-COPEI, the traditional political parties, turned to neoliberalism, resulting in a sustained increase in poverty, misery, and social inequality. This caused a deep social polarization where the rich became richer and the poor poorer. The traditional political parties ADEN-COPEI were rejected as a consequence of this crisis. Actually, according to Provea, which is an NGO dedicated to human rights, since October of 1989 to September of 1998, Venezuela witnessed an average of 720 protests per year. That means two protests per day in the whole country. In 1988, Carlos Andrés Pérez promised to bring back the great Venezuela. It was his second term in the presidency. Under this discourse, he won. However, 2 weeks after his inauguration, he announced these economical adjustments that they were known as El Paquete de Carlos Andrés Pérez. It was what we call a macroeconomical adjustment tipo shock. These measures sent a clear message to the population: the oil did no longer belong to them. The reaction to these economical measures and to the frustration of the popular classes caused the Caracazo, a wave of protests, riots, and looting in different cities of the country. Actually, in Caracas, lasted for a week. The government of Carlos Andrés Pérez made the unethical and very irresponsible decision of repressing these protests, and these unfortunately ended with hundreds of deaths in Caracas especially. Well, the government of Carlos Andrés Pérez never recovered his popularity after this, and apparently, I guess we could say that Ade and Copey never recovered from this impact. The people felt abandoned by the state. We had an interim government of Ramon J. Velázquez, and then we went to another election in 1993. That election itself, it was a clear message that the country wasn't the same anymore. The two candidates had outsiders discourse. President Rafael Caldera was appealing to all the independent people, and he named El Chiripero, while, yeah, it was a really funny name. The other candidate was a completely outsider. He was a union leader, Velázquez, who had a very radical discourse against political parties. It was a very tight election. However, Rafael Caldera won with two main promises. One, a constitutional reform. The second, it was to reject, neoliberal adjustments. However, Rafael Caldera, once in power, he decided to actually deepen the neoliberal adjustments initiated by Carlos Andrés Pérez. So it was it was very disappointing for the popular classes. In 1998, the oil prices abruptly dropped and poverty and inequality increased. It seemed that the Venezuelans were ready to welcome a rupture, were waiting to welcome a real outsider. Hugo Chavez became one of the favored candidates. After all, he was remembered as the leader of the coup in 1992. And the Venezuelan has this memory of a young military, clean of political affiliation. Chavez had also, according to Sago, a very Venezuelan physiognomy. Since his early political career in 1992, Hugo Chavez had cultivated several elements that made him irresistible amongst working classes. Fear his appearance that harkened to the Venezuelan mixed race origins. He's tall, robust, but not fat, or he was. He has the body type that in the last 100 years had no mix with different cultures. Curly dark hair, narrow eyes, prominent lips, and a fine nose. I feel really weird reading this, I have to say. Chavez grew up in this little town in Barinas. Barinas is an state, is a llanero state, it's in the plains. It's an state very far away from the modern Caracas or from the modernized cities in the country. Chavez also had this image of llanero. He has a maverick aura that remembers to the people the independentist battles in the country. Chavez has built a political discourse where symbols and images that are based upon historic, military, religious, and cultural Venezuelan reference that he has newly interpreted, playing a main role. In every political act, he has these national symbols, date, or image as a way of legitimizing his political points of view. In the origin of his fierce political movement, for example, he named it Movimiento Bolivariano Revolucionario 200, MBR 200. Chavez linked his ideology to what he called the tree of the three roots. That's, each root represented the political ideas of Simón Bolívar, who everybody knows, Simón Rodriguez, who was actually the mentor of Simón Bolívar, and Ezequiel Zamora, who was a federal war leader. And according to Chavez, well, Zamora has a deeply democratic and vindicating discourse. Even the name MBR 200, MBR 200, related to the most important symbols in the Venezuelan nation, because it made a direct reference to the Bolivar, and it used the number 200 to commemorate the bicentennial of Simón Bolívar's birth. Chavez also named his first grassroots organization Círculos Bolivarianos, and in 1999 officially renamed Venezuela as República Bolivariana de Venezuela. So as we can see, Chavez had created a symbolic war where heroic and religious symbols had played an important role. One way or another in his discourse, Chavez has included the historical marginalized people, reinforcing their self-esteem, linking them with the Venezuelan heroes. As expected from a populist regime, President Chavez had also polarized the society between the people and the oligarchs. He has built a black and white war, locating his people in the heroic side, while the oppositionists, indifferently of their background, are considered, for example, like years ago, Chavez accused some Catholic priests of being possessed by the devil, while the very well-known historian, which is like an academia with feats, Pino Iturrieta was considered by President Chavez just like another ignorant. On the contrary, the people, his people, are considered as an historical subject preceded by an heroic history. We can also find another interesting characteristic in Chavez's discourse, and is his informality. In his weekly TV show, Chavez talks to the people in a direct way. He doesn't use any kind of formality or any complex language. He appeals to baseball similes and to popular anecdotes. This way he links with the common people. He talks about things that every person could eventually suffer, sending a clear message. He is part of the people. Concerning the communicational conducts, I guess we have to...
We are there.
Ah, okay, thank you. Between the leader and his people, we had to say that coherent with populism leadership, President Chavez had weakened prior forms of political mediation, opting for a direct approach. We can also say that Chavez is a president in permanent campaign. During his 10 years in office, Chavez had promoted 13 elections. In all these electoral processes, Chavez has been the main actor. It doesn't matter if he's running or not. He's the main actor. The last year had been very emblematic since Chavez had imposed candidates in some states with no experience in the area. So the predominant logic is to vote for or against Chavez rather than voting for different candidates. In general, the elections have followed a plebiscitary strategy. There is an emblematic phrase concerning this matter. In December of 2008, Chavez exclaimed, "Some people say this victory belongs to this or that party. They're wrong. This victory belongs to Chavez and nobody else's." Yeah, well, that was very clear. Lately, this strategy had failed since in 2008, Chavez proposed local unpopular candidates with no support in the concerning areas, and he failed in important states. He lost in Zulia, he lost in Carabobo, he lost an important part of Distrito Capital. So the plebiscitary logic is another characteristic of Chavez's weakening of the mediation institution. In this logic, political parties play a secondary role. Okay, now, yeah, no, sorry, yeah, okay. The media, as we say, has been the privileged channel of communication between the leader and his people. Chavez's government had reinforced his communicational platform with two hallmarks: the Sunday TV show Aló Presidente and the TV nationwide Cadenas. According to Oropesa, which is an expert in media, President Chavez had used so far 1,038 hours of transmission. He had also reinforced the personal use of the government communicational platform. Actually, Venezolana de Televisión, the public channel or TV station, is almost exclusively used by Chavez to promote his government and to repeat his cadenas almost every day. After the coup of 2002, Chavez reinforced his communicational platform in what another expert in media, Marcelino Bisbal, denominates the Estado comunicador. Chavez's image goes all around the country, even to the most isolated areas in Venezuela. This way, the president had developed an omnipresence. People watch him permanently. He had become a quotidian figure. His dominant presence in the media is a form of thought-born democracy, and it allowed him to impose his agenda while weakens the oppositions. Since the private media owners played a main role during the coup in 2002, when Chavez returned to power, he made sure to control them. During his government in 2005, he created the law for social responsibility of the media, giving him the tools to weaken private media. Even though these laws also had respectable regulatory objectives, they're also so vague that they allow some proclivity to be used as censor means. Concerning the popular networks of organization participation and public fund distribution, we found 3 stages in Chavez's government in these social organizations. A first stage can be found in his initial political movement MBR 200. In spite of their civil military composition, the MBR 200 was just like another regular party. A second stage ran from 1999 to 2007, where the MBR, Movimiento Quinta República, tried to consolidate his power. In the meantime, the government boosted other forms of political organization, such as the Círculos Bolivarianos, the UVES, y los batallones electorales. Some social organizations most run in the popular shantytowns with the objective of pooling public resources. These organizations implemented innovative ways to deal with the state and to pool public resources. However, a third stage currently unfolding is substituting participatory democracy with what he calls a socialist project. In this term, we can find the communal councils under the umbrella of the president and the Partido Socialista Único de Venezuela, his more recent party. These organizations had been used as mobilization tools during elections and had no autonomy at all. Actually, according to the law of communal councils, these organizations directly depend on Chavez. An illustrative example of their mobilization character was the calling of the Minister of Popular Empowerment in the last election, to quit their quotidian war and to campaign for Chavez in the last campaign. We also wrote another chapter named Chavismo Social Foundation. A way to identify Chavez followers is reviewing the electoral results. There is a tendency of the middle and high classes to vote against Chavez, while the low-income classes vote for Chavez. Lately, there is also a rural tendency to vote for Chavez. Thank you. Okay, this table, well, I'm sorry, it's not, yeah, okay, well. This table illustrates this tendency. In some areas, the difference is dramatic. For example, La Lagunita, which is one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in the country, well, is highlighted there. But well, Chavez used to lose with 90% of the votes. I mean, 90% of the people in La Lagunita votes against Chavez. While in popular sectors like Antímano, which is a very poor area, people used to vote in a 70% for Chavez. Concerning Chavez elites, research based on the 2000 Congress demonstrated that Chavez's civil elite was composed by low and middle-class professionals, while his military elite is composed by low-class but professional members. There is also an important component in Chavez's elite of middle-aged professionals with all anti-imperialistic values from leftist movements. To conclude, as we could see through this presentation, Chavez's government had experienced several stages since its beginning. Back in 1998, Chavez arose as what some thinkers consider an anti-signifier, as the personification of the historically excluded people, and as we could also see, Hugo Chavez wasn't only favored by the country's socioeconomic conditions, but he also had some personal attributes that made him very attractive to the people. Once in power, during his first government, Chavez delivered some all public expectations like a new constitution, and the constitutional guarantee of social rights, as well as the military vote. Although this government collided with powerful traditional interests, and this struggle had dramatic moments such as the coup in 2002 or the national strike in 2003. After his re-election in 2006, Chavez radicalized his government. Current with a radical populism, he had weakened political mediation institutions such as the political party. He had centralized even more the political power. An organization like the Communal Council, instead of empowered people, are acting as electoral mobilization channels in a top-bottom dynamic, of course. Hugo Chavez had concentrated resources and power against autonomy and decentralization, all this in the name of the revolution. A revolution that, even though is considered by then of the 21st century, is rather one of the 20th century. The amendment that allowed the indefinite re-election of the president and all elected officials was approved in February of this year. This model consolidates centralist and authoritarian tendencies that had been in crescendo in Chavez's government, similar to the socialist experiments of the Soviet Union and Cuba. We conclude by restating an important point. In Venezuela, the relative autonomy of the state in relation to the civil society, consequence of the oil revenues, allows the political leaders to practice their own projects without negotiation with other members of the civil society. According to recent polls, the Chavista project doesn't seem to have enough support in certain aspects. However, the immense trust that the majority has for Chavez, the symbolic satisfaction that his inclusive and revengist court had generated seemed enough to sustain Chavez in years of conflict. The distribution of oil revenues among the poor through social policies and the political weakness of the opposition has allowed Chavez to advance and transform Venezuelan society to reflect his personal views. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to open up for questions and comments. So I implore you to be brief. We're going to allow people to make questions serially, and then we're going to have the chance to the panelists to respond, okay? Are we still using the mic? Yeah. Okay. Here, Ken Rovers.
Thanks. A question for Cynthia. When party systems break down, it seems to be remarkably difficult for them to get put back together again. And the Peruvian case is fascinating because opera does eventually come back under Alan Garcia. And so when I present other parts of my work in other contexts, I'm often, when I talk about the decomposition of the Peruvian party system, people often say, well, what about the comeback of opera? And I say, this is just a continuation of serial populism, in another form. Take away Alan Garcia, what's opera? So I'm curious, when you put up the slide of the next, of preferences for the next election, I don't think you had anybody from opera there. So I'm just curious has Alan Garcia had done anything to recompose opera, or is this just another stage in the cycling of personalities in Peruvian politics? And then quickly, John, I completely agree with you on Bolivia, that where this case is not populist, it's because of the strength of the bottom-up dynamic of the mobilization, which I think is quite different from populism when I think of it. And in fact, I think Bolivia really is a sui generis case where social movements have literally taken state power without a revolution. I can't even think of other parallels. So the question I have is,
Cynthia, you had a truly heroic task to try to perform the history of Peru and sort of the populist republic in Peru, which
P stands for populism.
Exactly. I thought that your point about this more of a military dimension to populism in Peru. I mean, you mentioned Velasco and you mentioned, of course, Humala, but and that's more of a sort of a left-oriented populism. Perhaps it could be discussed. But you can go back to Sanchez Cerro in the early 30s. Even Odría, I think, is in this long line of sort of the populist, the seduction of populism, to use Carlos's term for his book, is perhaps the modern version of the man on horseback. And so I think, again, Sanchez Cerro and Odría are more the right wing, conservative, but populist, I think, in many elements. So on both sides of the divide, politically, you have these military figures, both from the right and the left, resorting to sort of populism, aspects of populism. I think this is a very interesting phenomenon in Peru. Then, of course, you have, to go beyond that, you have Perón and Chavez. So, I mean, the military is very important in all of this. I mean, a lot is talked about in terms of civilian politics, of populists, civilian populists. So that's just a comment, and perhaps you would comment on the comment.
Peter, here at the lady at the front. Yeah. I think the mic is off. Can you check if it is on? The mic.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I have the feeling that we are trying to make a definition of populism and then trying to put in this definition economic and social processes. And what I miss in the definition of population or something is also the economic agenda. That for me is very important. And the economic agenda was developmentalism and nationalism, while the national resources were key for the development. And also for me, populism was an era, an era, the classical populisms in the middle of the 20th century. If we see the history flowing like a river, you never go back. And what is coming is different from that time, is especially in Bolivia. It's not a middle-class leader who is trying to fascinate the populace, but is something from below that elected his own leader. And that's quite different than this classical populism. And another question is, for instance, if you consider Fujimori populist, Fujimori was implementing neoliberalism, completely opposite to Perón, to Paz Estenssoro, to Perez at that time. Because also the members of these populist parties were implementing neoliberalism in Bolivia and in Argentina. So the names of the party are not important, it's the agenda and the time, in my opinion.
Okay. Right here to Francisco Panizza, and then I'll move over there. I have one question from John, and the other I'm not sure if for Cynthia or for Alexandra, for both. John, is regarding the relation between the Morales and Mas and the MNR. To what extent the Morales and Mas have taken things from the kind of nationalist, statist kind of project of
de manera, or to what extent is something completely different. And to Cynthia and Alexandra, I'm not sure to whom, there are some parallels obviously between Velasco and Chavez. Are there any suggestion or indication or study that Chavez was influenced in any way by Velasquismo?
The gentleman on the back, and then Diego Avente here. Somebody else, so I can register that mentally? Okay.
Thank you. I think that the richness of these papers is that they allow us to compare. There's a comparative framework here, I think, which makes me... my name is Carsten Paragot. I'm a fellow here at the center.
Okay.
And I think... So actually I have the 3 questions is for each of you. And comparatively, I think what is interesting to ask the question here is to Cynthia first in Peru. Why haven't we seen this indigenous kind of movement as in Bolivia? You hardly mentioned Toledo, which, of course, of obvious reasons that he was not a very popular president, but that's exactly the point. Why didn't he trigger like a similar movement like Evo Morales in Bolivia? And to John then is, why haven't we seen anything similar like to the Shining Path? That was Tupac Katari, but it never really took off in the same way. So I think between these 2 countries, there are really critical questions to be asked. And lastly, to the last paper, I remember when Hugo Chavez came into power, he said that one of his role models was actually Fujimori. Now, Fujimori really went rightist. I mean, in terms of his politics, in terms of his neoliberal politics. What allows Hugo Chavez to claim that he's to the left, that he's a leftist? I mean, how come that you can make these turns, like Fujimori going one way, Hugo Chavez going the other way, and still they identify with these others as leaders? So I think there are these kind of questions, comparative questions, I think, which are essential to be raised. Thank you.
Diego Avente here. I have another question after Diego. Somebody else?
Thank you,
okay.
Julio. For Cynthia McClintock, question, 2 questions actually in the case of Peru. Number 1, why don't you consider the first period of Alan Garcia a populist period? Because it seems to me like it's a sort of a classic populism in many respects. And number 2, considering going back to the issue of serial populism in Peru, could you comment on the relation between these recurrent or serial eruptions of populist phenomenon in Peru with the real situation of the socioeconomic structure of Peru? I mean, if you put together today and the World Bank has done it, 3 indices, the index of inequality, the index of doing business, and the index of human development. Peru ranks at the bottom of inequality, is one of the worst countries in Latin America, and it ranks at the bottom in the index of human development. It ranks first in doing business. So first in doing business, one of the last in human development, one of the last in inequality and poverty. So, I suppose, should we be surprised that we have so much serial populism in Peru?
Gentleman over there, yeah. Don't forget to introduce yourself before you make your question.
Hi, my name is Jim Jones, and I have, in several guises, been involved in the region for almost 40 years. As I back off and I hear the comments of the panelists, having done a little bit of reading over the years on this phenomenon of so-called populism, it strikes me as there is a dynamic underway in the Andean region. In all of these countries, I mean Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Venezuela, Colombia is something of a special case, but I would argue that it's probably happening there too. Colombia's on ice at the moment. but in a region that is profoundly unequal in terms of division of access to wealth, land, the benefits of modern life and whatnot, rigid class lines, and so on and so forth. This phenomenon of so-called populism, which assumes different forms in different countries, it almost had to happen. At this particular point, the genie is out of the bottle. A lot of these sectors, long denied participation, are clamoring to participate. The populists are allowing this to happen in some form or fashion. It's probably not possible for it to happen through traditional institutions. That's where the problem lies. I guess my question would be to you, what's going to happen? If the genie is out of the bottle, what's going to happen in the next few years, post-populist times or whatever? That's just something I think about a little bit, and I just toss that out for some reflection. Thank you.
I think I have time for just one short comment or question. Yeah.
Yeah.
The mic.
Yeah, Larry Heilman at the Smithsonian. John, I completely agreed with your reading of the history. The only thing maybe I misunderstood was I see the 52 revolution as a bottom-up thing also. Maybe I just missed that, but as strong of a movement of a bottom-up as you seem to imply mass was from about 2000 on.
Okay. I think we have between 5 and 7 minutes for each panelist, so we can finish by 3:45, 3:50. Then we can have a short 5-minute recess, and then we have the second panel. We want to finish by 6. So.
Can I go first?
So no, we're gonna reverse.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if you want to go.
Yeah, well,
yeah, okay.
Could you please have the mic closer?
Sorry. Concerning the question of Professor Panizza, well, I had never read anything about influence of Velasquismo in Chavez movement. I mean, I don't recall to hear Chavez mentioning Velázquez. And why is Chavez considered a lefty? Well, there are several theories. One of them is Professor Coller Capriles, who actually say that Chavez is from the right. But I don't know. I mean, it's not part of my. It's not the scope of this paper to define Chavez as from the right. I believe he has a mixture of ideologies, and well, but I wouldn't know if I could classify him as from the right. He considers himself as a leftist guy, and his connection with Castro, well, is very clear. So I don't know if that answers the question of if I understood the question. And what will happen? Well, what will happen in the region, I guess, will depend on the reaction of the civil society in the next 2 years, at least in Venezuela. But it's a very hard question to answer.
Okay, Cynthia.
Great. Well, thanks for all the questions. Great questions. The Operative Party, I think both points are correct. I think the Operative Party did endure to some degree, certainly not what it was in the 1930s, but I think it survived enough as a party through 2006 to be able to have that sort of 15% in the opinion polls in 2006 and be able to kind of position, Alan Garcia. Without Alan Garcia, can Opera win? Doesn't look very likely in the near term, and as you pointed out, there is currently no Opera candidate for 2011. In part, the interpretation of that is that Alan Garcia does not want any strong candidate in 2011 because he's already got his sights on 2016. I'm not kidding, by the way. think this is an excellent point about the tradition of military populism in Peru going back further than Velasco. I think you're absolutely right, and I think that should be included in the paper. Interestingly, for those of you not that familiar with Peruvian history, it's this 1931 election that analysts basically believe Sanchez Cerro, who was quite mestizo looking, hailing from the military, defeating Aya de la Torre. That's the election that Aya never accepted, that sets off this vicious circle in Peruvian politics of doubts about Aya's commitment to democratic principles and Aya's belief that he's going to be robbed blind and prescribed from the political scene. With respect to populism and the economic components of populism, we actually were directed for this conference to not consider the economic policy, so that was why we did that. Velasco. This is probably more apparent from the Peruvian side, but at least from the Peruvian side, it's usually said that indeed Chavez is quite interested in Velasco, or was quite interested in the Velasco model. And I actually didn't mention this, but Humala also favored Velasco, and in the early months of the 2006 campaign was quite emphatic about his view that Velasco had done a good job, it had been a good presidency. He gradually kind of moved away from that because it was roundly criticized, but he did talk about Velasco quite a bit favorably, which was the first that had happened in a long time, actually, in Peru. Why no indigenous movement in Peru? Very, very big, very important question. There are a lot of conventional answers. I think probably the most important from my standpoint is that when indigenous movements were growing in Ecuador and Bolivia in the 80s and into the 90s, that the Shining Path was kind of occupying all the political space. There was no movement. There was no sort of space for an indigenous movement when Shining Path was dominating discourse, dominating the political arena in every way into the mid 1990s. I think with respect to Toledo himself, I probably could have found photos of Toledo not looking that different from Humala. He tried to play his ethnicity. But in point of fact, Toledo had spent a lot of time in the United States. He came here when he was about 15. He was not the leader of an indigenous movement in Peru. He was no Evo Morales. It was a very different scene, and it raises all sorts of interesting questions about how do we define indigenous, which I can't go into here. But I think Toledo, and this is one of the larger points, of my paper, because I wanted to point out, I think this failure of the liberal democratic parties to do enough to recruit people of indigenous descent, people of mixed blood descent. I mean, when you look at the cabinets of either Toledo or Garcia, it's probably whiter than the cabinet of Obama. And you sort of think, this is ridiculous. Why aren't they reaching out? And I've asked that question to people, and they say, well, but who are you going to get to be the kind of IMF guy in the Toledo cabinet? So there's sort of a vicious circle there. But I think it's really unfortunate in terms of making these bridges, building these bridges that I was talking about in the paper. Diego's excellent questions here. If I was sure I was going to get one question in this paper presentation, it was why didn't I include Alan Garcia's first term? In part, again, the answer is how we've defined populism. If we had defined populism as economic policies, obviously Garcia in his first term would have been included. If you want to emphasize charisma and the balconazo, again, Alan Garcia first term would have been included. However, if you're emphasizing divisiveness, in his discourse, he was actually during the 85 campaign, Alan Garcia's real message was unity. He was trying to overcome Opera's historical baggage, and Opera's historical baggage was polarization. So he was saying, un gobierno para todos was one of his major mottos. The opera traditional star sign was peace and love, and it was quite a different message. And it was an import substitution industrialization message. He wanted entrepreneurs on his side. He was critical of the United States. He was critical of the debt situation. But he was arguing let's all get together to build industry and Peru. So it was quite a different message. Things changed a little bit after '87, but again, that was the reasons there. There's the other really interesting question, again, it's one I said as I was talking, but you can find data to show, I think, whichever interpretation you want. That in the last 7-8 years, Peru is doing a lot better on poverty and inequality, or that it's not doing well at all. I haven't seen the figures that you pointed out, but some of the figures that I had in the paper that the government would point out. These are figures from the World Bank. Gini index of inequality improved from 2003 to 2006, was at 49.6, which was better than its neighbors, 58.2 in Bolivia, 58.5 in Colombia, 54.4 in Ecuador. Infant mortality in Peru by 2007, it had gotten to the same rate as Colombia and a little bit better in Ecuador, but it had improved a lot more over the last 15 years in Peru than it had in Colombia or Ecuador. Traditionally, almost everywhere I've looked on access to education, Peru has always done very well. And this, again, if you're trying to sort of judge whether or not bridges were built, Belaunde in particular did a lot for education, and you just see tremendous strides in, we were talking about Fujimori in the schools. There were big improvements. Then the most questionable thing, or what's been really on the agenda in Peru is the poverty rate. According to the government in Peru, the poverty rate has fallen 20 points from 2001, fallen from 55% to 35%, according to the government. But again, there's a lot of debate, and critics say they're manipulating this data, and they point to caloric deficit figures, and they say that look at the inequalities between different parts of the country, and this hasn't gone down one iota in the Southern Highlands, which, of course, again, is Humala's key support base. So, I mean, I think it's a very important debate and a very important controversy, and I tend to basically go with you. And one of the other things I want to mention here is that, again, coming back to Garcia's promises, he's made some really specific promises with respect to wages, services, which is about avoiding labor rights, about overtime pay, things that everybody really resonated for sort of lower middle class Peruvians, and he hasn't done a thing. So there's some very clear promises that were broken, and I think wages, you could look at this, but wages have not gone up at all. One of the interesting pieces, the economic model that Peru is following recently, it's not that similar, it's not that different from a rentier economy, because it's heavily based on copper and minerals, and I had a figure here. An investment of $3 billion in a copper project generates around 2,000 jobs. I mean, that's $3 billion, 2,000 jobs. So there are real problems in terms of that economic model. That said, the government can mount a case that it's doing something.
Okay. Let me start with Ken's question about the bottom-up dynamic and how top-down as well, which also relates, I think, to the question that was put towards the end about what's going to happen. There's no doubt about it. The power at the moment in Bolivia is located in the intersection of social movements and the presidency. I mean, I think that the democratic, the role of the Congress and so forth is fairly secondary. Now, where does actually power lie? Well, I mean, certainly it's the case that Evo has a great deal of political leeway for decision-making. He exerts it with a small coterie, if you like, a small group of people around him who are sometimes criticized by people in his party, often criticized by people in his party, as being far too influential. So, I mean, there is a great deal of power at the moment in the hands of the presidency. But having said that, at the same time, Evo is very conscious of not falling into the pitfalls of his predecessors. He spends a huge amount of time talking to people from social movements. He is constantly listening to them. He takes on board what they have to say. So, I mean, at the same time, there are a great deal of pressures being exerted from below, and this, of course, does create problems of governance. And it's not only in terms of the potential of social movements to turn against the government, which Evo is very wary of, because there are people further to the left of Evo who are looking for ways into the political system. But there are, perhaps more importantly, are the difficulties between, the problems, the conflicts between social movements, particularly in terms of access to natural resources. I mean, as you can see, there's a number of different spheres, but it came to bloodshed in early 2006 in the Wanuni mine, where different groups which otherwise support the government were at loggerheads, and somehow Evo had to mediate these conflicts, which is difficult. So, I mean, I think it goes both ways. So I think in the long term, if we're looking towards the future, I mean, it's very difficult to say as to whether or not Bolivia is going to veer off in a more authoritarian direction, or whether, in the long term, some sort of institutional mechanisms are going to be created which will mediate more effectively between state and society. And it strikes me that there are certain signs of institutional development, but having been in government for nearly 4 years, they are very incipient and quite weak. So I'm not sure quite what to make of all that. Peter Claren's point about military populism, well, let's not forget Barrientos.
And Torres.
Or JJ, yeah.
Or JJ.
Francisco's point about how much has the mass taken from the MNR's tool chest. Well, I think the answer is probably quite a lot. But I mean, I think this is the point I was trying to make about the importance of the legacy of 1952, the way in which 1952 has entered into the Bolivian political culture. I mean, political culture is as nebulous a concept as populism, arguably, and I don't want to get into all that, but I mean, I think it does exist, and it has an importance. But having said that, I mean, clearly there are very new things taking place in Bolivia today, not least in terms of indigenous identities, of which, of course, the MNR sought to get rid of. Why no shining path in Bolivia? Well, this is, an interesting subject. There's perhaps an anthropological answer to the question, but there's a more basic political argument. I think the anthropological argument, I'm not being an anthropologist, I'm probably not very qualified to say it, but there is something about Aymara culture, particularly Aymara culture, as opposed to Quechua culture, and I think this is true in Peru as well as in Bolivia, where Sendero found it very difficult to penetrate Aymara communities. And basically the influence of Sendero got about halfway across Puno and then stopped when it got to the sort of part of Puno which is dominated by Aymara people, because of the cohesive nature of communities in Aymara culture. And I think this gives a clue also to why it's very difficult to envisage Sendero appearing in other parts of Bolivia too. But I think it's a much more basic problem. And again, it goes back to 1952. 1952 did create a degree of citizenship. It did create a degree, I mean, maybe it was unfulfilled citizenship, but it gave certain rights. If you look at Ayacucho in the communities where Sendero sought to mobilize in the 1980s, I mean, those are communities which had zero rights, zero integration into the political system. And you may say that Bolivia, the integration was secondary, but it was, light years further ahead, I think, than the case of Peru. So, I mean, I think that 1952 made a big difference in that respect, creating a culture, a political culture in which the essence of social organization was the sindicato, not just in the mining sectors, but the rural sindicato. And as we've tried to say, that I mean, the campesino syndicalism managed to shake off some of the sort of paternalistic policies of the MNR, and to create itself as a power in its own right. And this is certainly something that the Catarista movement was all about. So, I mean, I think that the way in which communities are organized in Bolivia provides very different kind of terrain than is the case in Peru. Well, finally, yes, 1952. I think misunderstood. I mean, I was very much arguing that 1952 was bottom-up rather than top-down. There was a project to try and create a top-down kind of social organization in the wake of 1952, which the MNR tried to orchestrate, but it had its own limitations. So, I mean, I would think that the 1952 was made by social movements of one kind or another. I mean, it was basically the agrarian reform in Bolivia was campesinos simply taking the land. They didn't wait for the state to allocate it or anything like that. They just took it. So, I mean, I think that, no, I certainly agree with you that that's not what I was trying to say.
Okay, so we did pretty good, 3:46. We're going to take a 5-minute break while we switch the stage, and I invite you to come back for Brazil, Colombia, and Argentina.
Last session in this afternoon, and we have papers presented by Leslie Bethel on Brazil. He was from Oxford University, and now he's affiliated to Fundación Getúlio Vargas in Rio. And Colombia, Ana Maria Bejarano from University of Toronto. And Argentina, Héctor Chámez from Georgetown University. This will be perhaps the order of the expositions. So, Leslie, 20 minutes.
Let me begin by joining all my colleagues in thanking Cindy Arnson and Carlos de la Torre for organizing the interesting day that we're having. And I should apologize because the paper I've written is heavily historical. But then if you ask a historian to write the paper, you'll get some history. But there's another reason for that. The theme is 21st century populism. And as you'll hear, and as those of you who have read the paper will see, that I don't think there is much populism in 20th century Brazil. Though, as I said this morning, I'm just beginning to have a few doubts that I'll explain later. So the history of populism in Brazil is really, apart maybe from Fernando Collor de Mello, who's almost always categorized as a neo-populist to the right, it's a history of the period from 1930 to 1964. The first part of my paper gives you my take on how we do define populism and what I mean by populism, and we don't need to go over that. We spent the morning on that. I feel sorry for people who only joined us this afternoon because you missed all the definitional debate we had, and I noticed one or two people have said, well, I'd like to know what you mean by populism. We spent the whole morning trying to decide what we meant by populism, and we didn't agree. If we look at Brazil in two phases, 1930 to 64, the classical populism, and then the period of democracy after the 20-year military dictatorship from 1985 to 2010. Looking at that first period, and I'll do this as quickly as I can because it is entirely historical, but when you read about the history of populism, Getúlio Vargas is always at the heart of things. Every discussion of classical populism begins with Cárdenas, Perón, and Getúlio Vargas. And it's not very helpful, because I would ask the question, was Vargas a populist anyway? And I think, except at the end of his career, the answer must be no. As Getúlio Vargas came to power in Brazil in 1930, he was already 48 years old. He was governor of Rio Grande do Sul, which in a way makes him a kind of outsider, I suppose. And popular forces played no major role in the revolution, so-called revolution of 1930. And Vargas, at that stage of his career, saw little potential in popular political mobilization. O povo, people, were political spectators, not political actors in 1930. And then Vargas was provisional president for 4 years. Then he was elected by Congress, not by the people, in 1934, but governed mainly under a state of siege anyway. And then under the Estado Novo, was dictator for another 8 years. The other interesting thing about Getúlio's early career was that, and I discussed this at some length, which I won't waste your time on now, but he did advance the careers and then destroy the careers of the two politicians whom, before the end of the Second World War, could be termed populist. Pedro Ernesto Batista, the mayor of Rio from 1935 to 36, and José Américo de Almeida, the official candidate in the elections for January 1938 that were never held. Those two politicians, in different ways, could well be defined as populists, and Getúlio Vargas destroyed them both before the establishment of the Estado Novo. So when we talk about Getúlio Vargas as a populist, we mean the events of 1945. And there, with the democratization of Brazil at the end of the Second World War, a new electoral law which gave votes to literate men and women over 18, and voting was obligatory. And so for the first time, you had an election in which at least a third of the adult population finally did have the vote. For the first time in Brazilian politics, the urban, middle class and working class vote would be decisive. And Vargas used the fact of his direct relationship with the Brazilian labor movement created during the Estado Novo to create something called trabalhismo, his relationship with the workers. There was nothing in his past and nothing in his personality to suggest that he could project himself as a charismatic populist leader, but the ground was prepared for a dramatic change of direction in 1945, and he used the new situation of 1945 and his connection, in particular to organized labor, to create a party, the Brazilian Labor Party, and a movement emerged called Queremismo, from Queremos Getúlio. Nobody really is sure whether Vargas really intended to be elected, or hoped to be elected, or was going to offer himself for election after being in power for 15 years, with very little hint until the very end of what we would call populism. And the movement of Queremismo, and it's still a murky question how far he was behind it. Certainly he didn't stop it. This was to allow Vargas to continue as president, and he was thwarted by the military in October 1945 and removed. The Liberal Republic from 1945 to 64, sometimes called Democracia Populista in the literature, the Populist Republic from 1945 to 64, was a semi-democracy in which the electorate grew to more or less half the adult population. And with the left, that is the Communist Party, illegal, there were new possibilities for mobilizing the population of Brazil that had not previously been mobilized. And the first one to do this was Getúlio Vargas. Getúlio Vargas, in the elections of October 1950, offered himself with the Brazilian Labour Party, the PTB, and a party in São Paulo, above parties using a direct personal appeal. But the difference is hardly an outsider. In 1950, the personality was not really charismatic at this point, and he had a project. He had a program. He had a project that was based upon the economic development and social reform achieved during the Estado Novo. And in the first part of his administration, elected as a president now, there was not too many signs of populism, though the movement to control the oil reserves and the creation of Petrobras, o petróleo é nosso, is a kind of populist mobilization, nationalist mobilization in favor of the creation of Petrobras, and he did support for a while João Goulart as Minister of Labour in a certain degree of income distribution towards the workers. But, of course, as you all know, he committed suicide on 24th August 1954, and that was the end of that experiment, if it was an experiment, in populist government. The great thing, and I make this point in my paper, is that the Carta Testamento that he left behind, if ever there was a populist document, this is the one. If you read that carefully, he came to power, he said, in the arms of the people, nos braços do povo. He defended the people, and particularly the poor, os humildes, against powerful interests, os poderosos interesses. They were trying to stop him from governing the country in the national interests, in the interests of the people. He was now old and tired, velho e cansado, and he was going serenamente into history and eternity. And his suicide and the extremely emotional scenes that emerged as his body was moved to Santos Dumont Airport created Getulismo and gave it a long, long life. The other point I would make quickly here is that we've talked today almost entirely about populist movements and populist leaders at the national level. Well, if you look at the history of populism in Brazil, two of the best examples we have in this so-called Democracia Populista were local or state politicians. Adhemar de Barros in São Paulo, he won the first popular elections for governor in 1947 on what we would now see as a straight populist platform. And Jânio Quadros, became the first directly elected mayor of São Paulo in 1953, governor of São Paulo in 1954, and finally president in 1960. Again, the first Brazilian politician to mobilize the poor of the peripheries of the city of São Paulo, the most populated and the most economically developed part of Brazil. Well, Getúlio, you could argue a great deal whether Quadros' government was a populist government, but that didn't last long either. He resigned after 6-7 months in power, and there was this very sad scene that some of you remember. He thought that he, like Getúlio and like de Gaulle, would come back nos braços do povo. And nothing happened. When he arrived at São Paulo airport on his way for exile, he was heard to remark, "O povo, onde está o povo?" Nobody was there to put him back in power. And then you could look at the career of Leonel Brizola in Rio Grande do Sul, Miguel Arraes in Pernambuco, and finally João Goulart himself, who was never directly elected president, but won two elections for vice president and became president on the resignation of Janio. So there's a lot that could be discussed. There's a lot of populism, the history of populism, examples of populist politicians and populist politics throughout the history of Brazil in this period. Though I have some doubts about the figure who's most often described as a Brazilian populist, Getúlio Vargas. When we move to the second period, from 1985 to 2010, well, the old populists came back at the state and municipal level. Brizola got elected governor of Guanabara, Quadros got elected mayor of São Paulo, Arraes got elected Pernambuco's governor. So there are examples of the old populists coming back and winning elections in a new situation. Brazil achieved universal suffrage only in 1985. Only in 1985 were the entire adult population of Brazil over 16 eligible to vote and obliged to vote. This is a huge pool of potentially voters to be mobilized, and some of the old populists did quite well at the state level. Of course, Brizola himself came within a few 100,000 votes of getting into the second round of the 1989 elections against Collor de Mello. I think he would have also lost, just as Lula lost. But imagine what would have happened to Brazilian politics if Brizola had won the first democratic elections after the military dictatorship. The elections were won by Collor de Mello, and he is always put in the category with Fujimori and Menem as a neo-populist of the right, and I think there's a great deal to be said for that. An unknown politician from an oligarchical family in the northeast, no significant party, modern marketing techniques, backed by traditional politicians, but attacking traditional politicians mainly for corruption. But again, and getting the support of the poorest sections of Brazilian society. All the figures show that the poorest sections and the least educated sections of Brazilian society voted for Collor de Mello against Lula in 1989. But he lasted 2.5 years. We don't know. He implemented the beginnings of a neoliberal program, but he was impeached in September 1992, and that was the end of him. If Collor de Mello was a neo-populist of the right, the big final question, of course, and the one that interests most people at a meeting like this, is Lula a neo-populist of the left then? So we're looking finally at Lula. And you could argue that Collor de Mello was the last of the Brazilian populists, unless you want to make a case for Lula as a neo-populist of the left. Now, Lula, of course, his background fits very well. But the fact is, he was a trade union leader. He's a labor man. He's never been part of any left-wing party of any significance. And he created a labor party, self-declared socialist labor party, from the bottom in the late 70s and early 80s. The PT, the Workers' Party, it's a workers' party created from below by Lula and other authentic union leaders, an avowedly socialist party, uniquely in Brazilian political history. Never before had a political party been built from below during the last stages of the military dictatorship. And he was supported by organized labor, progressive professionals, progressive urban middle class, the progressive wing of the Catholic Church, not the poorest and least educated voters who voted for Colla di Mello in 89 and voted for Cardozo in 94 and 98. So the PT never really bid for the votes of the very poor and the very underprivileged at this point in 89, 94, and 98. And by saying that, of course, I'm making the point that Lula contested 3 democratic elections, free, fair. Nobody's ever disputed that these elections were completely fair and free and well organized, and he increased his vote each time, but he never got anywhere near winning any of those elections, and of course the defeats were all accepted. So the PT, with all its advances at the local level, still looked a long way from power when Lula won the 4th time of asking. He won the elections of 2002. And so there's a lot of debate, of course, about how Lula won at the 4th attempt. Time for a change, divided opposition, Fernando Henrique Cardoso himself facilitating a transition. It's Lula's turn, time to focus on the social problem. And of course, the PT had changed, and this is the crucial thing. The PT moved to the centre and dropped most of its groups on the, or dropped them, or they left on the left of the PT. But it was a party committed to centre-ground macroeconomic policies of the kind adopted by his predecessor Cardozo, but with a stronger mix of social policies to reduce poverty and inequality. He also was successful in building a whole series of political alliances on the left, centre and the right. And in previous elections, he'd been supported mainly by the PT and the small parties of the left. Of course, there was a PR exercise. There was a media campaign around Lula's personal history and personality. It had a strong emotional appeal. Lula, paz e amor. Even so, it would be difficult to argue that in 2002 this was a populist strategy and a populist campaign, in my view. And in government, Lula adopted responsible economic policies of the previous administrations, but committed himself to poverty reduction and a greater distribution of income. But he looks, even so, much more like a social democrat, and the PT, with all its internal tensions and difficulties, the PT looked more like a social democratic party than almost any other party in Latin America, and certainly didn't look like a neo-populist party of the left. In 2006, Lula won re-election, and this time, as some of you know very well, the social base had changed quite dramatically. In 2006, Lula did, for the first time, he lost a lot of support amongst the progressive middle class, but he kept the support of organized labor, and he now penetrated the poorest sections of Brazilian society. But not with a typically polarizing anti-elite, anti-globalization, anti-American populist discourse. Of course, there was personal identification. Lula is one of us. Lula comes from the poor Northeast. He's like us. He dresses like us. He talks like us. He tells jokes like us. But this is not the central issue in that election. He was elected by the poor and the ill-educated, largely because of the economic growth performance of the previous years, higher levels of employment, low inflation, increases in the minimum wage, and above all, the Bolsa Familia that we talked about this morning. So the second Lula administration, from 2007, was notable for a continuation of the economic and the social policies, and it still remains difficult to describe Lula, in my view, as a neo-populist of the left, though there are questions raised about Lula's foreign policy and his relations in particular with Hugo Chavez. So the question for discussion is, why has Brazil been more resistant to neo-populism in this later period? And we have to discuss the level of social and economic development of Brazil, perhaps the size and complexity of Brazil. But above all, with all the need for political reform, Brazil has had for 20 years a well-functioning, representative, highly institutionalized democracy with a well-established multi-party system, independent media, and the PT as the nearest thing we'll get to a well-established social democratic party, and other parties of the centre and the centre-left competing, together with a strong civil society. Also, you might say, since Brazil has some aspirations to be a regional power and a global power, it's very much concerned about international opinion more than many other countries in the region. Finally, however, and I put in my paper, however, in capital letters, Lula is immensely popular, especially with the poorest sections of Brazilian society. This is now his political base. He has 85% approval. He has international recognition. Given the complexities of the Brazilian political system, there has certainly been, in the last 12 months, an increase in personalism and maybe authoritarianism. The use of the word Lulismo, the decline of the PT. The PT is in a major crisis, and Lula is not doing anything to help it. Lula has distanced himself from the PT now, and he creates more and more problems for the PT, and the PT is losing some of its key members. There are populist tendencies, populist temptations, but constrained, or repressed by the political institutional system, the level of opposition, the media, civil society. But in 2010, October, next year, a year from now, we have elections. Lula, and this you might say is one of the strongest arguments against the view that Lula really is a populist, Lula would easily win a third mandate. He had to change the constitution. There was enormous pressure on him to change the constitution, and he decided against. Eu não brinco com democracia. Alternância de poder importante. He's not going to change the constitution, he's not interfering. There were movements, there were queremos movements. We want Getúlio, we want Lula, queremos. Ignored, rejected. But at the same time, Lula is determined to make his successor, Dilma Rousseff, a very problematic candidate, a very difficult candidate to get elected. And he's determined to do what it takes to get her elected. Increased government, it's going to be very expensive for Brazil. Increased government expenditure, expansion of the Bolsa Familia, housing policies, and now we have pre-sal oil nationalism, pride, nationalism in Brazil, and the money from oil will be distributed, of course, to the poor. And all this is done to make the election of 2010 a plebiscitary election. Dilma against the opposition. The opposition must be anti-Lula. The opposition, therefore, must be anti-people. Can't win. Dilma will win. Chavez let the cat out of the bag in his terms 2 weeks ago by saying, minha candidata é Dilma. And then he went on to say, mas Lula não se vai. Ele fica, assim com Néstor Kirchner, que se foi, mas não se foi. Lula is going to stay and behind Dilma. And then if he gets Dilma elected, he returns to power in 2014 nos braços do povo. Or is this too cynical a view of Brazilian politics?
Thank you very much, Leslie. Then Ana Maria Bejarano, is Uribe a populist?
It's going to be a difficult act to follow, but I'll try. I have a difficult case in my hands as well. I mean, Colombia seems quite the outlier in this conference. And the question that was posed to me by Carlos and Cindy, and I thank you both for inviting me, I'm very glad to be here, was, is Uribe a populist? It's a very tricky question, and the answer is yes and no, or it depends. Back in 2003, only 6 months after he was sworn in power, John Dugas, who's a well-known Colombianist, wrote an article arguing against classifying Uribe as a populist, and he said that nothing in Uribe's private or public persona, previous political career, campaign strategy in 2002, or ideological outlook would have made him suspect of being a populist, a term that the president himself despises and rejects. 6 years later, however, I will argue that Uribe has become a populist, not as an essential trait of his personality or statesmanship, but rather in a very instrumental sense of the term, and that is in the sense, following Carlos, that he actively deploys populism as a discourse and a strategy to remain in power. Over the course of his long presidency, I will argue, Uribe has become a populist of a particular brand, which I have termed reactionary populism. I think I will skip the discussion about populism because we already had enough of that. I just wanted to go back to the classification that I think Carlos and somebody else tried this morning, in which they divide the old versus the new populisms, and then divide the new populisms between the neoliberal populisms of the right in the 1990s versus the radical populisms of the early 21st century. It is clear to me that, if anything, Uribe is much, much closer to the 1990s neoconservative or neoliberal version of populism than to the radical ones, that's for sure. Now, there's the lingering question about why the Andean region, and why, with the exception of Argentina, perhaps, it's been in the Andean region that these neo-populisms have emerged. And there's clearly, the inequality that somebody was pointing to this morning, plus a double crisis, a crisis that is, on the one hand, a crisis of democracy, but also a crisis of the state. These are extremely weak states that open the gates for messianic leaderships. And even then, even if we look at the Andean region as a region where populism has taken root, we still need to understand its variation. And so I was thinking that to put a label onto our discussion this morning, something like varieties of populism would be an interesting way of framing it. So that leads on to the Colombian case. And Colombia is an outlier not only today, but it's been quite the outlier in the sense that Colombia does not have a tradition of populism. Colombia lacks populist experience, like all these other cases that we've been discussing. There were at least 2 or 3 attempts at creating populist movements or attaining power via a populist movement in the 20th century. All of them aborted early, either because of the assassination of the leader in the case of Gaitán, or electoral fraud in 1970, or the party pacts against Rojas Pinilla in 1957. In any case, after 1970, after the defeat of Rojas Pinilla in the election of 1970, populism became the province of the revolutionary guerrillas. It was the M19 that adopted a populist discourse. The FARC has always given expression to a populist agrarianism, the peasants who feel cornered by the landowners, and so the FARC has always had this agrarian expression of that. And the ELN in the late 70s and 80s gave voice to this nationalism against the multinational corporations, against imperialism. So from 1970 until 2002, it was the guerrillas who expressed a populist sentiment. My friend Pilar, we were talking on our way here, and she also noted to me, but this is something that I have to think through, on the fact that the narco-traffickers have also played the role of the populists. There's this narco-populism. Pablo Escobar certainly played the role of the populist leader, and I think we have an interesting line of argument there, but I still have to look at it. Now, why not populism in Colombia? There's of course I'm not a historian, and I'm not going to give you the full history, but there's a couple explanations why. One is the fact that even today, as much as yesterday, the land-owning elite still holds enormous power in Colombia. In social terms, Colombia is still very much an oligarchic society. The weakness of the working classes is also an explanation. And on top of that, of course, the strength of the political parties, most particularly the strength of the Liberal Party, which has always been able to house, under its wings, a populist radical segment, which has prevented the emergence of a more radical or an independent, meaning outside of the Liberal Party populist movement. Now, given all this story, then, how did we get to 2002? What happened then? And so one needs to understand the critical juncture to adopt a term in which Uribe was born or emerged as the most viable candidate in 2002. And one needs to remember, go back to that particular juncture in Colombian history and understand that this was a very critical moment. So Uribe emerges in the midst of a crisis, but this was not an economic crisis. This was not a crisis signaled by hyperinflation, unemployment, all of these other things that the Argentinians know well. It was a security crisis. It was a crisis of, the highest levels of violence seen since the times of La Violencia, where in the year 2000. So the Colombians, at the moment where the conversations between the FARC and the Pastrana government failed in 2002, in early 2002, Colombians were as tired of the violence as they were tired of the efforts to bring peace via negotiation. Cindy has talked about negotiation fatigue, and that's clearly true. And so Uribe comes up and promises peace without negotiation. And that's something that almost every Colombian was willing to go for. So that is how he emerges. So there's an explanation of how we got Uribe as the most viable presidential candidate, but what still needs to be explained is how has he managed to stay there for so long? How has he managed to stay there with 70% approval, even if in his 7th year of the presidency? And what kind of a populist is Uribe, if he is a populist? And so I'm trying to define Uribe as a populist, or define what features of his government classify as populism. I came with 3 or 4 contradictory combinations of elements. So you can say that no, he's not a populist because he's not an outsider, and he's clearly not an outsider. I mean, anybody who knows Uribe's biography will very soon discover that he was a part of the very traditional heart of the Liberal Party in his province of Antioquia. He was appointed to office since he was 28 years old. By age 30, he was mayor of Medellin. He went to Oxford.
What else do you have to say?
For 6 months. He was mayor of Medellin. He was governor of Antioquia. He was senator for 3 consecutive terms as part of the Liberal Party. He founded his own section of the Liberal Party in Antioquia, which supported the movement, Ernesto Samper's national movement. He was a Samperista all the way through. He supported Samper throughout his presidency. He campaigned for SERPA in 1998. It was only in 2002 when he saw that he had a very favorable opinion in the surveys, but the official Liberal Party was supporting SERPA's candidacy, that he decided to step out of the Liberal Party. So he is an instrumental outsider. He really is not an outsider. And he has very cleverly appropriated and strategically the anti-politics discourse. He knows that this is popular among the electorate, that speaking against the politicians, first thing he did when he came to power in 2002 was call a referendum against corruption and politiquería. This was the name of el referendo contra la corrupción y la politiquería. He lost it.
It
lost.
He lost. But in any case, he keeps on using this anti-political discourse to disguise a political practice based on clientelism and patronage. In the very tradition of the Liberal Party, there's nothing new under the sun here. But the new thing is that he disguises this against, in this discourse against corrupción en politiquería. He also wants to minimize the role of parties, and he really has been very active at destroying the parties, especially his own, the Liberal Party, as a strategy to minimize the opposition, that's for sure. But even within his own camp, he has prevented the creation of strong parties as a way of minimizing opposition within his own ranks. Like, he is the man in charge, and he doesn't want any competition even among his followers. Now, the second contradiction is clearly Uribe's discourse is not inclusionary. Uribe is not the president of the poor. Uribe is not the president of los descamisados or anything like that. He hasn't even tried to mobilize the internally displaced population, which is a huge available mass of disenfranchised people in Colombia. He hasn't even tried that. So he's not a populist in that sense. He hasn't tried redistribution as a policy. He's not big on social policy, et cetera. But he, on the other hand, uses an extremely polarizing discourse. He inherited a very polarized society, that to start with. But he has contributed enormously to deepening that polarization. Except that polarization is not between the rich and the poor, the haves versus the have-nots. It is between the good on his side and the evil on the other side. It's a very moral, even religious discourse. And in that, he has also very strategically used a religious discourse that taps into Colombia's very religious population and uses that very cleverly. He is the leader of the terrorized. He's the father who's come to save us. He's a very paternalistic figure, and he uses that very commonly. I have a quote there that says he's come to regard his conciudadanos, our compatriots, as his children. He really behaves as a father. He dresses up like a campesino paisa, un arriero paisa, but he really represents the figure of the gamonal, the owner of the hacienda. This is clearly, he's the owner of the hacienda. Like, somebody was talking about how if in Brazil there's an industrial worker, in Venezuela there's a soldier, in Bolivia there's an Indian, in the U.S. there's a black man. Well, in Colombia there's a hacienda owner as the president, and that's very, very symbolic. His discourse, on the other hand, is very much the affirmation and reassertion of elite power. He's not calling for the redemption of the dispossessed. He's calling for the reassertion of elite domination. And people accept that. This is what I call the Uribe phenomenon. What we really need to understand is not Uribe himself, but why is it that 70% of Colombians are still willing to vote for him? The last survey said that if he runs as a candidate in 2010, 63% of Colombians will vote for him, which means that he will win the first round easily, and we won't even need to go into a second round vote. Now, the third contradiction is that he's clearly not a believer in the role of the state. His whole discourse about el Estado comunitario is about a minimal state, a very small state that delegates a lot of its functions to the community. And so he's not after a big redistributive state or interventionist state. On the other hand, however, he has made extensive use of social expenditures to cement a wide support base. The thing here is that before it was the parties that would distribute this, and the client networks were organized from the parties down. Now it is the president, it is the office of the president who is doing all this. Now the results of this social policy, just recently we got a report from the Commission on Poverty and Social Policy. The people under the line of poverty have decreased only in a few percentage points after the 5 years of rapid growth of the Colombian economy. The extreme poverty has increased and the Gini coefficient has worsened. So, it is clear that people are not getting better off during this presidency, and they still want to vote for him and they still want to re-elect him. So the question is not a trivial one. The one theme, of course, here is security. Again, this is the central axis around which the political cleavages in Colombia are organized today. This is the central axis around which political affiliations and loyalties are organized. And he has certainly delivered. And there's no questioning the fact that homicide rates have decreased, the number of kidnappings have decreased, the number of attacks on small populations have decreased, road security has improved. And so he has made of security, of course, the topic of his campaign, of his permanent campaign, because this is truly a president that lives on a permanent campaign. Now, the one thing that makes him resemble the populists here is his attempt to undermine the liberal constitutional side of democracy. So despite the name Seguridad Democrática, which is how he calls his policy, what he truly has done is to convince Colombians that if they want security, they need to renounce democracy. That there's no way you can provide security the way he has provided it without some sacrifices in the way of civil liberties, the rule of law, etc., etc., etc. So he has constantly and systematically undermined the political parties, the role of Congress, the courts, most notably the capacity of the horizontal agencies of control to control him. Just by the fact of changing el articulito, which was this one little change, which allowed his re-election in 2006, he just undermined the entire edifice of checks and balances that the Constitution of 1991 had so, tried to build. Now with this little change that's going to happen between now and March of 2010 to get him reelected once again, he's just going to destroy the entire building. Now conclusions. What kind of populist is Uribe? And I didn't want to call him authoritarian because he can be as authoritarian as Chavez. I mean, there's authoritarianism on the left and on the right as well. So neither did I want to call him conservative because that risks conflating him with the Conservative Party, which has become his main legislative vehicle and support. But there's something more here, and I think what Uribe represents is a reaction, a response to the most outstanding developments of the democratization process in Colombia in the last 25 years. One is the negotiation process with the guerrillas and the incorporation of the armed left into the political system. So to this political negotiation, he proposes guerra sin cuartel, like all-out war. And the political reforms that started in 1985 and culminated with the Constitution of 1991, he really is an agent of the political counter-reform. Uribe, in short, represents the social, economic, political, and military elites who have opposed this democratic process of democratization over the past 25 years. He confirms and reasserts the role of these elites in the conduction of Colombian society, which, of course, and just to end here, doesn't bode very well for Colombia's democracy. With Uribe's second re-election coming up in 2010, I think we need to start thinking about the slow death of democracy in Colombia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria. Then we have Hector Chamis from Perón to the Kirchner in Argentina.
Thank you. It's great to be here always. I want to thank Cindy, where's Cindy, and Carlos publicly for having me here. But at the same time, I have to say that this is not fair. I'm the very last of a long day. Everything that is possibly, smart about populism, has been said. It's very warm here. That's pretty populist. It looks like a rally here, codo a codo. And also, there is the pending discussion on conceptual issues. What do we mean? People in the morning were discussing that. Of course, we didn't agree. Why would we? People in the afternoon say, well, what do you mean by populism and that sort of thing? And my paper does do some of that. I'm a political scientist, but I play, in this paper, historian and economist, and in order to shed what I think is light on populism as a historical phenomenon, just like any other phenomenon in the social sciences. I got here reading the science section in the New York Times not long ago, and learning that the African elephant's DNA is 98.5% identical to the woolly mammoth. Yet it's not a neo-mammoth, it's an elephant. And I think we are dealing with a species just like that. We have something that is perhaps 98.5% similar to what we used to the Vargases, the Perons, the Cardenas, the Gaitans. And it looks similar, it sounds similar, and well, there we go. It must be. There are differences that we cannot avoid, and there's neo-populism. I think we're doing the same. I think we need a new species. We have found a new species that we haven't quite named yet. But we need to put the effort there. Because if we continue using the term, then each time we have a conversation, we run the risk of saying, hold on, what do you mean by populism? And then when communication on any subject becomes like that, then, well, we're in trouble, right? If this was a conference about democracy in Latin America, we wouldn't have to, we know it's contestation and competition, and that's it, and rights and separation of powers. We wouldn't have to spend time on redefining the term. And that's what's going on with populism. Particularly in the social sciences, but not only in the social sciences, in evolutionary biology as well, concepts have a location in time. Species belong to a certain time. And I argue that that is what has been going on with populism. And what I do in this paper is try to recover what in the morning we were discussing about the biography of the concept, highlighting its historical anchorage, as Sartori would put it. So what I do is first try to historicize the concept by discussing defining and historicizing altogether by discussing the political economy of populism in Argentina. And I think Argentina is the case of populism, is the crucial case, the theory, the hypothesis generating case, for no other reason that it is the case in which the populist promise got the closest to fulfillment. Particularly when it comes to issues of redistribution, which is, I would say, the only populist experience which truly attempted and at some point achieved, with, of course, reversals, meaningful redistribution, meaningful content in terms of social justice, which is, we know, a defining, ideational norm of populism. So I go through all those, legends that we mentioned in the morning, right? The Germanis and the Corazon-Faletos and the O'Donnells and Conniffs recently, who made a great contribution to the study of populism, and so on and so forth. And I say populism is a movement, just like everybody else. It's not a party, although it may be a party. It is not a union, although it contains union. It's a movement. And in Argentina, the Peronist movement is precisely that. I mean, for a good chunk of its history was a movement, right? Organized in sectorial terms, organized in quasi-corporatist terms. It's the movement that Peron used to say, in 46 we won with the men, in 52 we won with the women, and in 73 we won with the jóvenes, right, with the youth. The movement was exactly that, the men, the unions, the women. Populism is pro-industrialization. Populism comes to town as a response to delayed industrialization. Populism is that not only the availability the social availability that Germany used to talk about, populism is the attempt to resolve the issues of the collapse of a mode of development based on agricultural exports. In so doing, however, it favored, as we know, consumer goods. the easy phase, the Hirschman and everybody else easy phase, right? That created, of course, it created the expanded domestic market adequately, effectively. An increasing role of the state in the economy, in the particular case of Peronism, well, the receipts of agricultural exports, the YAPI, the institutions that would be taking care of that, of manipulating exchange rate, tariffs, import controls, real exchange rate appreciation for a cheap import of capital goods and foster the process of industrialization. The problem in Argentina historically, unlike other ISI experiences in Latin America, populist or otherwise, because it wasn't only populists who pursue import substitution, is that Argentina's exports consisted mainly of wage goods, food products. And so when industrialization advanced, when the economy grew, not only the import content of the trade balance increased, Diaz Alejandro's on the import intensity of import substitution, but to the extent that exports were traditionally wage goods with strong real wages, those were consumed at home. And that generated dramatic trade imbalances, much more dramatic than any other experience of ISI in Latin America. Populism, this set the limits for the success of ISI as a viable strategy of development. Populism was multi-class, early or delayed, early meaning 1930s, or delayed 1945, or in the 60s, Peru. Populism is a response to the breakdown of the hegemonic rule of the agro-export elite. It's a time of no hegemony in Gramscian terms. It's a time of attempts to reconstruct hegemony. In other words, attempts to rebuild a system of a political formula in which domination could occur by consent. But of course, that faced continuously throughout the second half of the 20th century the limits of the trade balances. Argentina's impossible game is exactly that, is the fact that when the strategy of development generated macroeconomic crisis at home and balance of payment crisis outside in the external sector, that's when it went into turmoil. Populism, therefore, in spite of surviving through multi-class coalitions or being generated by multi-class coalitions, always magnified the three fundamental cleavages of ISI: class, labor capital; sector, industry, agriculture; and region, urban, rural. Whenever those three cleavages were magnified, Argentina went down under the military. That's exactly the moment. The impossible game that O'Donnell labeled that way was exactly like that. That happened not only with Peronism, I have to say, but that happened pretty much under any type of ISI strategy. Peronism is urban, we know. It's not that there is no people in the countryside that support Peronism. It's not that peasants do not exist or are not Peronists. It means only that the center of gravity is in the city. The center of gravity is among organized wage earners, industrialists, and the state, which is, of course, a manifestation of the dramatic demographic changes associated with populism. Urbanization is the migration of people looking for jobs from the countryside to the city, with the changes of the strategy of development. In the Peronist dogma, Peronism's aluvión zoológico means exactly that, right? It's the arrival of the dark-skinned, shoeless people to the fountains of the town, of downtown, right? Is exactly that. Populism is inclusionary. The ISI expands domestic market, incorporating people as consumers in the economic process. Populism legitimizes and institutionalized labor organizations. The Collier's much invoked book today say a wonderful sentence: with populism, labor unrest is for the first time a policy problem, not a police problem anymore. Populism promotes participation and the enfranchisement of excluded groups. Under the Perons, women received the right to vote. Participation went from 18% to 50% in 1952. As such, populism does contribute to the completion of the process of democratization. Populism is not revolutionary, in spite of all the talk of the populists when in office, when in the balcony. But populism is quite reformist and quite redistributive, especially in the case of Argentina. 2 moments of Peronism signal a 50% participation of wage earners in national income, 1952 and 1974. Some very Peronist scholars say that's why we fell. It's a question of redistribution. Populism is corporatism. It's corporatist, an organization of groups on the basis of their occupational categories. It's an institutionalized space. It's a space of institutionalized mediations of populism, one between labor and capital, one that accomplish at times policy coordination, income policies, and of course that govern collective bargaining. As such, it is a moment of institutionalized mediation, but at odds with the other existing institutionalized mediation that a democratic system ought to have. Populism has a social contract in which citizenship is all about social rights, political rights for instrumental purposes. We got the numbers, so why would we not promote incorporation, because we're going to win? And not much of civil rights. The definition of citizenship is a definition of citizenship that is essentially corporatist in that sense. The historical mistrust for civil rights in populism has to do with the fact that the word liberalism, the word institutions, as Enrique highlighted in the morning, meant, under the oligarchic state and mode of domination, meant exclusion. And of course, the most basic civil right that the elite of the oligarchic mode of domination wanted to reinforce and defend was the right to property. And that had, in the redistributive framework, a very clear meaning in which populism confronted liberalism, given its social contract. Populism, in that sense, is nationalist. And it's not just nationalist in rhetoric. It's nationalist about nationalization of assets. It's nationalist about declaring economic independence, as Perón put it in 1947. In that sense, populism can afford many things. It can be more or less democratic, and it has been. It can be more or less authoritarian. It has been both in so many ways. But it cannot afford to be cosmopolitan and internationalist. Populism is anti-imperialist, and it's essentially about autarkic national development and control of national resources. It's not a nationalism of an identity. The who we are of populism is not who we are historically. What's our identity, constructed or otherwise? It's more about how do we gain control of our natural resources. For most of the literature, populism requires a charismatic leader, and of course, the Perons had so many of that. Not now quite with Kirchner, apropos, Cynthia's, pictures. If I had brought Nestor Kirchner's photos for today, you would have seen what a non-charismatic leader that is. But anyway, all of this, however, came to an end in the 70s. And came to an end in the 70s largely because of changing international conditions, largely because of the exhaustion of ISI, but also because of the ideological commitment of the military government that took office in 1976. There is by now it is quite an established fact. The first one to mention was David Pyle in Berlin. But then, many Argentine scholars, the first I saw, but he wasn't necessarily the first. Adolfo Canitrot wrote a famous paper in the 80s, La disciplina como objetivo de la política económica, discipline as a goal of economic policy. The problem for the military, the problem was protectionism. For the economic leaders of the military regime in 1976, Martínez was the first minister of the military regime in 1976, spent about 1/3 of his time in office going from barrack to barrack to talk with the military officers about his economic program, to convince them that the problem was protectionism, because protectionism had swelling industry. But in the process, it had also strengthened unions, artificially increasing their political power. And in the process, while firms became more and more inefficient, unions became more and more radical. And at the time in which Argentina was on the brink of some sort of war, if you want, let's leave that for a different issue, that made a difference. the market liberalization would not just make Argentina more efficient and would allow Argentina to get reinserted in the economy through comparative advantages, but it would also discipline, hypermobilize organized groups, decompose the social base of populism, and restore order. Trade liberalization becomes a political tool. And with that, the program, the different subsequent programs of the military accomplish exactly that. Liberalization, a monetary approach to the balance of payment, a gradual transformation of assets from the manufacturing sector into the financial sector. Industrialization ceased to be the engine of the economy, and so on and so forth. And that generated dramatic structural change in Argentine society. In the 80s, after fiscal crisis, indebtedness, and deindustrialization, and eventually to the debt crisis and the last decade, Argentina's social structure changed in dramatic fashion. Just a couple of numbers that I gathered from existing morphological studies. Industrial workers and all wage earners declined from 23% in 1954 to 13% in 85. The industrial labor force diminished by 33% between 76 and 83. The manufacturing sector used to absorb 41% of all new entrants in the labor market in the late 40s. By the 80s, that proportion had declined to 7%. The fastest growing occupational category in the city of Buenos Aires in the 80s was the self-employed, from 11% in 1960 to 18% in 1980. The deindustrialization was the outcome of the military government, which eroded class-based bonds of political solidarity, which made more difficult for any populist movement to articulate demands and achieve a significant degree of collective action. In other words, the children of the Peronist workers that were in the union were driving cabs now. It is plausible that they changed their political preferences and they changed their voting behavior. I have 5 minutes, okay. But the military left and embarked upon a war. The debt crisis did the rest. It's a common story in Latin America. Argentina was a notable case of human rights abuses, and Peronists, for the good of Argentine democracy, lost a clean, free, and fair election, national election, for the first time in 1983, which was good for democracy in Argentina, and it was good for Peronism itself, I argue. At the time, Enrique made the point also this morning, Alfonsín changed the grammar, the vocabulary of politics. Alfonsín was himself a president, a candidate and a president with impeccable human rights credentials. The Peronists were still in the old thing. They were still in the, you remember, Enrique, burning coffins, right, and things like that of their opponents. At the same time, this change in the vocabulary of politics forced Peronism to adapt to the new environment. People, the so-called renovadores within the, by now, PJ, by now the Justicialista Party, and not anymore the Peronist movement, began to argue that we need a party, we need to compete, we need to organize elections, and people want something else. This is the time of democracy. This is the norm of Argentine society. That's what we have to do. Alfonsín was in office, and unfortunately for him and the Radical Party, he fell under the populist temptation when he wanted to recreate the Third Historical Movement, when he wanted to absorb the Peronist unions into his own structure. That was the end of his rule, of the viability of his administration. The Peronists created the Renovación. The Renovadores won elections, particularly in 1987, and prepared themselves for the 89 election, which Argentina faced in a context of hyperinflation. The monetization of the deficits continued under Alfonsín, and Argentina faced hyperinflation in the late 80s, at least 3 episodes of 4,000% inflation at the time. The collapse of the Alfonsín government was such that it was a coup. The media dubbed it as a market coup. There was a massive flight from money, currency adaptation, prices disappeared from Argentine economy. The Peronists came back with a populist in outlook, with the populists who understood what was going on, both with democracy but also with the economy that had become ungovernable. And the populists did the famous Paul Drake's bait-and-switch populism. The populists campaigned with a rhetoric, but the first thing he did in office was to make a deal with the most important, concentrated and integrated and diversified Argentine conglomerates in industry, in primary products, and in banking. And what did he do for that? Well, what he did for that was to implement a program of privatization that would have them as the beneficiaries in order to solidify that new alliance. The 90s was the Peronist comeback and the making of a new alliance. The anchor of the program was the currency board, the convertibility law. A monetary rule that prevented Argentina from printing money and that prevented Argentina, with some tricks that Menem played, of course, but that's a separate story, and that fixed the exchange rate 1-to-1, which was popular. Was popular because Argentines rewarded stability in the ballot box. And De la Rúa, the next candidate, stayed with the currency board just by the time in which the currency board, like as is common with exchange rate-based stabilization, as is common with stabilization programs that use the exchange rate as anchor, right at the time in which began to create macroeconomic misalignments of a serious nature. De la Rúa was the victim of the currency board that he wanted to maintain. De la Rúa could not govern his own party, could not govern his own coalition, and he collapsed. The stories of how he collapsed and when and why are of all kinds of nature, of all kinds of types. I mean, since, he collapsed because of his own problems, he collapsed because the Peronists destabilized him, and so on and so forth. But the funny thing is that with economic collapse and democratic crisis, Justicialismo came to the rescue. The Justicialismo, the Dualde presidency, in alliance with Alfonsín, at the time senator, it must be said, was there to stay, to salvage whatever was left of the democratic process. And then it did. Bruised, I say here, but democracy had survived. But, however, by the time we get to 2003, we are witness of a totally unexpected spectacle. 3 Peronist candidates running for the election. And Dualde had a hand-picked candidate who was the center-left governor of a southern province, Nestor Kirchner, against Menem, who wanted to come back, and against another quite populist governor. Was he governor? Well, I don't remember. Rodriguez Sá. The Peronist Party, and according to Peronist leaders, largely because of Menem, who ignored the party itself, the party that the Renovadores had managed to reconstruct in the 80s, but to the extent that Menem ignored it, bypassed it, and staffed his government with non-partisan people, in the end fragmented the party to a point of no return. And that was the first sign of that was 2003. Well, we continue seeing to this day, or the fragmentation of the Peronist party. At that time, we have the left turn in Argentina. A left turn with the Kirchners that, as I argue here, look populist, sound populist, but is not populist. And the reason is because the politics that is at stake today is not the politics of a multi-class coalition in favor of industrialization and redistribution or anything of that sort. What is at stake is tiempo, it says here. What is at stake today is the politics of super presidentialism in a context of patron-client structures and dramatic, deep political fragmentation. Steve Levitsky captures that in a good book, How Peronism Went from Movement to Party and from Party to Patron-Client. And in that context, it's a system without institutionalized mediations of a democratic nature, but without institutionalized mediations of an economic nature, as Peronism, as populism in its original form used to have. It is a system of, as a Peronist in opposition congressman put it, Felipe Solá, as he put it last week, this is the politics, la política de la chequera, what Nestor Kirchner. And that can be characterized as patron-client, some of which populism always had, but that's a lot less than what populism is supposed to be and was. I conclude with a reflection on the future of democracy in Latin America. Not long ago, I proposed something I wrote on Peronism in Argentina. I had the opportunity of having a meeting with a senator, and I was in that office in the Senate, and the senator was criticizing me because I had said that the future of the Peronist Party had to do with fully and unequivocally embracing liberal democracy. That the country had changed, that the old movimentismo was history, that ISI was history, that redistribution had to take a different form. And in the analysis of social policy, we saw it in the morning, thanks to Kurt. But the only future of Argentina had to do with redefining the social contract of populism, accomplishing a balance between social rights, between political rights, and between civil rights. If that wasn't happening, then democracy in Argentina will continue to be unstable, will continue to be fragmented, will continue to not meet the demands of the people who not only want to eat, but they also want to speak. I remember the senator said to me, yeah, but the word democracy I agree, and I support entirely, but the word liberal, you know, I don't like it. Well, that is the challenge. What we have today is the legacies of populism. And if we keep talking about populism, it's not because populism is there because it's a neo-mammoth, but it is because the notions that populism put on the table, equality, social justice, redistribution, continue to be unmet, continue to be the challenge of democracy in Latin America as a whole, continue to be how to reconcile the substantive aspects of democracy, relative equality, with the procedural aspects of democracy, which are equally substantive in order to build a democratic society. And I think that the future of populism depends on that, depends on those populists like Lula or like whatever Chilean populists there may be, whatever populists there may be in Latin America, like Alan Garcia attempted to do. The future of democracy, if it's in the hands of the populists, will depend on the ability of populists to transform the social contract of the past into a new one that reinvigorates democratic rights and democratic institutions and procedures. Thank you.
Gracias, Héctor. We have a few moments for questions and comments. Kurt?
So I have a question for Leslie Bethel, because you say there isn't much populism in Brazil anymore. But I wonder about some of the candidates who are still around, like Anthony Garotinho and Ciro Gomes. Ciro Gomes seems to be turning into the backup candidate. If Dilma Rousseff drops out, I mean, there still are some populist aspirants out there, right? The other question is, since this is the last session and so we can speculate a little bit about the future, I'm very glad about the Uribe paper, because I've wondered for a long time whether some of the future of populism in Latin America wouldn't take Uribe as a model. I mean, this is a region where there's a lot of public security problem, right? A lot of crime. I mean, if I were a populist aspirant and I wanted to try to rise in Venezuela right now, in Argentina right now, I mean, I would look at that kind of issue, and Alan Garcia tried to do a little bit in 2006 when he had this brilliant idea about the death penalty, and they didn't go very far. But you see, I mean, there are people out there who are saying these are societies that have faced a crisis in terms of security. Why not take Uribe as the model and, you know, politicize that from the right? Maybe that's the future of populism in Latin America in the next 3 years. Just to be a little provocative.
Carlos?
I have 3 questions. To Leslie, why don't you elaborate a bit more on your problems with the concept of populism to analyze the Brazilian experience? Ana Maria, I think that you show very well that Uribe is popular but not a populist. especially we use the discursive approach that Francisco Paniza was using, Laclau, etc. Hector, your history of the concept of populism is very good, but it's very selective. You do not talk about the discourse, the discursive history of that, or the political elaborations of that, of Kurt or Kenneth. So I would like to see that. And then when you have this very structuralist theory of populism, then we start to deal with the cases where you do not have a structuralist notion of populism at the time of classical populism. And if you look at the political economy of Correa, of course, in Ecuador we do things like 40 years after they have been tried anywhere else. And we do not know what has been good or bad, but we're going through a moment of import substitution, industrialization, nationalism, protectionism, estatism, new forms of corporatism. I mean, the model that you were talking about for Argentina in the 30s, 40s is what they are doing in the Revolución Ciudadana now.
Cindy?
I obviously have some comments on Ana Maria's paper, and then I want to take up Kurt's comment. I think it's significant that under the Uribe government, there has not been an emphasis on providing economic or social goods to poor or needy people. Rather, economic or social policy is a function of the security strategy and is now being seen in a sequenced way now that the armed forces has achieved territorial control throughout the nation. The government can now follow through with social and economic programs. So I think that aspect of populist appeal that involves redistributive justice is a function, in the Colombian case, of the security policy. That said, some of Uribe's strongest support is among the poorest people, poorest sectors. And I think that has to do with Kurt's point that the poor have suffered disproportionately as a result of insecurity and crime and violence. And so that Uribe's sort of get tough policy and not really crime fighting policy, but restoring security and governmental authority in rural areas has really resonated among poor people who have suffered disproportionately from crime and violence. Now, to take up Kurt's question in a speculative way about whether the populist future will promise a response to crime and violence. It's difficult to see. I mean, the cases in Central America where leaders in El Salvador, to a lesser extent Honduras, have promised the mano dura as a way of countering gangs and rampant urban violence have been complete failures. Crime and violence has not gone down, and I think there's now a new approach by the Funes government in El Salvador to coupling a social component with that. So it's not clear, even if it's tried, that it will work. And I would remind people that in the Colombian case, the principal effort to restore security by Uribe was seen as a military strategy against the FARC. The principal gains in containing urban crime and violence have been undertaken at the local level by progressive mayors who have coupled a very strong social component with improvements in police capacity. So just wanted to throw that in.
Please.
My name is Andres Barreto. This is to Mr. Bethel. What do you think about Tancred?
Just a minute.
I thought my voice was very strong.
Yeah.
Now, to Mr. Bethel, where do you place Getulio Vargas, Tancredo Neves, in the context of populism in Brazil? And then a question to Ms. Bejarano. How do you explain that 83% of corporate Colombia is favoring is against the re-election, the second re-election of Uribe?
83% of what?
83% of the corporate structure, I would call it, the ANDE, and labor movement, chambers of commerce,
83% of these directors of these institutions are against the second re-election.
Yes, I have a question for Ana Maria. First off, I enjoyed very much your presentation. I think you probably explained the phenomenon of Uribe about as well as it can be explained this side of heaven. My question has to do with polls that are periodically taken in Colombia that give Uribe a lot of support. If I think about the demographics in Colombia, with say 4 million people thereabouts internally displaced, I think about the large number of Colombians who hover on the fringes of the 5 major cities in Colombia and whatnot, and I look at the way that these polls are taken, typically often by telephone in the 5 major cities, and I have to ask myself, to what extent can you say that X number, based on the polls, that X percent of Colombians favor Colombia or favor anything else, as for that matter? Okay, and I just wonder if you have any thoughts on that. I will follow up a little bit on Cynthia's comments on the whole security thing. It's very clear to me that security is something that resonates with a lot of Colombians. The current policy of the government, okay, to establish so-called secure zones, okay, which is a military operation primarily. There is in theory, if one could assume that would be followed by informations or interventions on the socioeconomic side, okay, that would solve the fundamental problems of Colombia, the problems which explain why there is an insurgency. I don't see that happening, and I certainly don't see it happening under Uribe.
Thank you. I think we can have this 5 questions first round and then a second round, but you can answer this 5, and then we have other questions and comments. Hector, you start.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, Carlos, well, yeah, if Ecuador is doing all this, I wouldn't have any problem calling it a populist experience. I don't think that's what's going on in Argentina. I don't think that's what's going on in Peru. I don't think that's what's going on in Brazil or in Mexico or in Uruguay or, so fine. Maybe, perhaps as well. The little I know suggests that, yeah, except for one important economic consideration. That is the economic strategy of a rentier state, which is not exactly the same. And there what you have is the political economy of the resource curse, which is not any different now than what it was under Carlos Andrés Pérez. Actually, Carlos Andrés Pérez did the same. He had an outgoing foreign policy. Venezuela was out in the world, just like Chavez is now. And it all ended with the Caracazo, which was the political effect of the decline in the price of oil. So that's what you have is, the political economy of the resource curse. So I would qualify that very strongly. That's, perhaps there is a diversion. I haven't seen numbers. There is a diversion of resources from oil to industry. It is already exhausting itself, the cycle. Venezuela has been having fiscal problems for the last 2-3 years already. So it's a... Well, that's what I'm trying to hint at. One more thing I want to say about crime. Well, crime is not just Colombia, right? I mean, crime is not just... Crime is... you can easily get kidnapped in Buenos Aires, and after ransom is paid, you're released somewhere in Brazil. By the way, so whoever is running for office, and not just in Colombia, I mean, seguridad sin negociación, what is it? All over Latin America, whoever promises mano dura, if it comes across believable, will win. I mean, Latin America is at the dramatic intersection of lawlessness and inequality. And the populists are not the best, the old populists, the new populists, that species I don't think is the best qualified to resolve that problem, unfortunately. And it hasn't historically either, with exceptions. let alone lawlessness, but not even with the question of inequality, if we look at the numbers. Yeah, thank you.
Ana Maria?
Well, many questions here, but to answer Carlos's questions first, I don't think he's just popular. I mean, there's something more there. I had enormous trouble deciding whether to say yes or no, and I can still, go against the argument and say no, but there are certainly a lot of very strong populist elements to his discourse and strategy. The consejos comunales de gobierno, por ejemplo, it's these meetings that he holds and the best of Chavista tradition on Saturdays and are televised and broadcast by radio for 10, 12 hours, where he plays devil's advocate against his own cabinet on the side of the people. Claiming, why haven't you fixed that? Why haven't you fixed that? And the entire country watches mesmerized. So there are strong populist overtones in his discourse and his strategy, and the polarization that he's trying to create and recreate and deepen permanently. The anti-politics, the anti-political discourse, the social policy that's designed to buy political support more than anything else. So I'm not entirely sure I want to cut my hands for the argument that he is a populist, but there are very strong overtones there. On the future of populism in Latin America, I have no idea. I certainly hope not, but well, the one difference, and I think as Cindy well captured, between Colombia and what's going on in terms of crime and insecurity elsewhere is the fact that Colombia is the only country in the region that still has an armed insurgency, and there's a military problem to solve there. And Uribe's strategy has been mostly military, though he claims credit for the fact that homicides have been going down. But if you look at the statistics, homicides have been going down since 1991. So it's a permanent trend since 91, which is attributable to a large extent to decentralization and the fact that mayors in the biggest urban centers have very actively attacked the issue of security with new police strategies, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not all to his credit, but he claims credit for it. But there's certainly a military problem in Colombia. That is not the case in other countries there. Now, your question is very interesting. I haven't seen that figure, but there was this titular headline in Semana just recently saying, which was titled La dirigencia contra las mayorías. La dirigencia del país contra las mayorías. And the fact is that increasingly the heads of the gremios empresariales, corporate Colombia, as you call it, are against re-election. They're starting to see the problem here. They're starting to see that it's not in their interest that Uribe remains in power. And nevertheless, there's very little they can do to stem the tide. Now, I'm a little bit skeptical of that La dirigencia against las mayorías title, because really, what's the majority behind Uribe? I mean, if you look at, for example, the numbers of the people who signed in favor of the referendum, it's a little bit less than 4 million people who signed, which is a lot. I'm not saying it's not. It's 4 million people, but it's still 13% of the people who are able to vote in Colombia. So it's not like the day the referendum was approved in Congress, there was no party in the plazas of the country. I mean, there was nobody celebrating this. This is a very politically engineered kind of majority anyways. But and now the demographics of these survey polls, I agree entirely. The polls are made basically by phone. Most of rural Colombia doesn't have a phone. So it's very difficult to see what's going on there. Uribe's support comes mainly from the cities. The cities have between 70 to 75% of Colombia's population today. And I think that explains to a large extent the fact that despite the fact that the war keeps on going in the rural side, the people in the cities feel safer. and are willing to re-elect him, because they were feeling quite besieged back in the early 2000s, and now they feel safer. They feel that they can go out in the roads because he puts the army to protect the roads on weekends and during holidays, and so people feel that they can travel more freely. So it's basically an urban vote. But I'm not sure that we can come to any definite conclusions about rural support for Uribe. I'm sure the landowners support him. I'm not sure about the peasants. I'm not sure what the peasants think about this. And yeah, as long as he doesn't solve the socioeconomic problems that lie under or underlie the war in Colombia, this, I think, is a very tentative attempt to establish a peaceful solution to the country's problems, that's for sure.
To answer Kurt first, yes, I think it's true that certainly at the state level and at the municipal level, you still get old-style looking populist politicians thrown up and have some success. And one example you mentioned, Garotinho became governor of Rio de Janeiro on a straight populist style, strategy, discourse, appearance, everything you'd expect from Campos, and so his wife followed him. But they're totally discredited now. They're hanging out in Campos. They might get some power in the city of Campos. Nobody really believes that Garotinho will ever be governor of Rio de Janeiro again. I wish I hadn't said that, because no doubt he will. I'm told by Paulo Sotero, but to be honest, I don't know much about the politics of Paraná. I discussed this issue with Paulo once, and he said, Requião, the governor of Paraná, is an absolute old-style populist politician. So at the state level, as we've seen before, this happens. At the national level, in terms of the next election, then it's really going to be difficult for Dilma, the chosen candidate of Lula. It's true that she comes from the Brizolista populist background. She comes from the PDT. But she's never contested election. She's never won an election for anything. And she has an extremely unsympathetic personality. And she's now, poor lady, very ill. It's going to be very difficult to push her through, but Lula seems determined. If Dilma were to win in October 2010, it will be almost entirely based on the connection with Lula. Lula is tying her to him, and he, as we've seen, is pushing now what looks more and more like a populist agenda, certainly a populist style, and is attaching that to Dilma. Dilma, for example, when the pre-sal oil bonanza was announced, on the platform were the Minister of Mines, the President, the two Presidents of Congress, and Dilma Rousseff, who is the Chief of Staff. Why would the Chief of Staff be sitting on a platform when Lula announces the new independence of Brazil, the passport to the future of Brazil? This will transform the living standards of the population of Brazil. It will all be used for education, social welfare, alleviation of poverty. This will change Brazil. And sitting by him throughout this was his Chief of Staff. And technically, it's illegal, of course, to carry out an election campaign at this stage of the electoral calendar. So Dilma will be there because of Lula, and he's still insisting. Now, is there a plan B? If Dilma really can't get above 20%, and we're still a year away, so it's very early to be making these judgments. At the moment, it looks really difficult, and it's going to cost an awful lot for Lula to get this through. If it looks as though this won't happen, there is no other PT candidate. That's an incredible indictment of the PT as a party. If you look at PT ministers, you look at PT governors, you look at PT mayors, you can't think of anybody who looks viable. And the candidate who's viable exactly is Ciro Gomes. Now, if there's a politician in Brazilian political life at the moment who could emerge as a populist politician, it's probably Ciro Gomes. We could talk about him if you like, but he is the one who could emerge in this form. I think it's very hard to imagine Ciro Gomes being elected either.
No issue.
On Just quickly on Tancredo Neves, I can't imagine a circumstance in which Tancredo Neves could be called a populist. It's true, he was a minister of Getulio Vargas, Minister of Justice. He was Joan Goulart's first prime minister. But his entire career was a conservative, moderate, Mineiro politician, all through the late 50s, 60s, all through the military period. And then he emerged as a compromise, acceptable, conservative politician, acceptable to the military for the transition to civilian power, and he was elected indirectly by Congress in 1985, and then, as we all know, he died before taking office. So I don't know, I can't see how Tancredo could come into this in any way. And then finally, on, I don't know what Carlos wants me to do at this stage. What do I think about populism in Brazil? You know, I tried to work within the definition that we've all been using. Well, all except Hector, perhaps. We've all been using this narrow, minimalist political definition. And within that, I tried to show that there's a case to be made for Getulio Vargas, but there are also some doubts about this, and it was very late in his career. But it's not a very successful story, is it? Getulio was overthrown by the military in 1945, forced to commit suicide in 1954. Jânio Quadros was forced to, well, not forced, but he decided to resign in 1961. João Goulart was overthrown by a golpe. None of them lasted for more than 2 or 3 years. Then we have Collor de Mello, a neo-populist of the right, and he only lasts for 2.5 years and impeached. So we haven't got a single example of a populist politician reaching power, exercising power, retaining power in a populist way that works in Brazil. So we're left with the final question that we can discuss forever. Was Lula a populist? No. I'm quite firm that the political history of Brazil and the role of Lula and the role of the PT up to recent times, really, it doesn't help at all, I don't think, to call Lula a populist. But as I tried to indicate, there are some strange things going on to do with Lula's popularity, personalism, the upcoming elections, nationalism. Somebody rang me the other day and said, have you any idea what's going on? I've been away for a week. Have you any idea what's going on in Brazil? The most hard-line, anti-PT, anti-Lula people are going around with tears in their eyes. They have never seen anything like Lula's kissing Pelé when Rio got the 2016 elections. This has created a popular commotion all over Brazil. I think Lula's popularity is probably 90% now. But what does that tell us, really? Just one very quick question. This security issue is very interesting in Brazil, of course, because you'd imagine that a populist politician could make a great deal of the security issue in Brazil, which is really very serious. And I suppose we're back to the issue that I've touched on more than the size of Brazil, the complexity of Brazil, the fact that we can talk about very prominent, important populist politicians in states and in cities in Brazil, apart from what's going on nationally. And I suppose the question of security, you can't get elected mayor of Rio or governor of Rio or mayor of Recife without saying something about the security issue. But I don't remember Lula making any significant statement about citizen security in the election campaigns. I don't recall this. It's not even on opinion polls, of course, employment and health and education. Security is there, but it's not the overwhelming issue because it's confined to a large extent to 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 really big cities. And outside that, of course, there's violence, but not the kind of violence we're familiar with day after day after day in Rio de Janeiro, which is drug-related.
Thank you, Leslie. Do we have enough time to another round? Or?
Yes.
So.
Hi.
Yeah. Rather than let people sort of dribble out with another round of questions, I'm actually quite pleased to see this many people still in the room at this hour after a day that started at 9 a.m. It's been a terrific discussion. We'll have lots to sift through in the coming weeks and even months. There may be, I think, less of a need to define who is and who isn't a populist than to talk about maybe tendencies and things that fit and things that don't fit. Anyway, I want to thank everyone and invite comments on all of the various papers. We'll be consulting with the authors to find out whether or not they're willing to have drafts posted to the web, and we will certainly publish a summary in relatively short order. Thank you. Yeah.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I have raised my hand all the time.
First of all, I want to congratulate Cynthia Arnson, especially. I think all of us have to congratulate her, and the Woodrow Wilson Center especially, for having such a wonderful seminar. I'm not a scholar by any means. I just happen to be president of a foundation that's a think tank in El Salvador, but really I'm an agricultural producer. So for me to have been here all this day, I surely have learned a lot about populism. But let me give you just a viewpoint very quickly, a layman's viewpoint among you scholars, how a layman and most of the population are like me, that we don't know much about the real populism the way you analyze it. Let me just say very briefly, El Salvador, my country, went through a 12-year war, guerrilla warfare, you probably remember, backed by the Soviet Union through Castro, just like the Sandinistas were being backed up in Nicaragua. And to try to stop that war, the State Department and the Pentagon came and made distribution of land, agrarian reform in El Salvador in 1980, when it already had been done in the, when was it, 50, 60 years before in Bolivia. The pendulum was already going the other way with Gorbachev's writings of the perestroika. And here we were doing land reform in the 80s. But anyway, the private sector in El Salvador said, well, we have to try to stop the war. Maybe land distribution will do it. We did it. Then, but it didn't stop the war. So we had 12 years of a bloody war. Over 100,000 Salvadorians were killed. But what I'm getting to is, at that time it was land distribution, banks were nationalized, etc. And now, almost 20 years later, with the guerrillas having gone in now, many of them went in to the democratic process, almost all of them, went in as congressmen, have been in there following the rules of a progressive democracy that we have had, very young democracy, but we have had 5 free elections, what many called electoral elections. They're not truly not a true democracy, but they have been participating. And just recently, 120 days ago, they won the elections. Okay, now you've been talking about, I heard the term redistribution of justice. I agree with you 100%. I think that's what all citizens in Latin America want, and that's been something that we haven't given the people. Redistribution of justice. We also have to redistribute security, citizen security. We're all, as you know, with tremendous crime all through Latin America, organized crime now becoming more sophisticated with the drug traffic, etc. Now, if that is populism, to talk about redistributing justice and redistributing security, I'm all for it. I'm all for it, for that kind of populism. But if populism is to go from a democratic process that we're going now through almost 20 years, and it's been a very participatory process. We have had 65% of our people going to the election polls. They even went to the election polls under the bullets. So we've had very much participation. But what we don't like, and we don't want, I think, most citizens in Latin America, is for that young democracy to be adulterated and to go to what now is being called a direct democracy, right? Using the democratic process to enter the government, make changes in constitution, and stay in power for, like Mr. Chavez says, till 1930 or something, you know. So that is the type. Now, is that populism? They're trying to enmascarate it like it's populism. That type of populism I don't think we want and we need. I do like the populism to distribute justice and to distribute security. So I just wanted to say what a layman point of view is, and I want to say how honored I have been to have heard such distinguished professors, all of you very important people. I would like to have this discussion. All of you come to Salvador someday. Maybe we can bring them down, Cynthia. And thank you very much for having us here as guests. Thank you.